maybe they have a
I'm
point.
saying that you can see the hands of Asia and of 250 billion will withdraw. Did they say that Natasha should withdraw 100 billion naira suit that is already in court? They only calling. Who called for resignation? Nobody calls for. If you make it for full bofu and you are worthy of resignation, you resign. Nobody decides
I wish we still have time to look at
I know
the ex-immigration boss who died in a hotel that we were. This made me think that some of the kidnap cases may not actually be kidnap cases. Like,
I do not talk for the kidnappers. Let their PRO come and describe. I do not talk for the hotel and people who go for romping and all one. What I'm saying that all die be die.
All right.
If it's confirmed that what happens to me is that the media that I belong to, I'm asking them confirm stories before you break. Because if you rush to break stories might break you, my media people. There's no need to break stories and you do not have accountability and originality. Why rushing? If the man died, there are security organizations you can confirm. Because it's the media that's causing this confusion, but it's police and the people who are coming out to say how the death occurred.
Right,
so shame to people who break, who do not do fact checking. And sure, Signature TV do a lot of fact checking. They can't get involved in this kind of report.
All right, thank you,
God bless
Chris.
Nigeria. God bless you, Ngozi.
Thank you, sir.
Go for your Ash
Wednesday service.
Yeah, go.
That's copied immediately. Thank you, dear viewer. We will be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are still on the morning show, Signature Morning Show on Signature TV. It is the Ash Wednesday, don't get it twisted, but we want to continue our discussion on career women and challenges of work-life balance. And to have this conversation again with us is public health nurse specialist, the coordinator public health unit, Department of Nursing Sciences, UNEC, Professor Dr. Judith Ilo. Good morning, Doc, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, thank you.
As career-driven women, there is a desire to have it all. Success in our careers, time with family, self-care. And most times it doesn't pan out that way, the way we wish to have it. Not that women are lazy, not that women are less than go-getters, but some circumstances, including society, do not support these vision and goals of women. But I'd like to start this by asking, is it achievable? Is it workable? Do you think that it is possible for a career woman to have a balanced life at home and elsewhere?
Well, thank you. Life is all about balance. And when you're able to maintain balance, you're able to maintain good health. And in the world today, what helps us in everything we're doing is that when you are mentally balanced. When you're mentally balanced, you're able to apportion time and periods to certain activities. So striking a balance between working and life is very important. And what is this balance all about? It's all about creating time for your work and creating time for other things that are important to you. So when you're able to create time for your work, time for other things that are important to you, these things may be church activities that are religious, social activities, family life, or social or community development. So modern women today, that will be very easy for them. It's quite challenging. Viewing the situation we find ourselves in the Southeast or in Africa, women in general. Women are expected to take care of their homes, and this involves direct children and other relatives around, the spouse, and the aged parents. Parents both way, parents-in-laws and parents. Then work. So you see, when you combine all this with work, regular work, secular work, it becomes very challenging. But how can we cope? Because I find myself in that situation too. The only way we can cope is to strike a balance. When you strike a balance and you create boundaries, this is where my work will stop so I can have time for all these things. When you're able to achieve that, then you're able to maintain good health, you're able to maintain your good mental health, and you are happy doing both your work and having a life. Because it's observed that when you devote all your time for work, you may never have a life to live.
Now, I don't know now if this is a myth or a fact that successful career women do not make, are not good, successful homemakers. You yourself, you're a career woman. Is it possible that one area of a career woman's life may have to suffer for other areas to thrive?
Well, when there's no balance, that could happen. But if there is balance, the possibility is very low.
Now, talking about this balance, are there practical steps a career woman should?
Like all through my throughout my productive years, I've been a mom. I have a family. I have parents, though both of them left last year. I have parents-in-law, and I have 5 kids. Doing all my work, going to work, working as a clinical nurse, then in UNH. Now, going for upgrading my educational level. I was having children when I was doing my bachelor's. I was having children when I was doing my master's, working, keeping family. So it's all about balance. How am I able to do this? You start with assessment. In assessment, you find out what is taking my time. How can I improve on this? Sorry, excuse me. How can I strike a balance between work and life? Because if you just do work, you end up seeing that you've lost your social relationships, you've lost your relationship, you've lost your family, and that work won't even do much for you, because that work, you are doing that work for a particular purpose. Some people do work because they want to be recognized, but majority work because they need to earn a living. Now, when you devote all your time working, you are getting the money, you're not training your children, you're not taking care of your spouse, you're not taking care of your family in general, you may end up losing all. So what I did is, I did an assessment to find out, in assessment, I was able to find out all my needs, social needs, religious needs, family needs, and my work and its demands. So when I was able to do that, I said, I need to go to work 7 in the morning and get off from work about 4 p.m. What happens between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m.? I need to figure that one out and say, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to do. Basically, when you're doing something you're happy with outside your work, you're living a life. Some people might be just to be helping people in their grooming young girls, doing other things, being involved in church activities. Those things that you find interesting are part of what makes you, part of what makes that living that life, in quotes. Now, if I go to my work in the morning, all of us will leave the house, the kids are going to school, drop them off to school, go to work, stay at work. But nothing is cast on stone. You might be in that work, there will be an emergency phone call. Your daughter is ill, your son is ill, your husband is ill, grandma is not doing well. What do? You prioritize. Take the one that has the most need at a particular time. Most basically, health needs. When there is health, because when the life stops, nothing moves. So when there is need for health, for yourself, for your family, for your dependent others, you attend to that. Then during weekends, I'm not working, I'm not going to work, but I work Monday to Friday. I use that weekend to look at all the things that I was not able to do because of my work demand. Look at the children's school work over the week. Have they done? Is there a need to apportion some time more to a particular child than the other? Then look at the church activities. If I have midweek service, I didn't attend. Why didn't I attend it? And I go back to my assessment. How do I make it better? How do I plan it to make it better? So that I will get some time for my midweek activity. Then you fix that one. Then on Sunday, you attend to your religious activities, get back home, prepare some short meal for your family, discuss with your family, have time to play with the kids, have time to rest too. If you have social engagement, you apportion time. Personally, if I have to attend something and that thing will encroach on my time that I need to rest, I will not. What I will do, I may just show up 5 minutes, please, I needed to be somewhere, I just wanted to identify with you, I hope you are doing okay, congratulations, I leave. So when you're able to do the planning, prioritize it, and at the end of the day, if it is not working, you go back to evaluation. What did I not do right? Why is it not working? If you are realistic to yourself, there are things that take your time that shouldn't take your time. From those areas, you're able to cover some time. And when you create boundaries, stick by that boundaries. If you say, I'm going to bed at 10 o'clock, go to bed at 10 o'clock. That's part of sleep hygiene. And if you say, I want to be at the church between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock. And you go to church and you discover that the reverend or the pastor is not keeping to time. And that time is encroaching on your own time. It is not bad to leave the church and go and attend to things because you have a plan. You cannot go to church and church will spoil your plan for you. No. Because you have a plan already. This church service is 1 hour, 30 minutes. Okay, let me give maximum of 2 hours. And 2 hours, they are still doing that thing at the church. Personally, I will leave. Because I have my timetable on how I want things to work. Because each time I deviate from that timetable, I see some part of the activity I needed to do suffering.
All right, these are practical steps, and I'm sure our viewer right now are taking note, especially female viewers, taking note of the practical steps. They are really, really practical and worthy to imbibe. Let's talk about the workplace. Are there challenges that women are faced with that also, scatter the plan you're talking about and not enabling them to have a balance of life?
Yes, work can be so demanding and challenging at times. You may plan to go to work and come back by 4 p.m. It doesn't work that way at times. It doesn't happen every day. Those of us in the education sector, you may go to school and there's an assessment exam that could take 2 or 3 hours. Something can happen. Other logistics can make it go beyond that time that you have allocated for that exam. What do? You go back to your drawing board and see, are there things I can move to the next day? Because you don't have to do everything. Work doesn't finish in a day. Are there things I can move to the next day? Are there things that needed my immediate attention? You prioritize what you have on for that day activity left. When you prioritize that I will do this one now, this I can move tomorrow. Being careful to move the ones that are movable. There are things that is nah, you must do it. You attend to those ones. Now, at times you may even go to work. You discover that things are not working out the way you want it to work out for. You may go to work, you're planning to have a lecture, and there may be emergency in school. You attend to the emergency and move something. But the greatest challenge that women have is at home. Okay. You may be so busy in the office, doing office, but when you get home, these are African sites and African men. They want the woman to do everything at home. The woman will do, take care of the kids' assignments. In fact, I know of a friend that she will do school run in the morning, she will do school run in the afternoon, she will cook, she will do laundry, and the husband will just come and be encouraging her. My dear, you are trying, please, well done, I'm supporting you. I don't like that kind of support. And is a filter. We use the next day and will live longer. Because when you overwork yourself, work burnout, it brings along itself with health challenges, hypertension, diabetes, and other psychosomatic illnesses that are avoidable. But when a woman is able to have good rest at home, good assistant at home, that woman is able to excel in her profession. She's able to be happy. She's able to enjoy life.
And she's more productive.
Yes, and that enjoying life means having time to do those things that interest her. If it is dancing that is interesting, she will have that time to dance. If it's going for clubbing, or if it's going for other such activities, you see them being productive both in their career and in that other side of life that they find interesting.
Now that you mentioned it, which helps a woman, a career woman, most especially, to create a balance? Spousal help or hired hands?
Well, I will answer that in two ways. The woman herself deciding to create a balance is number one. Because there are people who don't actually know what they want. And when you don't know where you're going, getting to that place is a problem for you. The woman will be a woman that said, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to go about it. These are my plans. I've done this assessment. I've prioritized my need. I've been able to create boundaries. Now, coming home, women were emotional people. Spousal help, spousal assistance, spousal support, and the praises will go a long way in making the woman productive and happier. Then other help that the people around can help, but the basic need, the basic help, the basic support that the woman will cherish and will be a propeller for her to do well in her career and in living a good life is spousal support.
Now, there was a scenario you were creating about a woman that has to do all things and her husband was providing only verbal support. I'd like us to look at societal expectations here, this part of the world, and how it impacts on the woman who is seeking to balance work, family, and personal life. What are those expectations that get in the way?
Well, in a socio-cultural setting in Igbo, a woman, a career woman, yes, you're doing your work, but as much as you're doing your work, they want you to deliver 100% your family duties. And when this is happening, you see that is a problem. The woman will be pregnant. Probably she will have other children that she's taking care of. She's working. The woman is the cook in the house. She takes care of the laundry. She takes care of cleaning the house. She takes care of virtually everything. Even takes care of the husband too. And our society do not find out that. They see it as a normal work. Even if she's dying in the work, they look at it that way, that it is her job. But if we have this Western orientation, that woman has gone to work for 8 hours somewhere, and somebody who has done 8 hours somewhere needs rest, physical rest, emotional rest. We see that in some cases these are lacking. And when they are lacking, what does it result to? Emotional burnout, physical burnout, psychosomatic illnesses, and other physical illnesses.
All right, before we let you go, let's look at other countries of the world. You talked about your reproductive days, and it got me thinking. In this part of the world, in Nigeria per se, women are given a number of months as maternity leave to rest a while after having a baby, and then you are expected to get back to work. And that does not mean that your maternity activities have ended. But I know countries that extend years to up to 1 year. What happens after 1 year is what I don't want us to get into, because at the end of 1 year, the woman could get pregnant again and the maternity leaves continue forever. But are there policies that Nigeria can adopt to help women maintain a career, family, life balance?
Okay, if I get you right, talking about maternity leave, yes. In Nigeria, we have a policy, we have good maternity leave. Like doing...
You think it's good enough?
Well, let me share my experience. During my reproductive years, when I was having kids, we have what we call IYC, International Year of the Child. And that IYC was put in place to assist mothers who just delivered to be able to breastfeed their children up to 1 year. How does that work? Once you have a baby, you have your maternity leave about 4 months. After maternity leave, you resume duty and you're placed on light duty 3 hours a day, not much. And then I was a clinical nurse in UNTH. So when you go to work, they give if you're when they're posting the roster, on your roster where your name appears, they will write IYC. IYC means International Year of the Child. Telling everybody that you're just reviewing from maternity leave. You will do that for 6 months, no night duty. So when they put you on IYC, they put that staff that will support you. I go to work 9 o'clock. I close 12 p.m. 12 noon. It's not much. So within that time, I will express breast milk for my baby. My mother-in-law will give the baby the breast milk for when the baby is hungry. Within 3 hours, I'm back. I will do that for 6 months. Meanwhile, I've enjoyed maternity leave for 4 months, plus 6 months, 10 months. Then we start negotiating. When will she resume night duty? Internally, among the nurses, they will say, let's allow her baby to get to 1 year before we place her on night duty. And I think that helped me so much. That within 1 year, if you want to breastfeed, like me, I breastfeed exclusively for 1 year, exclusively for 6 months, and I continue to breastfeed for like a year and 6 months.
Wow.
So with
That's
that,
a lot, isn't it?
With that, I'm able to give my child the best, have time for myself, have time for my family, do the things I like, this living a life, because I have time. So, and now, maternity leave has even been extended to fathers too.
Okay.
So
they can take paternity leave.
Yes, I think
well.
the Nigeria is making it good for young.
And you think
parents.
there's nothing to add to what they have done for women?
Well, I know that people who have quadruplets, triplets, they have more problem than others. But I think if you know that you are not able to cope, you talk to your supervisor, you take 1 year leave without pay, and take care of your kids
and return
get back
to your work. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Judith Ilo, for finding time to be with us on the Signature Morning this morning. Thank you. We will be back shortly.
Today, 19th of February 2021, marks 3 years that Leah Sharibu, the Dapchi girl, was kidnapped. On Monday, 19th February 2018, Leah Sharibu and other 110 female students of Government Girls Science and Technical College in Dapchi, Yobe State, Nigeria, were kidnapped by Boko Haram terrorist group. A month after, on 21st March 2018, 104 of the Dapchi girls were released. Sadly, 5 of the girls died, but Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl, remained in captivity because she refused to renounce her faith to convert to Islam. The federal government of Nigeria reassured Leah's parents to secure her release. 3 years after, Leah remains a slave in the hands of Boko Haram terrorists. But Leah's parents remain hopeful as they patiently await the return of their daughter.
Cewa za ta zai kawo Leah. Muna roƙon shi ya cika min alkawali wanda ya yi mini. Kuma ina roƙon mutane duniya gaba ɗaya wanda suna addu'a domin Leah dare da rana.
As we count down to 3 years, we appeal to the federal government of Nigeria to find a solution for the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the Dapchi girl. We will continue to hold the government accountable until Leah, the Chibok girls, and other girls return home.
Concerning my daughter, I'm pleading to them that they should urgent it.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thanks. We're still on Signature Morning on Signature TV this morning. It is the Ash Wednesday, and most Christians world over begin their Lenten season. I'd need my resource person to clear us on that. The Lenten season from today. And so to have that conversation with me is a clergyman in the person of Reverend Father Ambrose Okuchukwu Ofodele. Now, I don't know if it's day verbum or verbum day. Okay, he is a priest and the director Radio Maria Nigeria, ENUGU, amongst other things. Good morning, Padre.
Good morning.
Do we say happy Ash Wednesday?
Yes, of course.
We should be happy even when we are going to be
yes.
in abstinence and fasting all
in
the
our
way.
explanation, we shall explain why we should be happy, because it is not something bad. It is something that we are joining with Christ, and it's about having hope that after suffering with Him, we will also rise with Him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's start with this Ash Wednesday.
Okay.
What's the significance of you're already wearing your ash on your forehead?
Yes.
Most of us who are Catholics, because of the classification we are in, may not attend very early in the morning, and
I have
probably
some
later
ashes, so I will also impose ashes.
Okay,
on
that's
your side
interesting. And if you're anywhere around our studios, you can come join us. We have a priest in the studio.
Yes.
So what's the significance of the Ash Wednesday, the observation of Ash Wednesday?
Okay, let's start with that Ash Wednesday is the beginning of the Lenten period. Apart from Christmas, the next celebration or the next period of the church's calendar becomes the Lenten period, where we journey with Christ in His passion and His Paschal mystery, because Ash Wednesday is about 40 days and a symbol of the 40 days and 40 nights. Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, and 40 has been symbolic in the Old Testament. You talk about the 40 years of trekking or traveling by the Jews to the Promised Land. You talk about 40 days and 40 nights of Moses, who fasted, and then you talk about Elijah, who traveled to the Mount of God, 40 days and 40 nights. You talk about the Ninevites, who fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. You talk about Noah, and so many other dimensions of 40 in the Old Testament. So we are talking about a participation in the Paschal mystery of Christ, that Jesus Himself for 40 days and 40 nights was actually He fasted. And as Christians, and imitators of Christ, we are participating in this passion of Christ, in this journey of our Savior. We are journeying with Him. That's why we are observing it. So when we talk about Ash Wednesday, the beginning of the Lenten period, and then we talk about imposition of ash, ash has a lot of biblical references, especially in the Old Testament. You talk about Jonah chapter 42. Jonah had to say, he made mention of lying in sackcloth and ashes. You talk about of course Jonah was asked to go and preach to the Ninevites, and when he got there, especially in verse 6, the Bible recorded that the king himself removed his royal robe and sat in sackcloth and ashes. You also talk about Genesis chapter 3 verse 19, where God, after declaring the punishment for Adam and Eve, told them that they would return to dust, for unto dust they came from. And also you have Job chapter 42. Job also made mention of that. So ash is when you talk about ash, you're talking about fasting, you're talking about penitential rites. Of course, the early or history of Ash Wednesday has it that a period where penitents, had to wear sackcloth and ashes. And of course, if you know sackcloth, it's always discomforting to be in a sackcloth. So in the description of Ash Wednesday, we talk about Christian participation in the Paschal mystery, in the sufferings of Christ. So as Christians, we are starting this period of joining with Christ, imitating Him in His suffering. And this ash reminds us, of course, when the ash is being imposed on you, the priest will tell you, you are ash, and unto ash you shall return. Also, he may also say, repent and believe in the gospel. These are reminders to the Christians that they are ashes. That as you are living your life, you should remember that you should understand that your life is very small here. This is not our resting place. We are only pilgrims in this world. So our actions, our attitudes should be geared towards doing the will of God and not to do our own will. So imposition of ash is a sign that we are suffering with Christ. We have repented of our sins and we have decided to follow Christ. And it's not a temporal following. You know, the mistake most people do is that during Lenten period, they just do it because, okay, this Lent, after 40 days, we'll go back to our normal attitude. No. This morning, I was talking to my students. I told them, this is a period of picking a virtue and dropping a vice. You pick a virtue and you drop a vice. And it is not just temporal, because you have to actually take it up and it will be part of you. It's not a temporal time to do good and later you do evil. So this is what we teach to our people, and it is the significance of this ash imposition. And every Christian, apart from the physical imposition, you should understand its deeper meaning, that you are nothing in this world. So you should not hold this world so much, because very soon, as you are living your life, you should understand that very soon you have to give account of this life you are living.
Okay, there's something you said, and before we continue the conversation, I need to have our viewer get it clearer. You said something about 40 days of fast and abstinence and the whole expectations as regards Lenten season. And I was going to ask you if beyond the 40 days of Lenten period, if the church has something else, to do from time to time to ensure that people are still in line, okay, with the expectations as Christians, and not just be all good Christians during the Lenten period, like you mentioned.
To start with, the Lenten period is a period of course, you have the 3 pillars of Lent. We have almsgiving, we have fasting, and then we have almsgiving, fasting, and then prayer. These are the 3 pillars.
And these are the expectations.
Expectations.
During the Lenten period.
Every Christian. Now, when we talk about fasting, of course, not to lay aside the fact that every Friday also we have Stations of the Cross in our various parishes. But when we talk about these 3 ideas, Jesus gave us a clear understanding of what should be done and how we should go about the 3 pillars of Lent. He talked about fasting, how we should fast. Almsgiving, how we should do the almsgiving. Then prayer, how we should do this prayer. Matthew chapter 6. So in fasting, we don't talk about fasting from food alone. We also talk about fasting from bad behaviors. This morning I was talking to my son. I told them that it is even better for you to fast from bad behaviors than to fast from food. Because these days, people don't eat 3 times in a day. Things are so hard. So it's better to even fast from bad behaviors, from negative things. If you have been, involving yourself in bad attitudes, bad behaviors, you fast from them. So fasting is very important, to abstain from food from time to time. In preparing yourself like Jesus Christ for the ministry. And then you prepare for yourself, for the Easter period. The whole essence of this Lenten period is to be in the mood of Jesus Christ. We are Christians and we are living the life of Christ. So it's an opportunity for us to actually draw near to Him. So we talk about fasting, we talk about almsgiving. It's not about trumpeting it. I always tell people that there is a difference between being charitable and being philanthropic. Someone who is charitable does things for the sake of God. You give. You see someone who is begging, you see areas where you should help, you do that, not trumpeting it, you're doing it for the sake of God. But a philanthropist will want everybody to know, I am doing this for people. You see them, advertising themselves because they are helping poor people and all that. It's not, even though these are good acts, but they are not charitable. So we should differentiate from. So when we talk about almsgiving, we talk about giving what we have. And it's not just about material things. It's also about making yourself available for people who need your help. You are a doctor, you are a nurse, you are a broadcaster, you are a priest. Make yourself available for the good things, to people. That's on almsgiving. Then you talk about prayer. Jesus will tell us that the Pharisees would show everybody that they are praying, fasting. You show everybody, you shout, you howl, so that people will know you are praying. No. Jesus says, go to your room and pray, shut the door, so that your Father who sees in secret.
Now, is what you're talking about now different from the fact that I know about Catholic Church. I don't know if there's any denomination that also impose the ash on forehead on Ash Wednesdays. Is that not looking like, making everyone know that you are now in this mood?
Yeah, we talk about public penitence, and we have seen instances in the Old Testament where people, like the people of Nineveh, they put on sackcloth and ashes to show that they are fasting. But this time around, on Ash Wednesday, it becomes liturgical. It becomes instituted. Okay. And the church is understanding that this is a day we are beginning Lent, and we are also using it for evangelization. It's to remind ourselves that we are dust. Of course, I've given instances in Genesis chapter 3. Talking, man, you shall return to dust. Man that was created immortal became subject to death and sin because he lost it with God. So it's an opportunity for us to remind ourselves that life is short and we must imitate Christ. In these three pillars, we see Christ. It's not a public show. It's not a public ash mean. Beyond the imposition of ash on the forehead of Christians. What does it mean? Because some other Christian denominations are also, taking part in it. Where I'm coming from, people from other Christian denominations, I cannot deny them that, because it's a reminder. As I do that, I say, man, remember that you are dust, and unto dust you shall return. Repent and believe in the gospel. These are areas. And after today, we will be in the mood of Lent. Like I said at the beginning, it's not just do it this period and then it's over. It becomes a lifestyle, part of us.
Okay, these expectations throughout this period will have to last the 40 days, and Christians are expected to be conscientious, to actually be intentional about what they're doing the entire 40 days. Abstinence, fasting, prayer, almsgiving, and all. Now, I don't know if there are other dedicated days, special days, within the 40 days. For instance, there is the Ash Wednesday.
Yes.
Are there other dedicated days within
Of course, we have what we call the Triduum. It becomes then, we have the Holy Week. Towards the end of the 40 days, you have the Holy Week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then we have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we call the Triduum. The three most holy days in the Holy Week. On Holy Thursday, we talk about the mandatum. Jesus washes the feet of the disciples. He instituted the Eucharist and instituted the priesthood.
And what's the significance? The
significance becomes then that we should learn about service. All of us, we are called to service, to serve one another. If Christ could come down to stoop to wash the feet of his disciples, he teaches us that we must also serve people. We must be available to offer the same service to people who are around us, no matter who we are. Whether you are a priest, whether you are a politician or doctor or anything, you should be able to have that opportunity to serve the people. It's about service, and leadership is about service. You also have to, put it within the context of leadership. You talk about leadership in terms of service. I call it the Christology of leadership, because Jesus showed us how to be a leader by washing the feet of the disciples, being humane. And then you talk about the institution of the Eucharist. The Eucharist is the summit, the essence of Christian faith. So that day we commemorate the institution of the Holy Eucharist. The Holy Eucharist becomes the body and blood of Christ we receive as Catholics. So we remind ourselves that what we are receiving is not just a wafer, not just a host. We're receiving the body and blood of Christ, because within the context of consecration, the priest prays over bread and wine, and they turn to the body and blood of Christ. Sacramentally, they become, they go beyond what we see. So we talk about the institution of the Eucharist, we talk about the institution of the priesthood. These are what we experience on Holy Thursday, and also gives us the opportunity to also have vigil, to wait for the coming of the Lord, because that day symbolized the day that Jesus was arrested. He was tried in the evening, and then his persecution begins the following day, and all of that. So we talk about the Good Friday, the actual day that Jesus died. And I always tell people,
what's good about it?
Yeah, I also tell people that people would have said it should be a bad Friday. It should be a mourning Friday. But then we see that in that particular death, we see resurrection. Every Christian should see the Good Friday as, we should hope for it, because in it we see resurrection. Without the Good Friday, there is no Sunday, there is no Easter Sunday. So Good Friday is very important because we see that God's Son suffered for the sake of humanity. He died. And one of the questions I always ask on Good Friday would be, can God die? Can God actually die? But his death, is a sign that as human beings, we must be ready to face the circumstances and situations that come around us, especially temptations. Like next Sunday, we're going to read about the temptations of Jesus. So on Good Friday, we begin to insert ourselves in the life of Christ, who died for the sake of humanity. And we ask ourselves, how do I die for others? You may not physically kill yourself for other people, but the services you offer to people. And I tell people, there are so many people who offer good services and they do not know that they are participating in the work of Christ. So there are so many people who are also falling in line with what we are talking about. So Good Friday gives us an opportunity to see within our own environment what it means for Christ to die for the sake of humanity. And that's the climax, that Jesus died for the sake of humanity, to also lead us to God. And then we talk about Holy Saturday. We expect Jesus lies in the tomb, and we are expecting his resurrection on Easter Sunday. And then we come to Easter Sunday, when Jesus will actually rise from the dead. And I will always tell people, without the Good Friday, there is no Easter Sunday. So in our lives, we must expect such situations in our lives, that sufferings are part of human existence. So we must understand that when sufferings come, like Jesus had his own temptations. When we have our temptations, it's not just, you're not going to say, oh, let me die in this temptation. No, you have been given the opportunity to also overcome these temptations by the power of Jesus, who has given us victory. And St. Paul will say in Philippians chapter 3 verse 10, that I may know Christ and the power of his resurrection. So the power of his resurrection gives us the opportunity to also conquer sin.
Now, what's the takeaway for Christian this period? I've heard someone say, someone that offends him tells someone that offends him, if not
for Lent.
Yes, if not for Lent, I would have dealt with you. Yeah. So, is there a takeaway for such Christians that beyond Lent, you can still be the Christian you were during the Lenten period?
Yeah. Like I said at the beginning, the Lenten period is not a temporal time to do good. In fact, it should be an opportunity to, remind us of what we are supposed to be, in case we have forgotten. So it's not just to say, okay, I will start doing good, like some people do in New Year resolutions. You procrastinate. Oh, by this, I'm going to stop this, stop that. After Lent, you see people on Easter Sunday, some those who have, abstained from drinks. On Easter Sunday, you see them drinking to stupor. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about keeping off those bad attitudes, never to pick them up again. That's why I said, pick up a virtue, drop a vice. I will always, advocate that we take them one after the other. You don't just come and say, this Lenten period, I will not do this, I will not do that. You have a litany of don'ts within the Lenten period. It doesn't work like that. Measure, target on a particular virtue. Work on it. Work on yourself. You may say, I lie a lot. Let me work on myself. And within these 40 days, if you are consistent, it will become part of you. You will not be able to drop it and then go back to it, go back to the sin again. So it's an opportunity for all of us Christians, not just Catholics, to re-examine ourselves. It's a period of introspection, to ask ourselves, how far have I gone in the exercise of my Christian faith? What am I doing with my life as a Christian? Am I following the line? Am I doing what is expected of me? These are the things we should look at as Christians, and also know that our target is Jesus Christ. All these observances are because we are Christians and we want to be like Christ. So we should not remove our eyes from the goal. The goal is to become like Jesus Christ as Christians. So we should not do things because we want to, attract publicity. We should do it because we believe in Jesus Christ and we believe that he will also take care of us.
Now, Jesus Christ, though God was man, the church made us to understand.
Yeah.
He lived, had flesh, had blood like we currently have, and I'm sure people of those days had blood and flesh. But he was exceptional. Then he accepted to give up his life. I don't know if there is a significance, because that is actually, he came, his birth was celebrated. We still celebrate his birth. He lived, he was doing good, performing miracles. People were good with the miracles he was performing. But I'm not sure those people were all around at the time that his persecution started. What can we learn from Jesus Christ, who was a man, even though he is God?
The only thing we can learn is what St. Paul said in Philippians chapter 2 from verse 6 to 10. St. Paul said, even though he was in the form of God, he took the nature of man in all things except in sin. And that's why God gave him glory. God glorified him and gave him a name above every other name, that at the mention of the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow. So there is always that suffering that will lead you to glory. People should not concentrate on the glory. We look at the story. Jesus had a story. And when we talk about the two natures of Jesus, the nature of man and the nature of God, he was fully man and fully God. So within the time he spent on earth, it was humility and self-sacrifice that led him to the cross. I want to make a reference to John chapter 3 verse 16 that people quote often, that God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten son, And when we quote that, some people don't understand that if you don't have a deeper conversation around it, you will think that God was an exacting God. He put Jesus, go and die for these people. Jesus accepted to die for humanity. He was not coerced into it. He accepted for the love of humanity, for the love of God. He said, okay, I am going to stand in for these people. I'm going to die for them. And he accepted. So in his incarnation, in his birth as man, he through his divinity, he divinized human nature and humanized divinity. It's a theological term. But then it says that Jesus as God came in contact with humanity, sanctified the parts of this humanity, gave man an example to follow in order to reach God. So it was not just a figure that came and died and went away. He sanctified humanity and showed us a good example how we should follow God. And that's what we should look at. The example he left for us. That as God, he was humble. As man, he was humble. Even though he was in the same equality with God, St. Paul would say. And yet, he was humble even unto death. So humility, very important, which must learn from Jesus. Humility, whoever you are, learn how to be, I will say die for other people, but I mean here, you don't just kill yourself, but how to, bring people who are around you to experience God. Through his Paschal mystery, through his passion and ministry on earth, he led humanity to God. Man lost it when man fell in Genesis chapter 3. But with Jesus, he showed us the way to God. And he galvanized humanity and led all of us. On the cross, he spread his arms and he said, it is finished. He brought humanity together and offered us to God. And this is what we should be appreciative of. But Jesus showed us humility. He showed us the example, and then he led us to God. And that's the climax of what we are celebrating.
And our leaders. Jesus was a leader while he was here. He had men following him. He was their teacher. He was their leader. He was their principal. He was their master. We still have leaders today. Are there things they should look to when we talk about leadership, given the situation we have found ourselves in.
Yeah,
we have Christian leaders. We have leaders who are Christians.
Yes, many people profess Christianity, but when you give them power, you will see that they are not Christians. And so that's why it's very important that as a Christian in government, in politics, you shouldn't differentiate between politics and your Christian life. You should understand that they must be one. So a Christian should be a Christian at all times and in all circumstances. You cannot say, let us lay aside Christianity and get into politics. Your Christianity should not leave you while you are going into politics. Your Christianity should follow you. It is in politics that you now, unmask or, put out all those dimensions that you have learnt as a Christian. And you help to push Christ into politics. The reason why we're having problems with politicians and leaders today is because they do not understand what we're talking about when we say you are a Christian and you are in politics and you are a leader. The manner of Christ. At a point, when he was teaching and he saw that the people were so hungry and it was so obvious, he saw them and he was saying that they look like sheep without a shepherd. As a leader, you must check the pulse of your people, the people you are leading. And I always say it everywhere, that if you're not a good follower, you can never be a good leader. So Jesus followed the Jewish tradition, and he made sure that he followed, and then he was able to teach them the proper way. So every leader you have a responsibility, and the responsibility as a Christian who is in government, as a Christian who is in leadership position, is to look up to Jesus and lead people to Jesus. I'm not saying you should come and be preaching, but with your life you can preach. Evangelism Nunciandi of Paul the VI, always say in 41, he says that the modern man listens more to witnesses than to preachers. We want leaders who do what they say. Not just leaders in politics, but also religious leaders. We cannot afford to have people who will preach and say things and they do the opposite. So it's also a lesson to all of us. Leadership positions in every strata. We must learn the attitude of Jesus. He combined these things and he was able to lead us to God.
And the followers, like you mentioned, Jesus was a good follower from the biblical account. Yes. He also paid tax.
He paid tax.
Yes.
So as leaders, we have our responsibilities, and as followers, we also have our responsibilities. When a leader and the follower understand their different functions and know that they, have the same goal, that's when we have a sane society. The society is insane today because we have diverse opinions, diverse ideologies about leadership without understanding that we are all, working towards the same goal.
Now, human beings like some sort of motivation and to a large extent reward system. Is there any kind of benefit for anyone who absolutely observes the Lenten season?
Yeah, the only reward you can have is that you will celebrate this Lenten period well, and then you will be closer to Jesus, because the whole essence is to insert yourself in the life of Jesus. Lenten period is a commemoration of the Paschal mystery of Christ. And as Christians, the reward system here is that having spent your Lenten period well, you will also enjoy the benefits when Christ rises from the dead. And his resurrection is our own triumph, is our own glory. If some people will say, if Jesus did not rise from the dead, our hope, our faith would have been in vain. But he rose from the dead. He conquered death. So if I want to actually bring our people to understand that within this period of Lenten period, we should learn the essence of suffering. The Catholic Church is the only church that will teach about suffering. That suffering is part of human existence. That we don't run away from suffering.
What you're saying is actually scary.
Yeah, you can't run away from suffering, because people say you believe in Jesus, therefore everything is okay for you. No, we need to understand it. Even Jesus has gone suffered. They spat on him. They did all kinds of things. They cajoled him. But he knew that through these things he will triumph. So every Christian should see whatever he is passing through as a stepping stone to glory, to salvation. So the reality of suffering is very clear. You cannot say everything is okay. We are living in the world. We have not exited the world. So we must anticipate these sufferings. Even Jesus, the Bible recorded, he was led into the desert to be tempted by the devil. And he had the power to, restrict himself or to remove himself from any temptation. But he was there because he knew why he came as man, to lead people to God. So as Christians, we must always anticipate that. We must also pray, because his grace is always there for us. Jesus was there, he conquered. Temptation came to him. You can imagine God suffering temptation. So what about human beings? So temptations abound. And how do you address temptations? Temptations themselves are not evil. What becomes evil is when you succumb to the temptation. For instance, those tempting strategies that the devil came with in the temptation of Jesus, they were so tempting. You can imagine somebody who was fasting for 40 days and 40 nights was actually hungry. Can you make these stones to turn to bread?
And he could actually...
He could have said, okay, turn to bread. Let me show this devil something. But he on each occasion, I want us to be very observant. On each occasion, Jesus would counter the temptation with the word of God. Man does not live by bread alone. And that is it. So each time you find yourself in temptation, especially this period, remember and remind yourself that Jesus also was tempted. He did not succumb. You don't say, this temptation is so great for me, I don't know what to do. But you have the grace. Every Christian, you have the grace. You need to be conscious. That's one of the things we should do in Lent. We need to be conscious of ourselves, conscious of what we do, conscious of the activities we undertake. You have said, okay, I don't want to take too much drink this Lenten period. Why will you go to the places where you drink so much? So you need to also be guided. You need to also, be conscious of what you do and what you say. Satan said, can you throw yourself from this high building? It is written that the angels, that God will send his angels to take care of you, quoting Psalm 91. And
so the devil too quotes the Bible.
Quotes the Bible. So we should be, the life of a Christian is a life that should be guided by the grace of God. God has given us that grace. We just need to respond to the grace. We just need to reciprocate the blessings and favors that God has given to us. We must not leave ourselves like that. The human nature, man, I always say that man is born broken. Man is born broken. So you need the grace of God. You know what happened to Adam and Eve? God gave them the opportunity to be immortal. We must not leave that one aside. Man was created to be immortal, not to die. But because they disobeyed God, Genesis chapter 3 tells us that God gave man punishment. And one of the punishments was that you shall begin to die. You shall go back to dust. That's the dust we are celebrating today. Go back to dust. And from this dust you will come from. Thanks to Jesus Christ who died. Because man would not have appeased God. It took God to appease God. It took Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity, to appease God. And that was why he opened the door of heaven for us to enter. Otherwise, the heavens, the doors of heavens were shut against humanity the day Adam and Eve sinned against God. So he took Jesus Christ who came and died and then opened that door for us to go in. So every Christian, I say it again and again, must look up to Jesus as an example. He died for humanity. He suffered for humanity. Humanity should be thankful to Jesus for accepting to come to save humanity. Okay, so
now you mentioned abstinence, and in passing talked about abstinence on meat, for instance. During this Lenten period, are there days that Catholics are expected to abstain from meat?
Ash Wednesday and Good Friday.
Ash Wednesday and Good Friday. The rest of the days they can.
Yeah, like for instance, in our rectory, for instance, during this period, every Friday we don't take meat.
Okay.
Not that
but it's not
meat,
obligatory.
Yeah, not on the Christians.
Okay.
Yeah, not that eating meat is evil, but these are also opportunities for us to identify with Jesus in his suffering. Remember that Lenten period is a participation in the passion of Jesus Christ. We are participating in his. He has started his period of fasting in the desert, so we are joining him. We are bringing, that's why I said it is a commemoration. We are bringing in what happened 2,000 years ago to the present to join Jesus in this suffering. Bearing in mind that we shall rise with him. Having suffered with him, we shall also rise with him.
And that's what happens to Easter. Is that the link?
Yeah, that's the link.
And what we are doing presently will
preparing us to celebrate Easter. And this Lenten period is an opportunity for participating in the sufferings of Jesus so that we can also participate in his glory.
All right, Padre, before I let you go, I'd like to understand what actually happened, because in the Garden of Eden, sorry, not Garden of Eden, in Gethsemane.
Okay.
Okay. Is it parts of the Lenten activity? What happened? Are you going to make that a part of the Gethsemane experience?
Yeah, you know, like I said, beginning the Lenten period becomes an opportunity to participate in the sufferings of Christ. At Gethsemane, Jesus suffered, he was betrayed, he was caught. These are also the dimensions of these sufferings of Christ, which every Christian should also participate in. We should be ready to be betrayed as Christians. Christ was betrayed. In the various circumstances of our lives, we find these betrayals up and down, here and there. So as Christians, what are you going to do to come out of those temptations? So in the Gethsemane period, of course, we have the Gethsemane hour also, that Jesus also died for the sake of humanity. His death gave us an assurance of heaven. His death gave us an opportunity to recognize that there is resurrection in view. Okay, so inserting ourselves in his sufferings in the Gethsemane period where he suffered and he had to bleed, he was spat upon, cajoled him, yet he continued. He did not throw in the towel. He continued because there was a target. That target was the salvation of man, and which he joyfully wrought for our salvation.
All right, thank you very much for being with us. Reverend Father Ambrose Okuchukwu of Fodele, priest and director, Radio Maria Nigeria, ENUGU. And he is the chaplain, I think, of the Holy Rosary College, HRC, right here in ENUGU. And our focus was on Lenten period in Christendom and significances. Lent in the Christian Church, a period of penitential preparation just before Easter. And what started today will culminate in Easter and will last for 40 days. Yeah, 40 thank days. You for being with us. And thank you, dear viewer. On that note, we conclude the morning show this morning. Shortly, we shall be connecting with our Abuja studios. My name is Ngozika Mba. Let's do this again tomorrow.
Thank you.
that very day, we don't know whom and whom they took. Except the following morning that I heard that my daughter is among the victims.
Ba mu ji daɗi ba. Mun ji kamar duniya ma ya ishe mu a ranar domin rashin wannan yarinya. Na yi ta kuka, na faɗi na tuma. An ɗauke ni an kai ni asibiti, ban san ina nake ba. Sabar bakin ciki. A cikin yaran 110 aka ce yarinya da ɗaya ba ta dawo ba.
February 19, 2018, a day that forever changed the life of one family and the heart of a nation. Leah Sharibu, a 14-year-old schoolgirl, was abducted from her school in Dapchi by Boko Haram terrorist group. While her classmates were freed, Leah was left behind because she refused to renounce her faith. Her courage has inspired people across the globe. Leah stands as a symbol of unshakable faith, strength, and resilience. However, 7 years is far too long for a young girl to be separated from her family, her dreams, and her future. It's time to bring Leah home. No child should be left behind. No one should be forgotten. Today, we call on you to join the movement. Raise your voice. Advocate for Leah Sharibu's release. Let us not rest until she is free. This message is brought to you by Women Radio 91.7. Together, we stand for Leah.
In the intersection of work and personal life, the work-life balance is the equilibrium between the two. There are many aspects of one's personal life that can intersect with work, including family, leisure, and health. Work-life balance is a concept that has become increasingly important in today's society. It refers to the balance between an individual's work and personal life. A good work-life balance is essential for both men and women to maintain their physical and mental health, as well as their overall well-being. The impact of work-life balance on men and women can be seen in a variety of ways. For example, a study by the Families and Work Institute found that women are more likely than men to report feeling stressed and overwhelmed by their work and family responsibilities. This is likely due to the fact that women are still more likely to be the primary caregivers for children and other family members. However, men are also affected by work-life balance issues. A study by the American Psychological Association found that men are more likely than women to report feeling pressure to work long hours and to sacrifice their personal time for their jobs. This can lead to stress, burnout, and even health problems. Traditionally, men and women have occupied different social roles in terms of the amount of time spent on work and family duties. Stereotypically, men work full-time outside their homes, while women take care of domestic and family duties. Gender-based role divisions are actually part of the collective culture. Females are associated with caring, listening, and kindness skills, while males are associated with authority, aggression, domination, and autonomy. Consequently, although these clearly differentiated roles may be now outdated, the likelihood that family responsibilities still pertain to the charge of women remains high. Studies have found women take activities than men, but that the hours spent on work activities were the same for men and women. The benefits of maintaining a healthy work-life balance include reduced stress levels, improved mental and physical health, increased job satisfaction, improved relationships with family and friends, increased productivity, greater sense of well-being. There are a number of things that individuals can do to achieve a good work-life balance, such as setting boundaries between work and personal life, prioritizing tasks and responsibilities, delegating tasks when possible, taking breaks and vacations, steps to achieve a good work-life balance, individuals can improve their physical and mental health, as well as their overall well-being.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, let me welcome you again to our Abuja studio this Wednesday morning. And I just want to remind you that last week, Wednesday, the Nasarawa State University held its 50th inaugural lecture. And that will be the 10th inaugural lecture under the present Vice Chancellor of the university. Now, that inaugural lecture was titled, permit me to read, Unlocking Wealth and Leveraging Entrepreneurial Knowledge Ecosystem, Understanding Capital Harnessing Essentials. Quite a mouthful. If you're not within that intellectual community, you might find it a little difficult to break it, but we're going to break that down this Wednesday morning. And the professor who delivered that inaugural lecture, the first Nigerian professor of the capital market, Professor Uche Owaleke, is my guest this morning. Professor Owaleke, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. My pleasure to be here.
Great. Professor Owaleke, you know that the intellectual community has a way of being a bit esoteric. So it requires some measure of understanding to follow your line of argument, to follow your presentation, to follow the details of what the eggheads want to put across to us. But this morning, we decided to synthesize issues from that lecture as Nigeria's capital market, kind of the hidden treasure, the hidden wealth in Nigeria's capital market. Will I be right to say that indeed there's hidden wealth in Nigeria's capital market?
Yeah, absolutely. You would be right to say that. But generally speaking, at the macro level, Nigeria has a lot of hidden wealth, not just in the capital market. The capital market represents an enabler, okay, a major source of funding that is required to unlock that wealth. Because for you to unlock wealth, you need resources, you need sustainable resources, and that sustainable resource, medium to long-term funds, are sourced from the capital market. So essentially, if you noticed, the title of that inaugural lecture is actually the acronym of my name. So when you hear unlocking wealth and leveraging entrepreneurial knowledge ecosystem, I just used my surname Owaleke to coin it. Okay, if you pick the first letters, it's Owaleke. And then the other one, understanding capital harnessing essentials, again, is Uche, if you pick the first letter. So essentially, I spoke on Owaleke Uche and how that connects to the capital market, because I said, I argued there that for you to unlock wealth, you need knowledge, you need know-how, you need competencies, you need skills, and you need a supportive environment. So I called, I decided to refer to all of that as entrepreneurial knowledge ecosystem. Ecosystem now referring to that entire supportive environment, all the actors that come into play, to be able to do that. Now I started by making, if you like, revealing the philosophy behind that title. Why did I choose to write on that Owaleke Uche and the capital market? Because essentially that's what it is.
Yeah.
So and I started by saying my name is Owaleke. The full thing is Owaleke. Okay. I'm sure your audience will understand.
Yeah, it will necessary. Yes. Yeah, let us break it down.
Yes, my father told me that Owaleke means God has finished, creation, and let the world make well. Owaleke, okay, the world should make well. Okay, and so what that means is that God has deposited in us. God has left us with huge resources, and that is why even in the Bible, the Holy Book, we are told that after God finished creation, He gave man dominion over all the earth. So, see what I have created. Okay, make good use of it. I guess that's what that refers to.
Taking dominion means.
Yes. Make good use, don't destroy, make good use of. So we have these resources all over. So how do we now make good use of it? Then that now brings us to the issue of you need a discerning mind. Okay, to be able, you need knowledge, a discerning mind to be able to unlock wealth. And what is that discerning mind? In Igbo language, mind is Uche.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, you can see the connection. So Uche is mind. So that's why some people say Akona Uche. Akona Uche, Uche means you have to have that the ability to discern and the ability to also
make wise decisions.
Exactly. So that precisely that's what it is. So but to drill it down further, okay. I started by saying that if you look at our country, Nigeria today, we are often described as rich, okay, and yet poor. So you have rich poor. You have a case where
a contradiction.
A contradiction. In English, people call it, in the figure of speech, oxymoron. You have two contradictory words, rich and poor. Why are we rich? If you look at the enormous resources, human resources, natural resources, mineral resources, they are all over the place. Okay, land area. Okay, unfortunately, regrettably, we have not been able to put all that to good use. We've not been able to harness them, for the benefit of Nigerians, such that today you still hear that Nigeria is among the poorest countries in the world. You hear over 133 million Nigerians are multidimensionally poor. Okay, a lot of people don't have access to, water, electricity, good roads, and so on. So it shouldn't be the case with all that God has blessed us with. Look at weather, good weather. Okay, so there's no reason why we shouldn't have stable electricity. That's also my argument, because if you look at it, we have sun, so we can utilize solar. We have water, hydro. Okay, look at in ENUGU, for example. Look at the coal.
Of course, we have gas, we have coal.
We have gas, we have coal. Okay, a friend of mine. Again, a story I told, during that occasion. A friend of mine told me that they wanted to set up an industrial park in ENUGU, and they brought some Chinese investors, to do that. That was long before this present administration,
yes.
To do that. And part of what they did, the feasibility study, of course, when you're doing an industrial park, you have to be concerned about power. How do you generate power? So they went to the coal, deposits, the coal area. And after surveying that area, they said what they saw, that if that place is properly harnessed, that the coal deposits in ENUGU can generate electricity for entire Enugu State, Anambra State, parts of Benue, parts of Kogi, okay, such that all of that area will depend less on national grid. So you take them off from national grid. So you can see the kind of resources that we have.
God has deposited here.
We have. So that is the whole idea, that we have all these things, we need to harness them, and it's not rocket science. Okay, what we need to do is to, as I said, continuously, intentionally develop the skills, the knowledge, okay, and provide that enabling environment, okay, get the required funds to be able to do that. That is now where the capital market comes in. The capital market is there to provide you with long-term funds that you can now use to make all these things possible.
Prof, I was waiting for you to come to this point of the capital market.
Yes.
Because I've read through this lecture again and again, and the more I read, the more stupid I look. Because I ask myself, yes, was all this available? Yes. And yet we are not able to take decisions. And let me start from what the condition, what makes a company fit and prepared to get into the capital market.
Okay.
How do I qualify, for instance? Because Prof, from your side, you can talk about raise the capital, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And one of my colleagues said that Nigeria is joking when it comes to the stock market, that the number of companies in Nigeria make a ridicule of the concept of capital market. So why is it that Nigerian companies don't get into the capital market? What should qualify them?
Okay, very, very good question. Well, when we say the capital market, actually, we are referring to any arrangement that facilitates the mobilization of long-term funds. So you have, if you like, you have two extremes. One is what we call the surplus units, those that have money, down the one end. Okay, at the other end of the spectrum, you have those that need the money. So the capital market is simply any mobilizes these funds from those that have to those that need the money. Okay, when we say money, we mean it long term.
Yes.
Long term. Okay, of course we know we have the money market where short term funds are mobilized. So that is what the capital market is all about. Now what you're saying is you're referring to the exchange. The exchange is simply a platform that makes that possible. So you have, in between you have the exchange. For example, you have the Nigerian exchange, which we called the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Okay, now it's called the Nigerian Exchange. Okay, so that's one platform. You have other platforms too, but the main one in Nigeria today is the Nigerian Exchange. Okay, so now the Nigerian Exchange is, as I said, a platform that enables companies to come and raise funds. It's not only companies though, the government too, to come and raise funds. Okay, remember that the government of Nigeria, every year you hear budget deficit, meaning the expected revenue is less than expected expenditure. So what usually happens is that the government goes to borrow, and sometimes it is the capital market they go to borrow.
I'll come to that.
Yeah, so government borrows, companies borrow. Now you asked a good question. Why is it that we have so many companies in Nigeria, and not many of them,
at least they come to that exchange
to borrow? So as we speak, you have 151 companies, listed there. Whereas in a country like South Africa, you have 274. And Nigeria is supposed to be bigger in size. Even in terms of economy, even by the time the rebased GDP figure is out, you'll also see that Nigeria's economy is, bigger. So we'll have fewer number of companies there than, say, in South Africa. Okay, so why is that so? That's a good question. And that's also one of the reasons, if you checked in my lecture, I talked about the IPO approach in capital raising. The idea is incentive. I said government can give incentives that will encourage companies to see the need to come and list. Okay, because the more companies we have, in the exchange, the more companies are listed, the more companies are able to raise funds. Because when you have companies listed, they issue shares, they get more money. What do they do with the money? They expand. When they expand, they employ more people, more jobs, create more job opportunities. So the economy is better for it. Okay, so that's why we need more companies to come, because companies expand on long-term funds, not on, because when you go and borrow from a bank, you can't. There's a limit to what you can do with the money. But when you have a fund that gives you maybe 10 years before you can pay back, okay, that allows you to really invest and expand. So we need companies in the market. So I talked about incentives, and it's also used in other countries. What type of incentives? Fiscal incentives, tax incentives. The government, for example, can say, if you list on the exchange, for the first 1 year, you don't pay tax. So that will encourage many more companies to list. Okay, right now, if you list, no incentive from the government, you still pay tax, you still do everything. And of course, there is a cost to listing. That's why many companies also run away. Because when you list, you have to, every year you have to pay some money. It also costs you to bring your company to, to list. Yeah, so you have cost implications. And then when you also list, your affairs, your accounts, everything becomes open. Some people too may not like that. Okay, that's, you see some companies, they want this privacy, confidentiality about their books. They don't want their books open. But as soon as you list, one of the requirements is that you must submit your financials, audited financials, that must be made open. You have to even put on your website. Okay, that is why today, if a company like Glow, Glow, you don't find Glow is not listed. Okay, part of the advantages, if you like, of not listing is that Glow, you can't. If you're looking for the books of Glow now, you may not see. But that of MTN, they must publish it because MTN is listed. So MTN's books, affairs are open to the public.
Yeah, let me put you a little bit under pressure. Yes. Isn't there a profit? Isn't there an advantage? Yes. The companies benefit
from listing.
From listing.
Yes, the major advantage is ability to raise more money. Good. Ability to raise funds. So if you list now and you need more money, all you need to do is to issue shares.
Yeah, because Prof, I see a number of Nigerian companies struggling to use family funds, friends funds, really struggling. Whereas there's a platform to raise the money.
Exactly, you're very correct. The major advantage of listing is you have more opportunities to raise money. Okay, long-term funds. So it is there, and companies know that. But there are companies that will tell you that whatever amount of money they need, they have other sources. They can use rather than coming to raise money from the public, asking the public to bring that money. Okay, companies like Olam, for example, these big companies in the agri sector, they tend to think that if they need money, they have their
other companies that can bring
support
in
them. So they don't. Except you use incentives, those companies may not want to list. All right, and yes, we have said companies stand to get more money, but there is also the downside which some other companies are considering, because when you list and you issue shares, people now buy those shares. Those people that buy those shares become part of
their co-owners.
Exactly. So there are people that that may not want to dilute control. They still want to be the owners of the company, because the moment you list and issue your shares, you have many more owners coming, and before you can take any decision, you must
that's go through a regular process.
The shareholders must approve and so on. So they may not want that. So it has advantages and some demerits, but I think overall the advantages are more than the disadvantages, which is also why I'm saying the government too has to come to enable that.
Yeah, you just mentioned incentives as one of the things to use.
Yes.
Which other instruments can
incentive. That incentive is very key. In Jamaica, not too long ago, they did something similar. They granted a tax waiver for companies that get listed on the Jamaican stock exchange. When they did that, the number of companies was 35, but after they did that, it jumped to 100. A lot more companies started coming because they wanted to enjoy the waiver. So,
tax holiday.
A tax holiday. So that kind of thing can happen here. If you look at the tax reform bills that are still in the National Assembly, one of the recommendations there is a reduction in companies' income tax. Okay, there's a recommendation to increase VAT. There's also a recommendation to reduce companies' income tax. That of increase in VAT, I don't support. I went to the National Assembly to make a presentation, on behalf of my association, saying we don't support the increase in VAT. But we are in support of the reduction in companies' income tax from 30% currently for large companies to 25% by 2030. So the government can use that window, can say, okay, let that reduction be for companies that
are listed on the exchange.
Yes, listed on the exchange. So if you are listed, instead of paying 30, you pay 25 for. So that is an incentive for companies to also come to list. And the interesting thing, if you check the records of companies' income tax collected by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, you'll find that the majority, over 60% of the collections come from listed companies, come from the likes of MTN, Dangote Cement, okay, Airtel. These are the companies that pay huge taxes because, as I said, their books are open, they're listed. It's difficult for them to evade tax. All right. So when a company gets listed, there is this improvement in governance, okay, improvement in transparency, okay. They are all linked. So that way, a company becomes difficult for a company to evade tax. So why don't you now grant that incentive
to bring more companies,
so that you now have increase in revenue because you've expanded the base, as opposed to the current situation where you have companies that still find one way or the other to, evade.
Prof, I want to draw attention to some big sector. I do not know how many of the oil companies are listed on the exchange. Yes. I do not know.
Yes.
And I also do not know how many of the banks are listed on the exchange.
Yes.
Let me tell you one worry I have as a person. In the course of reading through this lecture and the GDP growth and all that, you mentioned that the services sector accounts for about 56% of the GDP growth.
Yes.
Whereas agriculture and the manufacturing sector are down the ladder.
Oh, yes.
Let me also give you a piece of information, if you don't mind. Nigerian banks are increasing in number.
Yes.
And the level of profit they're declaring goes higher.
Yes.
But companies are either exiting the Nigerian economy or they're closing shop. And my colleague says to me that in better organized economies, the health of the economy, the health of the banks really, is determined by the health of the manufacturing sector, the service sector, and all that.
Absolutely.
How come Nigerian banks are declaring huge profit and companies are closing shop or exiting? Is that a contradiction?
Well, it's a contradiction.
So what can account for that?
Yeah, first is to the observation you made earlier about oil companies.
Yes,
not being listed. You're very correct. We have a few of them that are there. The likes of maybe Seplat, the likes of MRS, Oando, Total, recently Aradel. But many of them that are listed are in the downstream, sector.
Shell is
the
not
big
there.
Ones,
Chevron is not there.
The big players.
Oil is not there.
Yes, the big player like Shell, is not there. It's not listed. Okay, that's also why in my lecture, I talked about IPO approach. The PDI is privatization. So, and I said that the government can also lead the charge by getting our national oil company, NNPC Limited, to list on the exchange. The same way we have in Saudi Arabia, we have Saudi Aramco. The same way we have in Norway, we have the Equinor. Equinor is listed, government interest is just 7%, the rest belong to the public. In Brazil, you have the Petrobras. Yes. Okay, in Italy, you have the Eni of Italy. So we can take a fraction of the NMPC Limited to the exchange, okay? That way, you achieve a number of things. First, you, of course, as soon as you do that and you issue, say, 5% shares of NMPC Limited, you are raising money. That's one. Number two, you're also allowing Nigerians to be part of the fortunes of, NMPC. Number three, you're also making NMPC less opaque. Because as I said, I told you, once you list, you become transparent, your books are open. So this allegation of opacity will reduce. NMPC governance will also improve because the company is listed. So a number of benefits will come with it, okay, with listing. So I think government should speedily move to listing NMPC Limited on the exchange and privatizing the refineries as well, through the market. And when you do that, of course, you bring in the private sector that will run it. Now that at least we have Dangote, if you now privatize refineries, you find a situation where the competition can be healthy, such that prices of these things can actually come down. All right? Okay. Now you mentioned the case of banks. Yes, it's really something that is sad in the sense that the financial services sector in Nigeria is completely disconnected from the real sector. There is a disconnect. So you find, if you take the GDP, the last one, yes, latest one published by National Bureau of Statistics, the one for fourth quarter of 2024, of course, you also find the whole year. GDP grew by 3.8% fourth quarter. For the entire year, it grew by 3.4%. Now, if you disaggregate that, you find that whereas the services sector was growing by nearly 4% growth, the agric and manufacturing sector less than 2%. Okay, as a matter of fact, the agric sector has not done well in a long period of time, and that's why you find food inflation high. Because when you are not producing, part of why inflation rate is high today in Nigeria is because of food. Because if you look at the numbers, food is where the pressure is. Okay, so agric hasn't done well, again, partly because of insecurity. Okay, so you have food prices. So when you have the real sectors, still in the woods, but the services sector growing, particularly this financial services sector. Last GDP report, the banking sector they grew by 27%. 27. Okay, so the growth rate has been double digit and very strong. And you mentioned it, many of them declaring profits, and yet the real sector. So that tells you that there's a disconnect. Banks are not really lending money to the real sector. Banks are using their money to do other things, including playing in the forex market, making gains and declaring mouth-watering profits, while the real sector suffers. And that's why I've always made this case that because to some extent you don't blame them. Banks are we call them commercial. Thank you. They're commercial banks. So businesses, they want to maximize profit. All right. Okay. That's why government has to give more attention to the issue of development finance institutions. So government needs to strengthen our development finance institutions, not only by way of recapitalization, but also by way of restructuring them. The Bank of Agriculture should be restructured and recapitalized to be in a position to play its role, to lend. This is difficult for agri firms to get loans from banks because banks say it's risky. It's a high risk area investment. Even with the establishment of NISAL, that is meant to de-risk, they still have this difficulty. Okay, so that's why the Bank of Agriculture, should be there. As I'm talking as we speak, the capital base of Bank of Agriculture is just 50 billion. Okay, even the NISAL that is meant to de-risk, the capital base is just 2.5 billion, and that 2.5 billion, if you check the financials of NISAL, losses over the years have eroded the capital. So we need to strengthen Bank of Agriculture. We need to strengthen Bank of Industry. We need to strengthen Development Bank. All our Nexim. Okay, Nexim's capital base is also capped 50 billion. You compare Nexim, which is our major export credit agency. You compare Nexim with the export credit agencies in India, Malaysia. It is.
You don't talk about China.
Yes.
You don't talk about
China. Okay. So Nexim is can't compete with these banks, and that's why I was happy in this year's budget. Okay. The president was talking about recapitalizing these institutions, and that is the way to go, really. You need to put them in a position to be able to lend to the real sectors so that the sectors can also begin to grow. Because if you leave it to the banks are not going to do that side. They're profit-oriented, okay, and they will always want to maximize profits. Yes, the banks are there. The banks are listed. Many of them are listed on the exchange. And if you also notice, anytime you hear the stock market is moving up, okay, check. Banking sector is one of the drivers. The oil sector is one of the drivers. And sometime last year, when the stock market fell, it was more because banking stocks, went down. Today, the central bank is pursuing recapitalization of banks, and a lot of them are coming to the market to raise this, additional funds. Yes, and interestingly, we hear Access Bank and Zenith Bank, they've been able to raise the 500 billion naira minimum requirement, from the market, from the capital market. So the capital market, remains a veritable source of, funds, not only for companies, banks, but also for the government.
I'll come to the government side shortly. I asked a question on what we ought to do to bring in more of the companies into the capital market.
Yes.
Prof, one of the fears some of us have from outside is that when we invest our money,
yes,
we don't know how the money ends. I don't want to tell one or two stories of my colleagues on air. Yes. That will not be fair.
Yes.
Remember, the topic we synthesized today is
the
hidden wealth in the stock
in the capital market. Yes.
In the capital market.
Yes.
And some Nigerians say, look, I have put in ₦1 million.
Yes.
For the worker, it's quite a lot of money.
Yes.
And I'm not seeing anything.
Yes.
How do I get protected?
Okay.
As you answer me that question, you mentioned incentive to assist get more companies in. I also want to look at regulation, law.
Yes.
It's not possible also by law that if you are entering this country in this sector, you must be listed on this exchange. I just want to consider those two.
Okay, yes. Let me start with the second question.
Okay.
It's easy to say if you want to invest in Nigeria, or if you're setting up a company, you must list on the exchange. It's easy to put that kind of law, but of course, if you do that, you will run the risk of discouraging investments in Nigeria. Remember, you have competitors all over. They can go to other countries, other economies. So it will be nice for us to compel or coerce companies to the market. As I said, the whole idea is to free up the environment. You want to create an enabling business environment. And part of that enabling business is not to force companies to list. Because when you force them to list, by law, as I said, you also encourage them to run to some other countries where these restrictions are not there. Okay? It's akin to saying you also want to have laws that will stop them from repatriating, profit. So we want to open up the economy for foreign investments. And when I say foreign investments, I mean foreign direct investments, because that is what counts. If you look at our story in Nigeria today with respect to investments, if you look at the records by the National Bureau of Statistics, Capital Importation Reports, the latest one we have, second quarter 2024, it shows a very worrisome case. Okay, a situation where $2.6 billion, came in, in that quarter, and out of that $2.6 billion, less than 30 million came in by way of foreign direct investment. Okay, the bulk of it over 50% came in by way of foreign portfolio investment. Foreign portfolio investment is when investors come, they buy your securities, short-term securities. Okay, of course, those ones are short-term. They can leave at any time. Okay, then you also have loans. But the real investments that are patient, what we call foreign direct investment, getting foreigners to come here, establish businesses that can create jobs. Okay, those ones are non-existent. And that is what we should seek to be promoting. And I've always said that the best way to do that is to look at the story of foreign direct investments, look at what does the data tell us. Okay, now you look at the data published by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development on foreign direct investment. It says that the major source of foreign direct investments in countries come from Japan, China, Singapore, Netherlands, Mauritius. Okay, that's what the data says. The major source of foreign direct investment in India come from in Malaysia, come from these countries. So if that is the major source of foreign direct, why don't we look to these countries? Why are we concentrated? Because if you look at our major source of investments in Nigeria today, from two countries, UK and US. Yes, UK and US. And these two countries have always pickers. They come with portfolio. They are the ones that do the portfolio investments. And with even what Trump is doing in the US now, protectionism, America first, we are likely to see less of that. Yeah. So it's better we look towards Japan, China, Singapore, Netherlands, in terms of attracting foreign direct investment. So, and I'm saying that our embassies in these countries can be made to play a role. We need to fund those embassies very well so that they can speak to the investors there. Okay, organize meets with investors, project the image of Nigeria for them to come. Our president doesn't need to even visit all these countries for them to come. Once they are satisfied that they have business opportunities here, they will come and establish businesses. So we need to change that narrative by looking towards those countries. All right. Now the other issue you raised has to do with people's experiences in the market.
Yes.
You're not the first. I've had that severally. The thing is this: anybody investing in the stock market must understand one thing, that all investments come with risks. All investments come with risk. The only investment that doesn't come with risk, theoretically, is when you invest in government securities.
I'm coming to that.
Because government securities are assumed to be risk-free, since the government will always pay you.
Yeah.
But outside of that, most investments come with risk. You see people today investing in Bitcoin, investing in Forex. Those are high-risk investments. And that's why they come with high return. So with high return, any investment that gives a high return also have high risk. People should understand that. Okay. So when you invest in shares, for example, your returns will come in two ways. It's either it comes by way of your share appreciating. You buy 10 naira today, okay, tomorrow it moves to 15 naira, so you sell it and then make 5. So that's one way. The other way it can come is if you hold it for 1 year or a period of time, and then the company is paying dividend. So you also get dividend. Okay. So for anybody that tells you that he has invested money, he doesn't hear nothing, it is possible the person invested blindly. Before you invest in a company, before you buy shares of a company, you have to do some research. You have to, get some information about the company. Okay, that's why I usually don't advise people to go. Of course, go directly. You go through brokers. Through brokers, through fund managers. Go through a fund manager, a mutual fund. Okay, where you'll be properly advised. So it's not every company that decides to sell shares that you buy. You have to check very well, check the history. Does that company have a track history of paying dividend? Okay, what's the companies? Who are the people even managing the company, running the company? You have to find out all this check the record of the company, the financials. So by the time you do all that and you invest, you're most likely, okay, to
take the right decision.
Take the right decision, okay, not to have your finger burnt when you have made inquiries, asked questions. But don't invest because you hear your friend is investing. Your friend is buying First Bank shares. You now want to buy First Bank. No, you don't do that. You have to make informed decision. Invest based on knowledge. Okay, that way you won't lose. Because records have shown that over a period of time, investing in the stock market has actually paid when you have taken the right decision. As I said, ask questions, make sure you're dealing with a licensed broker or a licensed fund manager. Yes, make sure when people come and tell you, put your money, after 1 month you get 30% return in this investment, run away from that kind of things. Ask the person telling you, is he registered with deposit schemes? Very dangerous. And as per regulation,
yes,
I think the good news is that the entire market is regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Okay, I used to be in SEC as chief economist and director of research, so I know that the commission, is on top of it. Is on top of issues like this, ensuring that investors are protected.
I can bear witness.
Yes, and that's why if you want to do anything, be familiar with the website of SEC. Go to website of SEC and check whether that firm is registered. If it's registered, then you can deal with it. Yes.
Now, Prof, you know that we're looking at the hidden wealth in the stock market. We've just been talking about companies, and in the course of this conversation, you said it's not just shares they sell. There are also treasury bills and all that, government bonds and all that. For the gentleman or the lady watching us this morning and who wants to get educated, if I want to buy bills, if I want to buy bonds, first, what are treasury bills? Then what are bonds? Where do I buy them? Do I buy them by still going through the broker or come to the stock market myself? Can I walk into the stock market and I say, come on, who is selling treasury bills this morning? Please, I have some money to buy.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Sam. The treasury bills are not sold on the stock market. Treasury bills are short-term instruments. They are money markets, they're not capital markets. But we also advise, if you want to invest, you have some money you want to invest, you invest not just in shares or bonds. You try to diversify your investments. So invest in so many securities, okay, both money and the capital market.
Prof, educate me. What is a treasury bill?
Okay,
is it a cup of tea?
Okay. Well, to understand it, first, government, most of the time, every year, government tells you the budget is deficit, right? So when government wants to borrow, government can borrow. When government is borrowing from the government can borrow either short term or long term. Now, if the government wants to borrow short term is less than 1 year, either 90 days or 180 days, 6 months or 1 year. Government will use what we call treasury bill to borrow. So government issues treasury. Government will say, okay, the debt management office, help us issue treasury bills. Of course, with the central bank, issued treasury bills. And that treasury bills, you find it, they advertise it. Just last month, one was done like that. You see it advertised. The DMO will say they're issuing treasury bill, 91-day treasury bill, at 180-day. So it's advertised. So that is short term. So treasury bills are if you like, securities that the government issues.
No, what the government can say now, pour me Mwabos and Joko a paper and say,
yes,
yeah, we're owing you.
No, government brings other paper. It's an IOU. I'm owing. If you take
this amount,
yes. So government says, okay, I want to raise, let us say, 1 million naira. government wants to raise 1 million naira.
Yes.
And then the minimum, if you want to pick that certificate,
yes.
The minimum you can pick is say 50,000.
Good.
Okay, so you put your 50,000. He puts his 100,000. So government gets the 1 million.
I can take 50,
you can take more than that.
Like
exactly.
10 places.
Exactly. Okay, like the last one that the government did. Of course, the billions of naira, but the minimum, okay, you can use to buy that treasury bill if you want to buy.
Yes.
The minimum you can use is 50 million naira. Okay, so with your 50 million, when they are issuing the treasury bill, you can now invest 50 million. And when you invest, the interest rate is there. So like the last one they did it at 17%. Okay, for 91 days. So let us assume that government is issuing. You want 1 million. Want to take 1 million, right? And the rate is 20%. That's the interest you get. 20% of 1 million.
That's a lot of money.
Yes, that's 200,000. So it means that when you are paying, because for treasury bill, you take your interest upfront. Yes. So when you are now paying that money, what you pay is 800,000. So at the end of 90 days, government will give you 1 million. Okay. So you have taken your 200,000 off. Okay. So that's the way treasury bills work. Okay. You know, I've told you the minimum is 15 million at the point of issuance. Okay. But suppose government had finished issuing, they had closed, and you still want to buy treasury bill. Okay. That means you have to buy it from somebody who already has. That one is called secondary market. The first one I described, the fresh one, the government is issuing. That one is called primary market. So when they have closed and somebody is still interested,
those who bought that primary can now want to
resell. So that is called secondary market. Okay, we must now go through a stock broker. Okay, to be able to get that one, because that one is second hand now, right? So a stockbroker will now help you, and that one you don't need up to 50 million. And okay, any amount you have, whether it's 1 million, the stockbroker can help you, get some from somebody who already has. All right, and even if you want to buy from that initial one and you don't have up to 50 million, remember the minimum is 50 million, but you don't have up to that, but you still want to buy that first one, the primary market, you can now go and put your money with some others.
They pool
the money. Okay, that's what the mutual funds will do for you. Okay, so if you go to the mutual fund companies who have the licensed ones, you know them. So anytime you see advert for treasury bills and you want to buy, go to them.
Have a fraction of it, you deposit.
You don't have 50 million, they can help you to do that.
Get one for maybe 20 million.
Exactly. But if you have up to that, okay, you can also go through them, or you go to the bank. You go to the bank and get the treasury bill.
This is advertised because I'm raising this question because a number of us sitting down or watching, what are these people talking about? I never heard about them now. There's some money here and I cannot make them.
Yes, in the newspapers, anytime the government is issuing treasury bills, you will see it advertised. Debt Management Office will advertise it. The one they did recently, in fact, in many platforms, will manage share. When you don't know about something and you see a notice, you may not take interest because you don't know about it. But that's I'm happy with this kind of program. I'm sure a lot of people watching us now will have an idea of what treasury bills, and that is good to invest in treasury bill because it is safe, it's secure, and remember what I told you. You get your money upfront, so you get your interest upfront. After 90 days, you get back your principal. If you are buying the one of 180 days, or the longer, the higher the interest. The one of 90 days, 17% interest per annum. The one of 180 days is 18%. The one of 1 year is 18.45%. So the longer, the more the interest. The longer you are able to wait. Okay, so it's a very good investment. 1 year, but that, as I said, is the one government must pay. So that's why we say it is very
risk-free.
If you check the budget 2025, you'll see provision for debt service. Okay, government 13 trillion. So government will always bring out that one at source before they start talking about other things. So government must honor
its obligation.
Nothing to fear. Okay, so that's for treasury bills. Now government can also borrow long term using bonds.
That's what I'm coming to.
Yes.
You know, the way I have understood
treasury bills, short term.
Short term.
Yes.
And it's a
document certificate.
A certificate.
Yes.
What are bonds?
But you know,
yes.
These days, these things are no longer in certificate form.
Okay.
You know, before if you bought shares, you'll be given
the share certificate.
Nothing like that again now. So everything now is electronic. So even when you buy the treasury bills, it's electronically documented. The bonds too, it's the same thing. It's like a certificate. Government says, I owe you. Come and give me this money. After 5 years, it's long term.
Okay, the bonds
are
long term.
Oh, that's why the bonds are capital market. They are long term. Treasury bills are the banks. But the bonds, because they are long term, they are the capital market. So the government says, give me this money after 5 years, after 10 years, we'll have the one of 10 years. Okay, we'll give you back. But before then, every 6 months, interest is paid every 6 months, twice a year. Every 6 months, we'll pay you the interest. So interest on bond now, suppose is maybe, let us say 14%. Okay, if government has issued a bond for 14%, it means that every 6 months, government will give you, remember it's 14% per annum.
Yes.
Per annum.
Yes.
So government gives you 7% of that every 6 months until the maturity of the bond. You now get back your principal. So if you are the type that you're still working and you have maybe a 10-year horizon, you still have up to 10 years, and you're planning for something, you can invest in bond. Okay, you're sure of getting
at maturation. You have full money.
You still have your full money, and you're sure of getting interest. But if you are the type that you have just received your maybe you retired, you received your one bulk money like that, okay, and you're not looking at long term, short term, you do treasury bills. Okay, get the thing up front. After 6 months, after 8 months, after 1 year, you still get back your money. Okay, so the kind of investment you do, of course, is also a function of your age. And it's also a function of your risk appetite. Are you the type that likes taking risk? Or you're the type, like me, I'm not a risk taker. I'm a conservative person. So when you tell me...
Take it bit by bit.
Bit by bit. So when you tell me get 30% every month, so I don't like that. I want my own to come. I want steady income. And I want my capital to be preserved. And because of that, I know the kinds of investments I do. I know the way I build my portfolio. I know the kind of stocks I pick. Okay? In the stock market, that's why you need advice too from them. The stock market, there are stocks too that move this way. They are volatile. Today they are high, today they are down. There are people that like those ones. Okay, they are the risk takers. Those ones can give very high return. So they monitor it so that they know
bottom they buy. When it is going up, they throw it
away. So those ones, there are people that are very good at that. Okay, that's what they do in the market. But those ones are more of speculative activity. And as I said, it's also risky. You must be on top of it. You must monitor the market. But it's not everybody that have that.
No time.
Yes, not everybody have the time to do that. And that's why the best approach, if you are investing in the market, is to deal with the fund managers. Approach a firm. You can even agree on the type of returns you require. Let them manage it for you. So for me, that's the best bet than say you are telling somebody, buy me this one, buy me that one. Okay, you are not there to monitor. Anybody making investments in the market, just as we agreed, that market has hidden wealth. People have made money from the market. I'm sure you've heard of Warren Buffett, one of the richest men in the world. How did he make his money? It is through the market now. Yes, even Dangote we're here today, richest man in Africa. Okay, but when you hear richest man in Africa, is it that he has money that is more than every other person. No, it is because of his investments in the market. So when they want to value Dangote, they look at his companies in the market. They look at Dangote Cement, the price of Dangote Cement, because he owns majority shares, over 90%.
You said sugar.
You look at Dangote Sugar, look at Dangote Flour. So all these companies in the market, when they value that, that is wealth.
Well, we're looking at the hidden wealth in the stock market. My guest, Professor Uche Owaleke, Nigeria's first professor on the stock market. We've been talking, I'm getting educated. I also wish that you follow us in this conversation to also get educated yourself, because you could pick something that could determine the future of your own domestic economy. Who knows? We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll continue with this conversation. Please stay with us. Well, thank you very much, and welcome back to the conversation this morning. This is Signature Morning, this Wednesday morning. My producer says you are already running way out of your time. You just have under 6 minutes to be here before I chase you out of the studio. Prof, I've tried to enjoy this book, your lecture. And one thing that fascinates me toward the end is one of your recommendations. You spoke about the knowledge environment.
Yes.
And the need to fund that knowledge environment. Mm-hmm. And one of the recommendations you're looking at is how to fund universities to provide appropriate knowledge that one can utilize to unlock the wealth in the system.
Yes.
Can you please tell me a little more about this, your funding of universities recommendation? Because one of the challenges universities are facing today is funding and providing appropriate education.
You're very correct. You see, when you talk about education, my knowledge of that, my wife is an educationist. She's also a lecturer in my university. She tells me that three things matter. You have access to education. Access, yes. And government has also tried to, increase this access. You see, even the other day, the president, the FEC, Federal Executive Council, approved 11 new private universities. So they will have many more universities
to solve the problem of access.
The other is quality. Quality too. ASU has always been interested in quality, and the government to respond from time to time in terms of.
We are interested in quality.
Everybody's interested in quality.
Because when we use the products of universities.
Exactly. Quality is very. So that's the second. The third one is relevance. So this is where I think Nigeria, we are lagging behind. Relevance. Education has to be relevant. Today in Nigeria, we have so many challenges. To what extent are we using our leveraging education to solve these challenges? Okay, that's relevance. You have today you find a lot of Chinese. You want to do roads. Chinese companies are the ones doing roads. You want to bridges. Chinese. Okay, so when we Nigerians ever get to learn to do these things, and yet we have universities that have been running civil engineering for years. Okay, so my point is, let's make our educational system functional. Let's make them relevant. Let's link them to our national
link education to industry.
Industry, that's the point. So today you're saying productivity is low, something is low. Why can't we use the universities to achieve that? We have universities of agriculture today, specialized universities. We don't know, we can't evaluate their output. What is their output? To what extent are they contributing to solving these our
agriculture
challenges? We have Federal University of Technology today. What role are they playing in our industrialization effort? So we should have a way of giving them targets, okay, and linking that to our plan. And when you give somebody targets, you give the person enough funds to be able to achieve that target. Today, what do? You look at the budget. What under Ministry of Education, you see allocations, Federal University of this, Federal University of this, and I'm saying those allocations are not performance based. You have to allocate funds to them based on their output, based on their target. All right. So we need to change the way we fund education,
even the way we think about education.
Yes, we need to link them, and that's why I'm of the opinion that in view of the scarce resources, of course, the funds are not there. You have budget constraints. Why don't you now prioritize? Why don't you have a scale of preference to say, okay, these are the programs that we think are most relevant to our national goals. Where do we want to be in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time? What are the things that we must do? Okay, we want to be, for example, let us, in the next 5 years, we want, rail, we want to do rail infrastructure, we want Nigerians to be, even produce them.
Yes.
Okay, why can't we now mount railway engineering in many universities and fund them so that in 5 years' time, we want to now see people that have the skills to build rails. That way you conserve forex because they're not going to come here to do that. Okay? So I now said we should have what we call pillar courses. Let the Ministry of Science and Technology, let the Ministry of Digital Communications, let the Ministry of Education, okay? Let the Ministry of Budget and National Plan, let the four come together, identify what I call pillar courses, and courses that will require special funding on part of the government, which I call AMIE courses. Agric, one of them. A is for Agric, M is for Medical Sciences, I is for ICT, and E is for Engineering. Let's focus on these. It is not to undermine other courses. I studied economics, accounting, finance. Okay, it's not to undermine courses in the social and management sciences or undermine courses in the arts, English, and so on, history, and so on. Okay, it is to recognize that we have
to build the society.
Yes, because when these ones are also doing well, when we have enabling infrastructure, these other ones can also thrive. We cannot, because we have scarce resources, we cannot say we want to distribute them equally to everybody. I give an example. Look at this loan thing, the NEL fund.
Yes.
I read recently that they have been able to do 20 billion. What they have done is 20 billion. What they call institutional loans, 20 billion. Individuals, the ones that have given pocket money, 12 billion. So total they have done is 32 billion across 133 institutions, affecting 192 or so thousand, students. And I'm saying, you see, and they say they don't have enough to meet all the people that have applied. Okay? And these all the people that have applied include those that are studying psychology, those study. You understand what I'm saying? Again, I'm not undermining those courses. No. So why don't we prioritize and say, let the people that in these pillar courses, get these things. Is when we have
first line attending to them first.
Yes. So that because we check the number, I looked at the number of, I took the data from National NUC. The number of people in these programs, just 25% of total number of students. So why don't we ensure that we are having enough people in agric science? Nobody studying agric science or related agric engineering should leave the university system because of money. Nobody studying ICT, all this engineering, because yes, and we need this specialized. Because as I said, if you want to look at our transport system, the best way to approach transport for an economy where population is growing, 200 million, is not road, it's rail. It's rail infrastructure. You came to Kefi the other day. Imagine if we had a rail from Kefi to.
I wouldn't be driving from here to that.
Look at the traffic. So it is rail that will carry to bulk. So if we have that, we now set targets. We say by so time, we need our people to build these coaches. So instead of sending 30, 60 people, the one I read the other day, to China to go and study and then come back, you will establish the university here. Okay? Bring those people, if we can bring them and pay them, let them come here, and so that by the time, after 5 years, our people will have acquired the skills. That's the entrepreneurial knowledge
you are talking about.
Yes, I'm talking about.
Well, I said to you that 1 hour will not be enough for this conversation because my producer has told me that he was going to get me off the studio. He is the authority here. What will happen really is that I will corner Professor Waleke again because the issues in this lecture were not addressed, many of them, and see whether he can factor us into his schedule because he's a man being invited here, there, and within both government and private, and of course he's also a lecturer. Prof, the only thing I can do is to thank you for coming.
Thank you too. Thank you, my pleasure. Yeah. My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I'll be happy to come again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's how we call it a day this morning, just to wish you that you invest the rest of your time for the day and enjoy yourself. My name is Mwabuoze Njoko. Good morning. The inaugural lecture, which was heralded for Professor Uche Owaleke, Nigeria's first professor of the capital market, drew finance world to the university. It was also an occasion to acknowledge the accomplishments of a man who has dedicated himself to both the academia and the industry.
He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, fellow of the Institute of Capital Market Registrars. I present to you Professor Uchenna Joseph Owaleke.
You talk about honesty, I will tell you, Uche deserves a roll of honor in the annals of our history. You are a pride to Igbo, you are a pride to Nigeria, you are a pride as far as to the left. This is not going to be said by a party oracle. He is Uche, unique, committed, honest, and endowed.
True to the testimonials, Professor Uche Owaleke took on an issue which has set professionals against ordinary Nigerians, the fiscal and monetary policies of the Tinubu administration. He stated against the complaints of the man in the street that there have been remarkable improvements in government's revenues and reduction in the debt service ratio from 80% to less than 70%, which he attributed to positive outcome of the government's reforms. Professor Uche Owaleke also said that the new and contentious tax bills will go a long way to improve ease of doing business in Nigeria. In the circumstance of these positive outcomes, Professor Uche Owaleke still said that the Nigerian economy still needs access to long-term capital to accelerate economic growth. He was particular about funding the universities, which he said should drive access to entrepreneurial knowledge to unlock the wealth in the economy.
We should use the IPO approach. What's the IPO approach? I stands for incentives. We can use incentives to strengthen the capital market, to strengthen listing. We do not support the idea of increasing the VAT because increasing VAT will, of course, compound the issue of inflation at this time. But we also support the idea that companies' income tax should come down. Because why I'm saying we support it is at the governor's forum meeting, they had the governor's forum. Okay, my commissioner at the governor's forum. The governor said they didn't want CIT to come down. They wanted the company's income tax rate to remain at 30%. But we have recommended that it should drop to 25% by 2030. Why did we do that? And that is because we wanted to make the business environment in Nigeria also competitive. Here we can say, let's review for companies that are quoted on the stock market. Or let us also grant them 1 year tax waiver. Once you are listed on the market, the first 1 year you don't pay tax.
The promises to tap into the expertise of Professor Uche Waleke came in torrent. From the National Assembly to the Securities and Exchange Commission and other professional bodies, there were pledges of support and collaboration.
Professor Waleke's contribution exemplifies the intellectual rigor required to enhance our capital market. His research, policies, and advocacies are instrumental in shaping this trajectory. We must join him in reflecting on our shared responsibilities to sustain and deepen the market and to strengthen collaboration between the government, the private sector players, and the academia.
The first professor of capital market in Nigeria, as well as the director of the Institute of Capital Market, Nassarawa State University. The Senate Committee on Capital Market is very proud of you and will always partner with this university because of you. We are going to collaborate with this university in terms of stakeholders engagement of capital market development in Nigeria. I proudly congratulate him for this milestone event and know very well that this is just the beginning of better things to come. And as we all join in this progress of making the capital market a better place and making Nigeria indeed a better place with the activities of the capital market, providing solutions to Nigeria's infrastructural challenges and other issues that needs the capital market.
His contributions to both the banking conversation, whether it's insurance and other financial institutions, they have been very remarkable and very, very deep. And it attests to all of the accolades that everybody has extended to it today. So on this joyous occasion, I want to congratulate the university. You have a very erudite scholar, you have a very deep public analyst in terms of economic conversation, and I think that we all are very proud of Professor Waleke.
Nassarawa State University, where Professor Uche Waleke teaches and is the director of the Institute of Capital Market Studies, is Africa's first university in such critical area of study. The inaugural lecture with the theme Unlocking Wealth and Leveraging Entrepreneurial Knowledge Ecosystem, Understanding Capital Harnessing Essentials, attracted who is who in Nigeria's financial world, including the Vice President, Kashim Ibrahim, who himself was a banker, and who was represented by the Minister of Women Affairs, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, the Managing Director of United Bank for Africa, Oliver Alawuba, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Timi Agama, the Chairman, Senate Committee on the Capital Market, Osita Izunaso, stockbrokers, accountants, and many, many more finance professionals. In Kefi, Nasarawa State, I am Mwabueze Njoko.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for having us.
You are most welcome.
What kind of military did the colonial masters bequeath to Nigeria at independence?
Well, I will put it this way. Just before independence, we were the Nigerian Army, or in fact the West African regiment, of which Nigerian Army was a part, was part and parcel of the British Army. And the training, the equipping, the doctrine, they were all, and I would therefore say that the military that was bequeathed by the colonial power to the independent Nigeria was as good as the British Army itself. Officers were all trained along with the British Army. Warrant officers, the non-commissioned officers were trained by the British warrant officers and non-commissioned officers. Our institutions were based on the British Army standard. So, and in fact, most of the officers in the process of building up the Nigerian officer corps to the level in quality and quantity to be able to take over. Most of the officers were the British Army officers. So the army that was bequeathed to independent Nigeria was a solid army of the British Army standard.
You were a young officer.
I was.
At that time?
Yes.
Did you have in your dictionary at that time, he was from the north, he was from the east, he was from the south? Or was it one united Nigerian army?
It was one united Nigerian army where esprit de corps was really very much present. For instance, most of we don't differentiate. My own best friend in the army was Chukwuma Nzeoku, who we lived together, we grew together, we did everything together, and I never saw Chukwuma as anything other than my brother, and he addressed me as such. In fact, when he wrote me a letter, he wrote Esigbo Obam, my brother in Igbo, and that was what
how we saw ourselves, how we worked, and if I had any problem or I'm going somewhere, and I leave my family to be looked after without looking back to another officer. No, there wasn't, as I'd be taken over by the Nigerian government at independence, there wasn't, well, this is from the north, or this is from the south, or this is from the east, or this is from the west.
What would you say created the environment for the first military intervention in 1966?
I think I will say two things mainly. There was political interference in the military, and I will also say there was not adequate understanding of what was going on by some of the military officers. And these two came together to give us the problem that we had, which led to the coup. Let me explain. For instance, after the coup and after the Civil War, and I came back and I became elected president many years after. I set up a panel to look into reconciliation and what happened and what. And for instance, one of the members of the panel was Elizabeth Palm, the wife of one of the officers who was killed during the first coup. And I remember Elizabeth Palm asking Bengbule, who of course was one of those who participated in the first coup, and said, look, I just want to know what happened, or what was the offense of my husband. And Bengbule said, oh yes, your husband was one of those that got bribed by the political leaders, and it was the bribery that he used in building a house. And of course, it was true that James Palm built a house, but James Palm took loan from the bank to build that house. And the following day, Elizabeth Palm produced the document, the records of the loan from the bank, and how the money was paid back over a period of more than 10 years to the bank. And of course, Bengbule said, well, we didn't know that. And he apologized. And Elizabeth Palm said, well, I am happy to know that, well, my husband, well, died innocently, but I'm happy also that the air was cleared. Now, as I said, the lack of full understanding by the military, particularly the young officers, or if you like, a bit of naivety on their part. And then, of course, there was there was political interference, particularly within the first 5 years of our independence. The military standard and order and discipline that we used to have in the pre-independence days started to be eroded by political interference?
Well, the coup came in 1966. But before that coup came, we had started seeing things like political upheavals, disagreements among the political class, killings and insurrection in pockets of the country. Was that also why the military intervened?
It was part of it. Well, as I said, there was the political interference in the army. There was also the political interference within the civil society. As you rightly pointed out, there was the census. I think that was in 1963. It was one remote cause of what happened in 1966. Then there was election in 1964. Again, it was not absolutely well handled. It also led part of the remote cause of the coup of 1966. Then there was the disturbance in Tiv land of what today is called Benue State, and the military was deployed there. It caused a little bit of bad feeling within the political setting, and also it has implication for the military. So yes, you are right to say that the dispute, the disturbances that we had, political, also influenced, should I put it that way, influenced what came up into the coup of 1966.
One recurring reason that the military always held on to each time we had a coup in 1966 and the subsequent coups in including 83, including the other coups, Abacha, the Babangida and all that. One principal reason they all held on to was corruption. But on hindsight, a lot of development scholars are of the opinion today that the military encouraged more corruption rather than prevent it. Do you subscribe?
No, I will not. I will not accept that. I will put it this way: that from even in the colonial days, Nigeria was not absolutely devoid of corruption, and I'm talking of corruption in its widest form. In 1958, I was traveling between Lagos and Abeokuta, and the policeman on duty took 3 pence bribe. That was corruption, but 3 pence. And I shouted, and the people in the lorry said to me, "Look, you just hold us up here. So get out of the lorry if you don't want to go on." And the policeman, the driver, when I shouted, he said, "Look, don't shout. Oh, if the money the man asked me to use in buying chicken for him, and since I didn't get chicken, I give him his money back." He put the money on the tire
It's not the money for chicken and all that. Now, but of course, that was what I would call petty corruption. That's also always been there, the customs and the police and all that. But what became very manifest is what we call grand corruption. Corruption at the high level of officials in government, and that too came in as a result of politicians saying, look, we have to administer our political parties. How do we get money? So 10% of contract. But then, of course, that became pervasive. And then, of course, when you get 10% for the party, some money stick into your hand as well, or your finger. And of course, you get 10%. I remember when a politician said, well, look, he took over from a military government, and it's called people, the contractors, they say, look, I don't mind what you people have done with the military, but here now, any contract you want in this ministry, it will be 10% for the party and 10% for me. And all will come through me. That, of course, he ran his ministry that way. But the idea of 10% on contract to for money to manage the administration of political parties was introduced after the after independence. So and the military didn't need 10% to administer their political parties. So you cannot say, but of course, once corruption becomes entrenched within the system in any country, it becomes a Herculean task to uproot it. And it's a hydra-headed thing, and it's not a one regime issue to deal with corruption or a one-day affair. And if you have a regime that deals with it seriously this time, and another one comes and doesn't deal with it seriously, it festers like a very bad sore. So I won't say that the military were worse off or than the politicians, but I will also not say that there was no corruption in the time of military regimes.
Mr. President, I'll come back to that, but let me ask this question. You, besides the president we have today, you are one that was military president or military head of state and became civilian head of state. Which of these two governments that you headed, which one would you say was more transparent, brought more development, was easier for development to impact on Nigeria?
Well, to a large extent, both. And I will say, I will explain what I mean by that. Of course, military government is military. The military hierarchy is followed. The military order is also followed. But one thing that you will realize as a military administration is that you need to understand the circumstances of your administration. First of all, Nigeria is a multi-national country. It's a multi-religious country. It's a multi-ethnic country. It's a multi-regional country. And you have to take all this into consideration, even as a military government. Of course, you don't have the idea or the problem, if I put it that way, of going to Parliament or to the National Assembly. The executive and the legislative responsibility and duty reside in the same body. Now, that makes you to go fast. But it doesn't mean that you will not also consult or you will not carry people along. I'll give you an example. I bring what is now called Land Use Act as Land Use Decree when I was a military government. The amount of consultation and the amount of going to different parts of the country to try and secure support and understanding of what we are trying to do was tremendous. Now, in the civilian, you will have to do the same thing in the civilian regime. And then not only do you have to do the same thing, you have to carry the Parliament or National Assembly along with you, in addition to the leadership, community leaders, traditional rulers, even religious leaders, because whatever you want to do, you want to bring about a reform. It doesn't matter whether you are a military government or a democratically elected government, you will still have to carry people along. If you ride roughshod over the head of the people, they will protest, and that will make things almost impossible for you, whether you are a military government or a civilian government. And if you still ask me for the type of society we have, you still have to consult, you have to carry communities along, you have to carry people along. I would say, yes, the fact that you don't have a parliament, or you don't have a National Assembly, or you don't have an opposition set, it makes things a little bit easier. But does it really make you not to have to do what you have to do to carry people along? No, you still have to do what you have to do.
You know why I asked that particular question is that some experts in governance talk about some legacies that has remained with us even years after the military. For instance, the power that the governors exercise, that the military made it possible for power to remain in one man's hand, in government house, talking about the governors and all that. Things like security vote, it was unknown to governance as it is today, but it started with the military.
But the security vote has always been, even before the military came. Now, it probably was not abused, but it's always been. That security vote has always been. That it's now being abused and misused, that's a different thing. The security vote has always been. So, it probably not as large. It's security vote, that's all we've been. So if you want to complain about security vote, yes, what is it used for? Who determines what it is? It's for security, but now it has been in my time as military head of state, security vote is security vote. That's always been.
How about the suggestion that the military left us with a very, very strong executive that has further come down, that today in Nigeria, if a governor, for instance, is outside his state capital, every business almost stops?
There's nothing, for instance, in our constitution that makes us to have four military head of state paraphernalia at the National Center. One for the president, one for the vice president, one for the Senate president, and one for the speaker. Nothing. When I was military head of state, we did not have how many cars? We probably have 2. When I came back as elected president, the cars have ballooned. And I said, and when I was military head of state, I used to go out in Peugeot car to go and inspect works. And I will have one escort motorcycle rider in front, not even known to be. When I came back as elected president 20 years later, I have been told that I can't do it. And the reason why I can't do it is that security has become so bad that I couldn't be allowed to go. When I was going to Abuja as elected president, I took 2 private cars of mine because I was able to use private car of mine when I was military head of state. I couldn't use my private car because the security wouldn't allow me to. Now, these are changes that have taken place as a result of situations of about security in our own country and elsewhere in the world. And you will not, well, as military head of state, we never had bulletproof cars until the death of Murtala. We never had bulletproof cars in this country until the death of Murtala. And after that, well, we had to buy 3 for the 3 highest political officers in the government. But we started with, even then, it was only occasionally used. Then we reverted to our Peugeot. And it was Peugeot until suddenly Peugeot disappeared. And I used to enjoy the discussion we used to have, because since we are using Peugeot saloon cars, and they were assembled in Nigeria, some ministers, we call them commissioners in those days, will come to work and it will be difficult for them to open their car. So they will come to cabinet meeting and lash out to the minister, the commissioner for industry, and well, what is happening? So I think what has happened is gradually we have lapsed into what I will call decadence. That's all.
Mr. President, let's do a fast forward after you had handed over in 79 and then the 83 coup and the coming of Babangida and then Abacha. You became a strident voice against the military. I think that was when you started your letter writing and criticizing specific behavior of some of these leaders. What changed? What started worrying you at that point?
Well, I've always believed that the military are not meant to be in government. Coup is an aberration. And if you find yourself in government, you should do what we did. Get a program that will bring democratic form of government back and the military to go back to barrack. And that was what he did. And if we did that, because that's what we believe in, myself and Murtala and those of us who were who are there then, I think I should, if I believe in it, I should preach it. And so I believe, and that was what I said, that one of the things that led to my being arrested by Apache and being put in jail, just missed by Whiskers being killed, and was that if you want to get in to be in government, put down your uniform and contest, and if you win, then go on. But taking a gun and at night and killing your fellow officer, your leaders, and saying you now are in government, I don't believe is right. And then, of course, the other thing is that when you have military in government, it also pollutes the military, and it destroys the discipline. First of all, they have the hierarchy. And we saw that in Nigeria. Now, you see, in the military, you know yourselves. You are either the same intake, you know the performance of those of you in that intake. And if one of you takes gun and kills the head of state or the head of government and says he's now the leader, now those others who are his mate will not take kindly to it. All they will be thinking of doing is how to pull him down. And we saw that in Nigeria. So the military should really not be in government. And democracy is not a perfect form of government. I think that, but it is one form of government that allows for consultation, for dialogue, for participation, and particularly in a as I said earlier, a multinational form of society like Nigeria.
You just told me that you missed being killed by Whiskers. Were you alarmed when your younger colleagues in the military had so politicized the military at that time that what we continue to see was a struggle, constant struggle for power? Were you scandalized? And did you fear for the country at that time?
I did. And that was why I spoke out. I did. The military coups and things, they don't bring stability. They may hasten a little bit of way, as I said, in some form of development, but it does not go. Such development can only be entrenched if and last longer if democracy takes over. Because each time a military government comes in, is instability. Even when the coup is unsuccessful or fully unsuccessful, like the coup that removed Ironsi, it was that was successful. But the coup that killed Murtala was not fully successful, but the instability was there. So every time there's a coup, there also it's a retrogressive situation for the country.
Would I be wrong in saying that you agree with this saying we hear oftentimes, that if the worst democratic government is better than the best military government?
Oh, I will say whatever democratic government you have, provided you maintain democracy, is better than any form of removal or changing of government or regime through the barrel of the gun.
When you took the oath of office in 1999, how did you feel that morning? How did you feel when you were taking that oath? Did you think that the struggles of our people, both in uniform, those out of uniform, for true democracy, did you feel that morning, that day, that that dream had been fulfilled?
Well, I felt that it was a new dawn, but I was still worried. What can we do to make sure that we put permanent end to the coups and counter coups? Because people say, oh, put it in your constitution, but anybody who comes out with a coup, the first thing he throws overboard is the constitution, because he knows that and then when he is doing it, he's undertaking the coup, he leaves no stone unturned, because he knows that if he succeeds, he goes to this government house. If he fails, he goes under the ground. So and as I said earlier, that is why the instability. So I took the oath of office. I was happy for my country, but I was still worried. What can we do to permanently put an end to coups? And that agitated my mind until I thought I found the solution.
What solution?
Solution was that 93 officers who had taken part in coups or who have enjoyed the benefit of coups were removed from the military overnight. So it was clear to everybody that it doesn't matter how long the arm of government, of justice, or so to say, can still catch up with you. And since then, it's now 20 years, touch wood, we have stability in that there has not been a coup attempt.
A lot of Nigerians are terrified, they are scared And this is because when you look at Nigeria today, with the corruption, the ethnicism, the tribalism, the herdsmen, the Boko Haram, a lot of Nigerians say that the sufferings of Nigerians over those years of military and all their fight, that what we see today probably does not justify the struggle and sacrifice of Nigerians. Nigeria of today.
My answer to that is that the process of nation building takes time. And provided we are making progress, and I've said earlier that democracy is not a destination, it's a journey. Are we on the journey? If we are, there will be ups and downs. Some of the things that you have raised, which are there, which are a matter of leadership. Because some of the things that you are talking about were not there before. Why were they not there before? And they're there today. You say to me that impunity must be a way of life? Why people say that, oh, this thing that government is doing is nepotic, and you are doing it again and again. Is that Nigerian or an issue of leadership of a particular leader? Leadership system, leadership way of a particular leader or leadership group. And I see all this as a face. And the good thing about democracy is that you can vote a leader in, and you can also vote that leader out peacefully. That is one thing about democracy that we should cherish. And any country, there will be no time that there would be no need for sacrifice. But it must be sacrifice that actually lift up the country. For instance, on both sides, we made sacrifice in this country during the Civil War. The fact that we ended the Civil War and we remain a country, a united country, that sacrifice is worth it. You may say, well, the sacrifice needed not to have, there needed not to have been the need for the sacrifice. But, okay, the need came, we made the sacrifice, and we succeeded. No victor, no vanquished. Now, we move on. There are other sacrifices, and there will always be sacrifice to be made in the best interest of a nation. Nation building is not a one-day wonder. And what we all must bear in mind, one, what a friend of mine called TTT. Things take time. Number one. Number two, what I have said earlier, that democracy is a journey, not a destination. And there's no country that has ever got to the end of the journey. Number three, what I have said, that there will always be need for sacrifice to be made, provided it's equitable, provided everybody feels, yes, okay, this sacrifice we are making is that there's something in it. And at the end of the day, we all feel, yes, it's a justifiable sacrifice. And if all these we are able to achieve this, then it's worth it. And leadership without sacrifice then is hollow. And there must be sacrifice. And to say your sacrifice amounts to nothing, or you don't want to make a sacrifice, then you don't want to build a nation. So what have we got? We've got a country, Nigeria. What we now have to do, we have to build Nigerians. The thing you talk about, ethnicity, nepotism, corruption, they are signs that we really haven't built Nigerians that we should have built. And we must continue in the process of building Nigerians so that I will feel first I'm a Nigerian before I am a Yoruba man. Of course, I have to be born in Nigeria either as a Yoruba man, an Igbo man, and Shekiri man, or to be a Nigerian. But I see my Nigerianness not in the way of my Yorubaness, and my Yorubaness not in the way of my Nigerianness. And I must not say to other people that, look, willy-nilly, you must go follow the Yoruba culture, or willy-nilly, you must go the way of my religion, or willy-nilly, you must go the way of my language. Because Nigeria is multi. And when you get into a situation where Nigerians are, you should feel at home. No matter what language you speak, no matter what culture you come in, no matter what even political affiliation you have, you must feel at home.
Mr. President, one of the darkest moments of our history was the Civil War. And a lot of Nigerians are worried that those red flags are flying once again. The killings in different parts of the country, high levels of corruption, accusations of nepotism, and all that. How do you look at these contemporary issues today, especially with the fear that if things are not done in the proper way, we might likely go that road again, where Nigerians start fighting among themselves? I mean, everybody I've spoken to, people that work with you, they said, anybody can accuse you of anything, but not your commitment to the unity of Nigeria. What will you say to Nigerians at this time?
Let me again go back a little bit. In the time of Abacha, many Nigerians lost hope because they just didn't see any way out. I keep saying God is a Nigerian, and when I say that, people laugh. Because when you look at, as you yourself you've said, when you look at what we have gone through, you will marvel why we still hold together today as a nation, as one country. Is there hope? Of course, yes. For me, I am an incurable.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba charges Southeast Development Commission to foster regional growth. EFCC partners Chinese government in tackling cybercrime. China suspends U.S. lumber imports, revokes export licenses of 3 U.S. companies over soybean shipments. And rampant Arsenal trash PSV 7-1 away in Champions League rout. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, says the 2025 budget is a strategic roadmap for economic resilience, social stability, and national progress. Idris stated this at the 3rd edition of a 2025 Ministerial Press Briefing session in Abuja.
The 2025 budget is not just a financial document. It is a bold statement of intent, a roadmap for economic resilience, social stability, and national progress. The budget has demonstrated a renewed focus on security, infrastructure, education, health, solid minerals, agriculture, and other key areas that have a direct impact on the well-being and the socio-economic development of our country. This year, 2025, is said to be the year of consolidation, a year where all the transformative reforms initiated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration begin to bear tangible fruits in the lives of Nigerians. Already, we are witnessing the gradual reduction in prices of foodstuff, which is bringing much needed relief to our people.
Idris also reaffirmed the government's commitment to efficient budget implementation, transparency, and accountability in delivering the renewed hope agenda.
That the federal government remains very committed to the efficient implementation of the 2025 budget in order to maximize its full impact on the lives of our citizens. I therefore call on all Nigerians to support these efforts and to join hands in building a prosperous and united Nigeria.
During his speech, the minister commended the media for their role in disseminating factual, balanced, and development-focused reports. He urged them to uphold accuracy, responsibility, and professionalism in their reports.
Distort public perception. Your commitment to truth and fairness is more important than ever. We must work together to ensure that the narratives being shaped are in the best interest of our country, devoid of bias or undue sensationalism.
The event featured the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, and the Minister of State, Senator John Owa Eno. Worried by the rising tide of Chinese involvement in financial crimes in Nigeria, the Ambassador of People's Republic of China to Nigeria, His Excellency Yu Donghai, has broached the possibility of collaboration between a Chinese working group with Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in tackling cybercrime. Donghai mooted the proposal in Abuja on Tuesday when he led a delegation of Chinese embassy officials on a visit to the executive chairman of EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, at the Commission's corporate headquarters. He explained that anti-corruption issues are always priorities, both for China and Nigeria, maintaining that law enforcement has been an integral part of bilateral relations between the two countries, condemned the involvement of his compatriots in criminalities in Nigeria, but sued for the respect of the rights of those arrested. In his response, Olukoyede expressed delight at the visit and the proposals, noting that mutual respect and benefit have been the bedrock of Nigeria-China relationship. Regarding the scores of Chinese undergoing EFCC's criminal prosecution, Olukoyede assured the delegation of the Commission's tradition of adherence to global best practices and respect for human dignity in the conduct of its affairs. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, on Tuesday auctioned property and assets forfeited by drug cartels valued at millions of naira. Speaking during the bidding process in Abuja, NDLEA Chairman Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, expressed the agency's satisfaction with the process, emphasizing that the proceeds will serve as a deterrent to drug traffickers. Marwa gave an assurance that the auction was conducted transparently and strictly on merit, encouraged bidders to participate actively, reaffirming the agency's commitment to fairness and accountability. The NDLEA chairman noted that the agency was committed to ensuring that convicted traffickers did not benefit from their illegal activities. Marwa said that the forfeited assets will be sold to the highest bidder, adding that the proceeds will be used to support the agency's operations. He have recommended the bidders for participating in the auction, saying that their presence was a testament to the agency's transparency and accountability. Meanwhile, operators of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested a former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel, for alleged 700 billion naira fraud. Emmanuel was arrested after he honored an invitation of the EFCC on Tuesday to answer allegations of money laundering and diversion of funds preferred against him by the Network Against Corruption and Trafficking. Petitioner alleged that Emmanuel received 3 trillion from the Federation account in 8 years, but left a debt profile of 500 billion naira and unpaid ongoing projects worth 300 billion naira. He was also alleged to be unable to account for 700 billion naira. Emmanuel served as governor of Akwa Ibom State from 2015 to 2023 under the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Nigerian Navy personnel from the Forward Operating Base, FOB Escravos, have sealed 3 illegal refinery sites in Delta State. The sites, located at Obodo in Omadino Riverine Community, Warri Southwest local government area, contained approximately 3,700 liters of stolen crude oil and 2,600 liters of illegally refined automotive gas oil, AGO, stored in 5 ovens, 12 dugout pits, and 33 polythene sacks. The commanding officer of FOB Escravos, Navy Captain Ikenna Okulago, who led the operation, told journalists that a successful raid carried out in support of the ongoing Operation Delta Sanity 2 was based on credible intelligence. Okulago took the opportunity to warn potential economic saboteurs in the oil sector to desist from illegal activities, emphasizing that the base will stop at nothing to deny them freedom of action and ensure they are brought to justice. They assured that the fight against crude oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and other acts of economic sabotage will continue to yield results. The Police Service Commission has approved the appointment of 6 Deputy Inspectors General of Police and deployed new Commissioners of Police to ENUGU and Oyo states. Head of Press and Public Relations at PSC, Ike Chukwani, announced this in a statement on Tuesday in Abuja. He said the Commission had also approved the promotion of a CP in charge of Enugu State, Uzegbu Kanayo, to the rank of Assistant Inspector General of Police, AIG. And he listed the newly promoted DIGs as Sadiq Abubakar, Benjamin Okolo, Williams Adebowale, Bizgo Bali, Idegu Ukoma, and Adebola Hamzat. Police Service Commission spokesman also confirmed the appointment of Adebola Johnson as CP for your state and Maman Giwa as CP for Enugu State. He said the Commission had approved the promotion of 8 Chief Superintendents of Police, CPS, CSPs to the rank of Assistant Commissioners of Police. According to him, the newly promoted CSPs are Bublai Usman, Sani Abdu, Ifeanyi Owo, Vincent Orele, Elisha Atinkimban, Margaret Okonkwo, Alhassan Gubga, and Imo Ezekiel. Chairman of the Commission, Hashimu Agongo, who preside over the sessions, urged the new DIGs to support the Inspector General of Police. ENUGU residents whose shops and businesses were affected by the demolition of structures along the Abakpanike Lake Road, Uguago Opi Tuka Road, built for dualization, are increasingly concerned about their livelihood. Some claim that their lives have been shattered by the demolition. Others say they are waiting to know the exact measurement of a road to know where they will eventually settle down to do their business. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegbonam has been following the developments.
Demolition along Abakpanike Lake Ugogo Opinsuka Road as part of ongoing efforts to upgrade road infrastructure in the state has displaced residents and destroyed homes, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. 2 weeks after the bulldozers cleared the area, affected citizens are still waiting for construction to begin. Some, like Edith Agada, has shown resilience in the face of adversity, even after her shop was demolished. She now plies her trade using a tricycle.
I want to have the shop opposite this police station. One morning when I came, people was running up and down. They said they are destroying the shop. I have to pack my retail things. I have to pack my things. Some of them put inside this keke to manage my family. I don't have anything to do.
However, not everyone is fortunate. A poor widow who wishes to remain anonymous was seen crying and struggling to provide for her 8 children without a shop or roof to protect her goods.
It's
been 1 week and 5 days since demolition took place for dualization to set in. Here I'm standing is the popular chemist shop owned by a nurse who has been working or who has been selling for over 20 years. What you're seeing behind me is the broken pieces of this woman's lifelong investment. I'll be speaking to the lady and she will tell us how her business has been affected since the demolition. Follow me.
Okay, I'm coming. Then I'll come outside and put seat and wait for the person. In a day, I can only have just maybe those who call me, just like 3 or 2. That is why I'm coming out. I may be in the house. I say, I'm coming, wait for me. So we come and say, so you're no more there and you did not want to tell us. I wanted to buy something fast. So it's really affecting me.
Other shop owners expressed frustration, stating that their buildings, which were not originally marked for demolition, were destroyed without prior notice.
The matter remains one thing. They did not tell us. Our plaza wasn't marked. Had it was marked, you will say yes, we were pre-informed. I will be getting ready for them. But no sign notice because it was measured in the initial stage. When it was measured, it didn't get to us. It stopped at the main road, at the junction. So to the greatest surprise, that particular day, they came how many times to measure it. We were not informed. So that was why we stayed cool.
This building that you've seen now in ruins actually housed a very vibrant retail pharmacy outlet that's serving this community and has been in existence for over 10 years. You know, duly incorporated company, filing its tax on a monthly basis, just now in ruins overnight. Now, if we were appropriately informed or duly informed that this building would be going down, it would have been nice. It would have been at least acceptable. But this building was not marked for demolition. You know, when they came to do the final pegging of the road expansion, right? And people who even came for the pegging, the surveyors that came, said the building was not affected, right? The road would not get there.
Are worried about the lack of progress on the project and the absence of compensation for those affected. Special Assistant to the Enugu State Governor on Research and Publications, Joshua Eje, has reassured citizens that the dualization of the Ababa-Opinsuka Road is in the best interest of the public. He emphasized that the government is committed to providing fair compensation to affected residents.
Of Pitamba does not demolish if there is no need for that. So if you see a structure standing that is untouched and it's not marked, then it shows that there is no need touching the structure. But if the structure is marked, then why don't you evacuate? And let me also say this: if you've gone during the evacuation process, you see that people even did their self-evacuation. People removed their roof, removed their windows, everything, because they were happy. And people are still happy because of the project, because the project is driven by people. And because people are going to, is the people of Enugu State that are going to benefit from the project. It's not Pitamba. That is not the Pitamba's way to his own this thing. So it's for the good of the people.
According to Eje, the construction company has already commenced work from Opinsuka to Ugogonike end of the road and will soon extend to Ababa. The dualization of the 43.7-kilometer road is part of the grand design by the Enugu State government to upgrade the road infrastructure in the state and boost tourism and investment. The project is expected to be completed within 18 months and has provision for modern street lights to help reduce accidents and criminality in the state. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
The Enugu State Governor Peter Mba, the Southeast Development Commission (SEDC) to develop the region into a common market and ensure infrastructure development of his own. Governor Mba gave the charge during a meeting with the management and board of a commission held at Government House in Enugu. Mba emphasized the importance of treating the Southeast as a single market by ensuring seamless economic activities and functional transport system.
We believe that the Southeast needs to be able to progress further. The Southeast is a unique zone, given the fact that we are within a very small area. We're talking about a land mass of less than 30,000 square kilometers, with a population of over 27 million people. So the population density you have in Southeast doesn't exist anywhere else. We're talking about a region with, as I said, less than 30,000 square kilometers with 27 million people. So we can truly be a market rather than pick each state as a market. You can look at the zone as a market.
He commended President Bola Tinubu for establishing the commission and appointing experienced and skilled individuals to drive its mandate.
For making this passage possible. We are here also today to express our heartfelt appreciation to Your Excellency and the people of Enugu State for your unwavering support in making the ACDC a reality. Again, we are here to specially thank you for your promise to give the Commission a place to take off as the headquarters. Your Excellency, we sent people, you exhibited hospitality and warm reception. You come to NCFC, saw the impressive 410 square meters. But our requirement is 950 square meters. I think with that your permission, we went to the new secretariat, and kudos to you. You have a new secretariat which is almost completed.
The chairman of the commission, Chukwuemeka Mwogu, and managing director, Mark Okoye, praised Governor Mba's efforts in transforming the infrastructure, health, education, and economy of Enugu State. They listed several initiatives of the Commission, including the Southeast Security Intervention Program, Southeast Regional Economic Program, and other development activities.
The Development Commission is committed to positioning our region as the preferred investment destination in Africa by 2030. Our mission is clear: to drive sustainable development, economic growth, and unity through strategic investments and empowerment initiatives. Your Excellency will also appreciate it my own way that for the first time in our history, in spite of the fact that in a major situation, we have always recognized the zones by appointment of ministers and other efforts. But this is the first time that it is receiving statutory flavor by creating of the commissioners reflecting this interest.
The ENUGU State Command of the Nigeria Immigration Service has pledged to support the state government in bringing about security and stability in the state. The new Controller of Immigration Service in Enugu State, Nkechi Enete, made a commitment during a courtesy visit to Governor Peter Mba at Government House, Enugu. Enete, who assumed office on January 31st, 2025, emphasized that the command under her watch would operate within the extant laws to check, control, and monitor the presence of non-Nigerians in their activities in the state.
Enugu State Command, he is also son of the soil. And my humble self, Superintendent of Immigration, Ogadima Angel, your sister, Tomame Chidiosa. Thank you, Your Excellency. We also have an amiable officer here too, Superintendent of Immigration, by name is Benjo Obina. He is a senior assistant to our CIS. And we also have an amiable officer here too, Superintendent of Immigration, by name is Benjo Obina. He is a senior assistant to our CIS.
Receiving the Comptroller, Governor Mba appreciated the partnership between the state government and the Immigration Service, which he said has enhanced the ease of doing business in the state. He noted that the organization is a strategic partner in the state government's drive to grow the economy of the state exponentially and promised to assist the agency in overcoming its challenges as requested by the Comptroller.
Rebuilding our nation. Challenges and requests. In striving to accomplish our core duties of monitoring of both regular and irregular migrants, numerous challenges abound. Your Excellency, sir, the command needs assistance in the following areas. 1. Operational vehicles. Nigeria Immigration Service Enugu State Command has its personnel in all the 17 local government areas of Enugu State. These officers are usually referred to as Divisional Immigration Officers, DIOs, and they are practically responsible for surveillance, the registration and monitoring of ECOWAS nationals and other foreigners, intelligence gathering, and more operations. The vehicles are seriously needed to coordinate these activities. Mr.
Give you the radios and provide you with the relevant channels to communicate. So that is. We look forward to this collaboration. You are an integral part of success, number one stake for the doing business. And working together with you, we are very to achieve that. Again, I welcome.
The Transition Company of Nigeria, TCN, has announced that the nation's power sector reached a new peak generation of 5,713.60 megawatts on Sunday. The management of the company made this known in a statement on its X handle in Abuja on Tuesday, said that the 5,713.60 megawatts surpassed the previous peak generation of 5,543.20 megawatts achieved on February 14 by 170.40 megawatts. TNC said that although the new peak is lower than the all-time maximum peak generation of 5,801.60 megawatts recorded on March 1, 2021 by 88 megawatts, it remains a notable achievement. The campaign against gender-based violence has continued to get more attention as the menace continues around the world. It is to push the campaign further that Obako Umuada, a town hall meeting was put together by a women rights activist and broadcaster on New Day to enlighten the people of Oji River local government area on the need to protect women and girls from domestic violence. Correspondent Gonya Walo reports.
Sexual and gender-based violence is a pervasive and serious issue affecting individuals, communities and societies worldwide. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 1 in 3 women globally has experienced physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. To address this societal menace, a woman rights activist and broadcaster, Onyude, organized an event to educate women in Oji River Council area. The traditional ruler of Agbadinyi community, Igwe Ignatius Okpala, who represented the chairman of the Oji River Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chima Achiekwelu, encouraged women to speak out whenever they face domestic violence from their husbands. He also urged men not to maltreat their wives for giving birth to only female children.
I am not a supporter of men that maltreat their wives. No man has the right to beat up a woman or deprive her of her rights.
A legal practitioner, Onyekachi Okafor, enlightened the women on their rights and urged them to speak out whenever their rights are being violated or they are being abused.
Women should know their rights and also speak up when it is being violated without fear.
A Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Father Emmanuel Ikechukwu, who emphasized that marriage exists for the good of the couple, stated that childlessness is not a valid reason to divorce or maltreat a woman. He encouraged families to raise boys to be responsible and to be able to carry out domestic chores, as well as advise girls not to disrespect men in general.
Men should not divorce or maltreat their wives for having only female children. Families should train their male children to be responsible. Girls should also learn to respect men.
The convener of the event, Onyude, explained that Obako Umuada is a platform that amplifies women's voice. She stressed that families play a crucial role in curbing sexual and gender-based violence in the society.
One of the things I may identify with discrimination between the female or the boy child and the girl child. So there is every need to bring in the young men and then to encourage women to do the right thing as they are forming their children. To let them know that as well as boys are important and women are important, that from there, if the families can get it right, then we know it's a step to success in this our campaign. When the families are in good condition, the person leaving your family will enter the society and still do the normal thing. Likewise, the states, then the country, and the world in general.
Joy Ezobi, a participant, expressed her gratitude to the event organizers.
I am happy I attended this event. I have learned a lot, which I will implement and teach people around me.
Sexual and gender-based violence is a global social crisis that demands immediate attention, urgent action, and collective responsibility. In ENUGU, Ugonna Owalo for Signature TV News.
Wife of Abia State Governor Priscilla Oti has restated the state government's commitment to empowering women and young people in agriculture as a sure way of strengthening the agricultural sector and enhancing food security in the state and nation. OT stated this during successful training and distribution of starter packs for agricultural support program for Abia Central Senatorial Zone by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security under the Renewed Hope initiative of wife of a president, Oluremi Tinubu, held in Umuahia. OT extended her gratitude to the wife of the president for exceptional leadership and vision in driving the agricultural support program, adding that the training program, which commenced on Monday, was carefully structured around strategic pillars designed to address key challenges within the agricultural sector.
I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, ON, for her exceptional leadership and vision in driving this agricultural support program under the Renewed Hope initiative in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I thank God for the training program that started yesterday and will continue in the two other senatorial zones of the state. This program, the training program, which started yesterday, has been carefully structured around strategic pillars designed to address key challenges within the agricultural sector. Through this program, we have equipped you with the essential skills and knowledge necessary to succeed in agriculture. We have also provided you with the tools. We are providing you with the tools to enhance food sufficiency, improve livelihoods, and contribute to the growth of our local economy.
Speaking earlier, the State Coordinator of Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Aloysius Mba, who spoke on behalf of the Minister, Abubakar Kyari, thanked the wife of the State Governor for showing so much commitment towards implementing a lofty project for the good of Abia people.
Of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Considering the importance of agriculture in our economy, you will agree with me that this intervention by the First Lady through the Renewed Hope Initiative and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is timely, as it would duly engage the beneficiaries and create avenues to boosting agricultural production in the country.
Benefited from the training, the starter packs of the agricultural program. The Niger State House of Assembly has passed a private member's bill to establish the Niger State Rail Line Corporation to enhance the state's transportation infrastructure. The move is part of a new Niger agenda aimed at reducing the burden on roads and providing an alternative, more affordable means of transporting goods and services. The bill was presented by the Joint Committees on Transport and Judiciary and Legal Matters, chaired by Ahmed Mohammed. The Deputy Speaker, Eunice Dauda, commended the Joint Committees for their efforts and directed the Clerk of the House to transmit the bill to the Executive for assent. The House also passed a private member bill to amend the Niger State College of Education Law 2011, renaming the institution Dr. Omar Sanda Amadu College of Education, Mina. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has appointed 16 new directors to head key departments in its operations. Appointments into operation several policy-driven regulatory and supervisory capacities take effect from March 3. The directors are Jide Samuel, Abaso Wamen, Director of Information Technology Department, Abdullahi Hamisu, Director of Banking Services Department, Ojumo Adenike, Director of the Medical Services Department, and Makinde Olarinwaju, Head of Procurement and Support Services Department. Financial Department, CBN appointed C.K. Joma as Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Isa Olatimo Aisha, Director of Consumer Protection Department, and Obo Victor Ubem, Director of Monetary Policy Department. Nakoji Musa would head the Trade and Exchange Department. Yusuf Rakia would lead the Parent System Supervision Department. Vincent Bodeshola was appointed to oversee the Strategy Department and Innovation Department. Farouk Mohammed is to lead the Reserve Management Department, and Akinwumi Olubukola Akiniyi takes charge of the Banking Supervision Department. In addition, Silaja Mohammed Jamiu will be in charge of the Other Financial Institutions Supervision Department, OFISD. Hassan Umaru will lead the Development and Finance Institutions Supervision Department, and Adedeji Adetona will steer the Currency Operations and Branch Department, Management Department. Also, Manachi Moses will serve as the head of Statistics Department. Christians have been admonished to see themselves as ambassadors of Jesus Christ in their daily lives as a way of making positive impact in the society. A Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Father John Mary Ibe, gave the advice while preaching the sermon at a church service to mark Ash Wednesday held at St. Joseph's Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU, to mark the commencement of this year's period of Lent. Father Ibe enjoined Christians to use the period of Lent to engage in deep introspection and reconcile with God as a sure guarantee for their salvation. He spoke to Signature TV on the significance of Ash Wednesday and other activities leading to Easter.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa hosted Mozambique's new president, Daniel Chapo, for a closed-door bilateral meeting in Cape Town on Tuesday. President Chapo recently inaugurated Leeds, Mozambique, a key partner and immediate neighbor of South Africa. The visit aims to bolster political cooperation at bilateral, regional, continental, and global levels. South African companies have invested an estimated 155 billion rand to 175 billion rand in Mozambique, creating over 42,000 jobs, according to government figures. Recently, several major South African firms established a South African Chamber of Commerce to enhance trade and investment between the two nations. Mozambique remains a crucial energy security partner for South Africa.
Economic conditions. So today's working visit has been an important one, which will pave the way for state visits on both sides and for our binational commissions to do real work.
We are here to talk about our relation, political relation, diplomatic relations, and you know that South Africa is Mozambique, Mozambique is South Africa. We are brothers. That's why we want to talk about our economy, our political situation, our diplomatic situation and relation. You know that we have Maputo corridor. In Mozambique we have port, we have Limpopo borders and Rasan Garcia borders. We are here to talk about private sector and public sector and how we can do to grow up our economy.
Economic conditions. So tariffs imposed by U.S. would have minimal impact, Chinese parliament delegates said on Wednesday, following the opening ceremony of the country's annual National People's Congress held in its capital, Beijing. Yu Miaojie, economist and principal of Chinese Liaoning University, said that China is prepared for the trade war through its diversification of export destinations. He analyzed that Trump's tariff measures will face opposition from U.S. domestic business owners as China takes countermeasures on the intermediate materials it imports from the U.S. Liu Hu, chief technician of Jiangling Motors, a leading Chinese automotive manufacturer, including light trucks, was also optimistic about the trade war and said the impact of tariffs could be minimal. China has kept its 2025 economic growth target unchanged at around 5%. Premier Li Qiang announced at the NPC opening he committed more fiscal resources than last year to mitigate the impact of rising U.S. trade tariffs and global shifts.
Because China has diversified its export destinations, we have long been prepared for a shift in trade partners, such as those in Southeast Asia and BRICS countries. In this regard, there has been a successful transition in export destinations. Therefore, despite Trump imposing high tariffs on us, we have already taken precautionary measures. Secondly, objectively speaking, China will certainly retaliate. From Trump's perspective, his decision to impose higher tariffs on China will sooner or later face opposition from the U.S. business community. Since China imports a large amount of raw materials and intermediate goods from the U.S., if tariffs on our final products increase, we will naturally raise tariffs on those intermediate. The impact will definitely be temporary because, in terms of the market and economy, there are certain rules. The market will always seek the best quality at the lowest price, and I believe this principle will not change. Therefore, I am confident that this is only temporary and the future development is still full of great expectations. I believe the impact on China will be minimal because we operate on the principle of reciprocity, striving for a friendly and cooperative environment. If we are working together for global development, we welcome it. But the Chinese nation is determined and resilient, no difficulty can stop us.
China and Hong Kong shares gained after Li set an ambitious economic growth target and vowed more support for domestic consumption and the tech industry as a trade war with the United States heats up. Meanwhile, China's General Administration of Customs, GACC, announced on Tuesday that it has suspended imports of U.S. lumber and revoked the export licenses of 3 U.S. companies for soybean shipments, citing concerns about the presence of forest pests and contamination in recent shipments. The GAC reported that routine inspections of U.S. lumber imports uncovered quarantine pests, including bark beetles and longon beetles, to safeguard China's agricultural and ecological security, prevent the spread of harmful organisms. The GAC immediately suspended U.S. lumber imports. This decision is in accordance with China's biosafety law, the entry-exit animal and plant quarantine law, and international phytosanitary standards. In addition, Chinese customs and authorities detected ergot contamination and pesticide-coated soybeans in U.S. soybean shipments to protect consumer health and ensure the safety of grain imports. The GACC suspended the export qualifications of 3 U.S. companies. The companies involved are CHS Inc., Louis Dreyfus Company, Grains Merchandising LLC, and EGT LLC. Suspension is based on China's food safety law. The measures for the suspension and administration of grain import and export inspection and quarantine, and the provisions of the World Trade Organization's Sanitary and Phytosanitary SPS agreement. Similarly, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada imposed 25% tariffs on Canadian $30 billion Canadian worth of U.S. imports a house after Trump launched a trade war against Mexico and Canada, saying that it will target another $125 billion Canadian dollars worth in 21 days' time if need be. Trump declared Canada had failed to do enough to stem the flow of the deadly fentanyl, opioid, and its precursor chemicals into the U.S., an argument Trudeau called completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false.
Their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time.
Trudeau will step down as Prime Minister after the ruling Liberal Party chose a new leader on Sunday, warned Canadians that tough times were coming. Economists say Canada, which sends 75% of all exports to the United States, will plunge into a recession unless the tariffs are lifted quickly. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said on Tuesday supported an Arab-led initiative to mobilize support for reconstruction of the Gaza Strip and called on negotiations on Gaza ceasefire to be resumed without delay, with the release of all Israeli hostages held by Hamas, as well as the release of Palestinian detainees according to the terms of the deal.
Serious negotiations for the ceasefire in all its facets must be resumed without delay. All hostages must be released immediately and conditionally in a dignified manner. The release of Palestinian detainees must be carried out per the terms of the deal and also in a dignified way. The parties must ensure humane treatment for all those held under their power, and all obstacles to the effective delivery of life-saving aid must be removed. I welcome and strongly endorse the Arab-led initiative to mobilize support for Gaza's reconstruction clearly expressed in this summit, and the UN stands ready to fully cooperate in this endeavour.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas said he welcomed an Egyptian plan to rebuild the Gaza Strip and urged US President Donald Trump to support such a plan that will not involve displacing Palestinian residents of the enclave.
Rebuild the Gaza Strip with the Palestinians in their homeland without displacement, and we call on U.S. President Donald Trump to support reconstruction efforts on this basis and not on any other basis. We would like to stress that we are fully prepared to hold general presidential and legislative elections next year if the appropriate conditions are available in Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem. In our keenness to preserve the unity of the Fatah movement, we have decided to issue a general amnesty for all those dismissed from the movement.
Russian anti-terrorism units killed 4 militants affiliated with Islamic State insurgent group in the mainly Muslim region of Dagestan. Russian news agencies reported on Wednesday, citing Russia's top anti-terrorism agency. Violent and militant Islamists in Dagestan have been a rising challenge for President Vladimir Putin, with at least 20 killed in June's brazen attacks in churches and synagogues and a 2023 rampage at the Makchala airport. The militants were planning an attack at a regional branch of Interior Ministry, the National Anti-Terrorism Committee, told IRIA news agency grenade launchers, improvised explosive devices, grenades, ammunition, and machine guns were found at and near the scene. There were no casualties among the civilian population or losses among law enforcement personnel, TASS agency report. Dagestan, some 1,600 kilometers south of Moscow in Russia's North Caucasus, is a patchwork of ethnic groups, languages, and regions that live in the shadow of the Caucasus Mountains between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea.
Rocket-propelled grenades, self-made explosive devices, grenades, automatic rifles, a pistol and ammunition were found at the site of the clash and in a hidden cache nearby. According to the data available, the activities of the gang have been supervised by a band in Russia, international terrorist organization Islamic State. There are no casualties among civilians or losses among law enforcing agencies' personnel.
A final of Arsenal thrashed PSV Eindhoven 7-1 away in the first leg of the Champions League last 16 tie on Tuesday after rattling in 3 goals in 13-minute spell in the first half and then ruthlessly adding 4 more after the break. Duran Timber opened the scoring in the 18th minute, followed by a strike from teenager Ethan Nwaneri before Mikel Merino added the third in the 31st. Dutch champions pulled one back with a Noah-Lang penalty for a 3-1 halftime deficit, but 2 goals in the opening 3 minutes after the break reinforced Arsenal's dominance, with captain Martin Odegaard and Leandro Trossard scoring. Odegaard got a second goal in the 73rd minute before substitute Ricardo Calafiori netted the 7th 5 minutes from time to complete the rout at the Philips Stadium. Arsenal registered the biggest away win in European club competition and put themselves in a virtually unassailable position to advance to the quarterfinals, where they will meet either Atletico Madrid or Real Madrid. They dominated from the start, although the host should have taken the lead in the 16th minute when a cross from Ivan Petricek was palmed away by goalkeeper David Raya into the path of Ismail Sababari, who rattled the crossbar from close range. 2 minutes later, a clever turn and left-foot cross from Arsenal midfielder Declan Rice saw Timber tour above Lang at the back post to head home and begin the deluge. The left side of the Gunners' attack also provided the second goal as Miles Lewis Kelly played in a square pass that Nwaneri ran onto and slammed home from point-blank range. Lewis Kelly was then fortunate to avoid being sent off for a second yellow card after a clumsy challenge that provoked furious protest from the PSV players and bench. The home side battled to stop him, but when the ball split free, defender Ryan Flamingo did not clear properly, and Merino snapped up the chance to place the ball in the far corner. Arsenal gave away a penalty 3 minutes from half-time when Thomas Partey's outstretched arm caught PSV captain Luke de Jong around the neck, and Lang converted a sport kick. But any hopes of a recovery were snapped off after the break as PSV goalkeeper Walter Benitez gifted Odegaard a goal when he pushed Nwaneri's cross straight at the Norwegian, and within 60 seconds a clever dink from Trossard over Benitez made it 5-1. Odegaard fired home the 6th goal and then provided a perfect pass for Calafiori to net at the end of a stormy run on a night where everything went right for the visitors. It was the first time PSV had conceded 7 goals at home, and also the first time any Dutch club had let in 7 in a European tie. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Welcome. It's E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I know that you guys are ready for this entertainment hour, the time to get updated on pop, arts, culture, everything happening on the entertainment world. You know we are here for you. I'm your lovely host Larimi Adeyemi, and with me today is the amazing, the beautiful.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment program, and I am Quincy Roland, bringing you the best from ENUGU State.
I think I like that calmness and the demerity of that introduction. So guys, we'll be going straight into our news for today. I know you guys really want to hear about this. And the Nigerian singer Spyro has alleged he's being blackmailed with threats of fabricated sex tape in an Instagram story on Tuesday. Spyro claimed that religious figures are using their faith as a cover for deceitful actions. He expressed frustration, stating blackmail attempt followed by his online confrontation of someone for wrongdoing. Spyro asserted that many prominent religious figures are involved in scams and lies, using scriptures to justify their actions and resulting to emotional manipulation and threats. He recounted a previous incident where after calling someone's bad behavior, that person immediately began quoting scripture. He claims that this same tactic is now used against him with threats to release a non-existent sex tape and claims of a woman falsely alleging pregnancy. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. Like, I'm really trying to understand what you are saying here. Okay, you were threatened using a sex tape. Jesus boy know they get sex tape. So
right.
let's just say that it's an empty threat. You know. Let's
not forget the fact that he could have shortcomings, right?
I'm
just saying, let's not forget the fact that he's human and he could have shortcomings.
True.
But the point is, are you agreeing to have something like that, or you're saying that that thing doesn't exist?
I don't know,
because right now he's pointing out people could make mistakes and use the scripture, and at the same time you're saying it's allegedly.
At this point, I don't understand what Spyro is trying to tell us, because you're saying that okay, a lot of Christians are hiding their deceitful things behind and like trying to hide it and keep it. So wait, so are you saying that you did it but you're not going to hide it, or are you saying it's a lie? I'm confused.
I am. I'm very confused right now.
So is there a sex tape or is there not a sex tape? Please let us know.
I believe the point he's trying to make is that there's no sex tape. And maybe he could, fault in certain ways. I'm not sure he's sure there's no sex tape. I don't even know what to think at this point.
So wait, at this point, I don't know how to analyze this thing we're hearing from him. I don't know how to analyze.
It's really confusing.
Because why did you have to bring up the fact that some people lie, some Christians use Bible verse to cover up what they do and everything. So are you saying that you are also doing that, or are you saying that you won't do that, so you have nothing like that?
I think maybe if he was clearer in his statement, it will make more sense. But that's by the way. Please, let's move to the next story. So now we have a story on Derele Edun, a Nigerian model and socialite. Derele Edun has reacted to an ex-user who asked if he was gay. A video clip of Derele arriving at the grand opening of Above Lifestyle in Lagos State had surfaced online. Derele, who appeared on his usual outfits and heels shoes, was captured being led by the hand of controversial media personality Nedu Wazobia. Okay. His appearance raised questions from netizens, including a user at Bobby Tarantino, who asked, "Sorry, but is Derele gay?" Responding, Derele wrote, "Gay as in gorgeous and young, graceful and youthful, or best good as you." Who please, Derele is funny. Who you go to bed as is different from who you go to bed with. So to answer your question, I am plainly leave it out here. I am a sexual outlaw who's by your side. I mean,
let's take note of the fact that he said by,
it's porn related. It's porn related. I know.
Who is by your side?
That's what I'm saying. It's porn related. But the thing is, Derele has come out so many times to talk about his sexual life, and he's bisexual. Actually, he did not debunk claims of not having sexual attraction to the same gender and equally the opposite gender. But I am surprised that even when it's obvious, people still want to ask questions because you want to trigger him.
No, is it trigger? I think there's some people that genuinely didn't know. Like now, until this statement, I used to just feel like maybe he's a cross-dresser, and he does this kind of
cross-dressing is, if it's the likes of James Brown, then that's what cross-dressing is. But Derele that's his style. That's how he dresses, even on a casual day. For years I've known Derele. He wears boots, subscription boots and controversial outfits, like things that you don't even know if I cannot be caught wearing that. You don't know if this is a man's outfit or a female, so you're really confused. But the thing is, Derele is bi. To the best of my knowledge, because I've seen interviews where he talked about his sexuality. He's actually bi. He loves women. He has had few relationships with men and the rest of it. So I'm really surprised that even from his outfits, even from his appearance, you can actually tell that this person is likely bi. Well, not by himself.
Wow. Wow, I see what you did there. But I can't say we can say that, because it's like now saying, okay, yes, from the way James Brown dresses, we can say
the thing is, James Brown is a cross-dresser. There are some pictures that James Brown takes and he's dressed as a man. You've not seen?
I've not seen that video. All I see is Duchess of what is London, again? Is it London or Africa? Which one is this again?
Duchess of London.
Okay. I shall know that he's doing one.
The truth is, there are pictures where James Brown is dressed as a man, and there's a video that he put out there sometime saying that that he's actually a cross-dresser and he's not gay. He said it plainly that he's not gay, he's a cross-dresser, and there's a huge difference between that. And even when the sex tape leaked, we saw a video of him and a female, and even before that he had always talked about not doing what Bobrisky is doing, because Bobrisky will come out plain to tell you that he's a trans woman. So they are two different parties entirely. So Derele has always been that person that has been straight with his sexuality. So he's not denying that he's bi. So if you see him with a man, fine. If you see him with a woman, fine.
Wow. I think there's nothing much to say after that. He has cleared it.
He has cleared the air.
He has cleared it. So the Nigerian musician Tochukwu Ojugu, better known as Odumodu Black, recently discussed his relationships with other artists. He said he considers Rema as a close friend and also recounted a dream where he had before meeting Burna Boy, in which they shared a meal of pounded yam. The rapper featured in a recent episode of Afrobeats podcast hosted by Adeshokwe. He said, Rema is my friend, Sheyi Tinubu is also my friend, regardless of his father being the president and people throwing stones at him, he is my friend. When he invited me to his home for dinner, he didn't do it for me to support his dad. He did it because he loves my music. I'm a street boy. Sheyi has nothing to gain from me. He's my friend. Forget whatever society is saying. The same goes for Rema. Why I no go farms Rema? Who I won't go farms? Adele, Speed Darlington. Akpo is not my friend. So he says, Burna Boy is my spirit animal, Skepta too. Before I met Burna Boy, I saw him in my dream and we were eating pounded yam. But Burna Boy told me that the day I saw him was the first time he had eaten pounded yam in 2 years. This thing is not a joke. They think I just cap. They think I talk about Jesus because I'm a fanatic. I'm a big fan of Jesus. Anything I say, I bound here on earth and in heaven as long as it aligns with the will of God. Wow. Sorry.
Take a break. I mean, Odumodu.
I didn't know he was a Jesus boy though.
I don't. What do you mean by Jesus boy?
Like,
what do you
now
really
he's
mean by
saying
Jesus
no.
boy?
Now he's saying he's a Jesus fanatic. Like some people think he's a Jesus fanatic, but he's a lover of Jesus and trying to say, okay, the dream he had was kind of prophetic in a way because that was the first time Burna Boy was also eating pounded yam, and now saying that okay, when he bans anything here on earth is banned in heaven and everything.
I mean, first of all, he's a Christian, and if you identify as a Christian, it means that you're Christ-like, right?
It doesn't mean you are Christ-like. It means you
are what?
You hope to identify as someone that's Christ-like, because not every Christian that is Christ-like.
That's what I'm saying now. Okay. He's a Christian, and when you accept Christ, it means that you're Christ-like. But now it's left to you to mind your actions, the things you say, your approach to life, every other thing. And I think that's where people confuse it. I know the kind of music he does and personality, but the personality we know is the one he puts out there. We don't know the one that he has.
Okay,
you get?
Okay,
I'm just saying.
No,
I'm just saying. That's what I feel like, because okay, it's just like now seeing the story of, I'm not trying to make a comparison, but I'm giving like instances. Seeing the story of Spyro, you're having this in mind. Spyro is a Jesus boy. He cannot, be involved in certain things, and the story is a two-way thing, right? And at some point, you feel disappointed because you're not expecting it. But at this point, you're like excited. Okay, Odumodu is really like a Jesus boy, but I didn't know. All I'm saying is people put out what they want you to see and want you to believe, but because you don't live with them, you can't tell what they are in reality. So I've seen interviews where he talks about God and the rest of it, and I believe that he's a strong believer. Maybe the kind of music he does not resonate with the Christian belief. I agree, but regardless, he has a relationship with Jesus, and that's
okay. Moving on, we actually have to move on from it. I zero comment. I feel by the fruits you shall know the tree. So yeah, next story.
So we have a former bottle service attendant has just filed a lawsuit against Didi, claiming she was raped by a club promoter at Didi's direction, and she says it went down at a Trump hotel. The woman who filed suit anonymously as Jane Doe claims in the late 90s she attended an event hosted by Diddy at the Limelight nightclub in New York City, which had 5 floors, and the top 2 were reserved for sex parties. She says nothing happened to her at Limelight, but she and her friend made their way to the Trump Hotel in Midtown. She claims she never wanted to go, but Combs made it clear that they didn't have a choice. She claims they were held hostage in a room, drugged and forced to participate in group sex. Among other things, she says Combs directed a club promoter to rape her while he watched. A second lawsuit was filed by another woman, also a Jane Doe, claiming she was sexually assaulted twice, first by Diddy and then by others at his command. It appears this is the friend of the first woman who filed the lawsuit today, because this Jane Doe also says she and her friend were at the Limelight and ended up at the Trump Hotel. Both lawsuits were filed by Tony Buzbee, who has filed numerous cases against Diddy, so it seems the 2 women were together during the alleged rapes. Mr. Combs' legal team tells TMZ, as we've said before, Mr. Combs cannot respond to every publicity stunts, even in response to claims that are fiscally ridiculous or demonstrably false. Mr. Combs and his team and his legal team have full confidence in the fact and the integrity of the judicial process. In court, the truth will prevail that Mr. Combs never sexually assaulted or trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor. I'm tired of this Diddy story.
Do you know what is shocking me the most? I don't think anybody is more consistent than Diddy's lawyer. He is innocent. He did nothing. that has been their statement since the first
I am
case.
tired of Diddy's story, honestly speaking,
I'm just like,
it's exhausting.
With everything we've seen, with everything we've heard, he's totally, how? Like, you're not saying, oh, he did this, but he didn't do this. You're saying he's totally innocent of everything.
I mean, he's innocent till he's
proven guilty, I guess.
Yes, I guess so.
But still, like, maintaining that, there's a way you
energy.
Maintaining that same choice of words, maintaining that same.
I mean, that's why he's a
the lawyer now. I guess.
Will you as a lawyer tell your client he's guilty? He's innocent till proven guilty. That's the truth. And trust me, what if he's actually innocent? Have you seen it from that angle? Because I don't know why you're bringing your, filing your own lawsuits now. People have been doing it like months ago. Like, did you just wake up? I don't understand.
Well, people make findings. Some people may not want to come out to talk, stuff like that. So it might take time for some things to be real. I'm not saying he's guilty of it too, but I'm just like, now for this lawyer, but he's one of those things.
Oh, but now for who just they talk now, because you had all the time. When this thing was heated up, it was coming back to back.
But you'd have just don't forget the fact that rape victims tend to also have like problems with speaking out.
I understand, but not when you're
they used to say that when one person speaks out, other people now start speaking.
Exactly.
Out. And I don't know, maybe the lawyer that filed their suitcase for him, it took time for him to find other victims. The more victims there are, the more you are able to seal the case.
Another angle is
like trying to investigate and find more people.
I feel like the case is dying down. So in order to keep this case alive, you have to like keep bringing
more evidence
against this person. So I feel that's just the tactics around it, because I don't know why it took you this long. This is something that happened last year, months ago.
It's one of those things. Like the first case didn't start in 2024. No.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, let's move on to the next story. Following his first outing at the 67th Grammys, the chart-topping star Shabozi raised a new collaboration featuring Burna Boy at the after party. So, Shabozi and Burna Boy, they are also like, there is a news of possible collaboration between them, which first surfaced online in late 2024 after pictures of both of them together in a studio that was shared online. Newborn country music star Shabozi is one of the major breakout stars of 2024 thanks to his hit single A Bar Song Tipsy, which broke the record for the longest #1 song on Billboard Hot 100. At the 67th Grammys, Shabozi born Collins Obinna Chibueze earned 5 nominations, including for the Song of the Year and the Best New Artist. Burna Boy's Aya was also nominated for the Best African Song Performance, earning him his 2nd in the category and 11th overall. The upcoming collaboration is set to be one of another major partnership between stars whose music is shaping the African pop and the country music scene. Imagine that combo. We are like getting, you know, the Sound Eva song Tipsy by Shabozi, and we know Higher, Burna Boy. Like, so those two songs have been getting a lot of traction. So of course it means like those artists are,
I mean, for it to be recognized by the Grammy, then you know it's a really nice song.
Exactly. So imagine such a combination, having Burna Boy and having Shabozi, and I feel like Shabozi he must have Nigerian origin for him to be named.
Nigerian, actually,
yes.
and
So like
he's Igbo.
Yes,
he's Igbo. He's
so like getting that mix, I think.
I mean, it's so interesting
there
to see Nigerian artists make their way to the top. I mean, Grammy is like the biggest award that any artist could actually attain, and it's interesting to see that even to be nominated is not easy. So if you're being nominated 5 categories, that is awesome. It means that you're doing something and you're doing it right. So shout out to Shabozi. And I haven't really listened to this song, but because of this story,
like the hype on it is a whole lot. So you have to take our time to listen to.
So from the Grammy scene, the 2025 Grammy is topping the charts.
No, I think this Grammy issue, let's leave it for another time, because we've talked about it a whole lot.
Right.
Yes.
And it's something that has been making rounds on social media.
So guys, don't worry, you get more gist about it another time. But we'll be going on a short break now. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned for the best of entertainment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is a lot of work and it requires a lot of attention and heart put into it. Mind you, there are 2 different types of DJs. If you agree with me, there are DJs that just come and they just play music back to back, and there are DJs that calm down and mix songs.
Now
now people that calm down to mix songs are the ones I identify as DJs.
Like the way some people just like move from one beat to another beat.
Exactly,
like,
they just
blend
throw
it
2
together songs in the same beat.
And And that's the difference between playing it, having to listen to a DJ, and playing from your phone. If I want to listen to you jumping from one music to the other, I can actually play from my phone.
So now I think God Power is on the line.
Okay.
Mr. God's Power, good morning. How are you doing? Sorry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing today?
Sorry, can you hear us well?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing today?
Oh, we're doing good as well. We're going. Wow, you're a disc jockey and also a content creator. That's a lot.
That's interesting.
So, can you tell us a bit about how you manage that?
All right. I would not say it has been easy. It hasn't been easy. But for a country that we find ourselves, we have to turn our passion to money. Yeah, let me put it that way. We have to turn our passions to money because currently in Nigeria, we know how the economy is beating on everybody. So we have to have multiple streams of income. Yes, I was a DJ. I am still a DJ. I play in clubs. I play in parties. Until the end bad government protests that happened August last year, when I went out for protest, I never prepared for that. I say I never prepared for that. Then I start agitating. Everybody was agitating for the price of fuel and everything. So me, I was agitating for the size of Lulu, and I don't know, one way or another, the thing blew out of proportion, and it was all over social media. Lele man, Mr. Lele, Mr. Lele. So being a creative that I am, I choose, okay, maybe I can also create another brand out from this. So that is how Mr. Lele came into play, and so far so good. All my social media platform has been monetized, and I will to God's plan.
Oh, that's interesting.
Very.
Okay, quick question. We were discussing this in the studio before you came on. We want to get the idea of different disc jockeys, different DJs, where now we have so many people, they can DJ from their bedroom, from their parlor, even from wherever it is. And I want to know, when you have the disc jockey as a skill, I see two different DJs this period, where someone that just comes, plays different songs, no rhythm attached to it, no form of artistry attached to it. And then we have DJs that actually take out their time, mix their own music, have a proper transition from this song to the other song, using unexpected music, things that you don't even expect to be, in rhythm with whatever song that they are playing, to transition to another one. So what kind of, do you feel like the art of DJ, we are losing the touch of DJing, or this is just a different area that people go into?
Okay, if I get it correctly, DJing is an art. I would say it's a science. A lot of people tend to hire a DJ, but they forget to tell the DJ the kind of event that the DJ is coming to anchor. For instance, we have corporate events. In the settings of a corporate event, we know the kind of, the DJ should make inquiry. A lot of DJs make this mistake. When an event, somebody contract them for an event, they forget to ask, what kind of event am I coming to? Is it corporate? Is it a Christian gathering? Or is it a party? What kind of event? You might get to an event and everybody there is old school. Everybody there is old school. Everybody is playing old school. Everybody listens to old school, and you might go to a certain event, it's just reggae. Everybody is listening to reggae. So it is advisable for, as a DJ, you are versatile. You can play, you can fix yourself in any place you find yourself. Like I am a DJ. I never scared of any job. Like some DJs, when you call them, please, it's a gospel setting. They say, no, I don't play gospel. No, see, DJs, a good DJ get himself conversant with every kind of songs and flows with it well. And a good DJ prepares his or her playlist. That's the most important thing. The most important thing before going for an event, make sure you prepare your playlist. You prepare your playlist so that I know that before this event elapsed, I will be covering I will be playing like 20 to 30 songs. It's not when you go to an event. I think that the energy in DJ, people are the new generation DJ. They are making the crafts to lose value because somebody can be in his house now, use his smartphone and DJ, and people are vibing to it. So I think that we are losing it. We are losing it in the aspect of DJing based on what is happening right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for that input. Let's focus on the main issue, which is thriving with different skills in the Nigerian entertainment world. So, as someone who is multi-talented like you are, how do you maneuver the challenges that come with both skills? Because if you're a DJ alone, yeah, there are challenges that come with it. Then now being a content creator, challenges come with it as well. So how do you manage both challenges, being someone with different skills?
First of all, you have to plan yourself. It's planning. Everything is planning. You have to have like a calendar. You have to have a calendar that you plan every move that you make. You plan everything that you do. If I have a shoot as a content creator, then I have a job. I will make sure that I fix the event, that it doesn't collide with each other. So it's not easy. It's not easy, I would say. It's not easy, but we must do it. We must do it. And you have to arrange yourself, schedule your event, everything, just schedule it properly. Because it's not easy being a content creator, checking up on how your content is doing, trying to check if the content is okay, then at the same time having at the back of your mind, in the evening I have an event that I have to go and cover. It's not easy, but we are pushing, we are trying. It's all about planning. That's all I can say. It's all about planning.
Planning. I think this is a key takeaway that we can take away from what you said now, like key points, sorry, that we can take away from what you said. Planning. That's very insightful. So what would you say are the most in-demand skills in the entertainment world as it is today?
In demand.
Yeah, skills that people
things that
want more, people prioritize over the other.
I think since the world is now a global village, it's not moving, we are already in a global village. Running ads, running social media ads is highly in demand. Highly in demand. I know
even for the entertainment industry?
Even in the entertainment, yes. Everybody needs publicity. Everybody, no matter what you're doing, everybody needs publicity. There are people that they don't have shops, they don't have a physical location, but their business is thriving more than people that have physical location because of publicity, advertisements. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, what I was trying to say is that, being an entertainer, and there are different skill sets to entertaining. Like now, as you're a DJ, you're also a content creator. You see some people as artists, you see some people as actors and actresses and everything. Like looking at all these skill sets that appear in the entertainment world, what would you say is the most in demand? People that people need much more at this time.
In the aspect of entertainment, it cannot be overemphasized. Every artist, every DJ, every craft in the entertainment industry, every craft in the entertainment industry is very paramount. One cannot do without the other. That is it. One cannot do without the other. You cannot say, okay, this one is a musician, this one is a musician, this one is more important. No. A musician cannot do without a DJ cannot do without a musician. So like an actor, actresses, all of them, they just work together. None of them is more important than the other. That's all I can say for now.
Okay. You've been talking about the entertainment industry and the rest of it. We want you to give us an insight at your own life. It's like how you started as a disc jockey and graduated to being a content creator, and how you've been holding up the entire process.
Okay. 2019, when I finished secondary school. That's when I had 2009. Yes, 2009, when I finished my secondary school. I went to a technical college. Government Technical College, Port Harcourt, and I had acquired the skill of a welder. I was a welder. Yeah. So after I finished school, I was at home for some time. Then a friend of mine took me to a party. Everybody was vibing. I was standing close to the DJ because I was enjoying what the DJ was doing. And that after that night, I had interest. I don't go to parties to eat. I only go to parties to stand close to the DJ and see what the DJ is doing. Lucky enough, somebody came my way. One of my first boss, DJ Cruz. He was a DJ at Casablanca then. So he saw me where I was sitting down with somebody, one of my friends' laptop that used to download music. I was doing DJ with a virtual DJ software. He told me, you can mix very well, because a lot of DJs just play. They just play as if you are playing music from phone, from one track to another. The mixing is what is important. When he heard me play, so I love this mixing, and that is how he picked me up, start taking me to jobs, and I was fully introduced into the DJ industry. And content creator, in content creation, like I said, it was during the protest when I started trending. Some celebrities were calling me, let's do videos together, let's shoot together. I said, this one another line away, Pacific survive for this government. So I hopped onto content creation. I did a little study. I went to one of my boss, MC Mbakara. So I learned a lot from him and a lot of other content creators. I went to YouTube, I watched videos, and that is how I'm not perfect yet. I'm still struggling on the content creation side, but I know that as long as I'm persistent, I'll keep doing. I'll get better day by day.
So what advice would you give to someone who is hoping to also have diverse skills and thrive and increase their opportunities in the entertainment world?
Be focused, be determined. Another thing is deciding to finish that thing. Determination is all you need. If you want to multitask yourself, make sure you have a plan and you are determined. Believe me, you will come out successful.
Thank you so much, Mr. Loy. It's been lovely having this conversation with you. Thank you for giving us the insights on how to thrive with different skills in the entertainment world. It's been so lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. We're coming to the end of this episode, wrapping up. I know you guys have a lot to say concerning everything that's happened. Please let us know in the comment section what you think about all the news that's happened today, and even our discussion with our guests. If you'd love to see more of our guests, let us know as well. We'd love to hear from you. Do well to remember that we are going to be live again tomorrow by 1 p.m. We're live on YouTube 24/7. Stay updated. stay entertained. We are here for you now. So you have to follow us on our social media platforms. You see it. Follow us, and stay updated. Like I always say, I've been your wonderful host, Layomi Adeyemi, and I hosted this show with.
And my name is Quinsley Rowland, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, Signature TV.
you.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Larsen and Tubro bets on space exploration as India expands private rocket and satellite industry. Washington mayor says Black Lives Matter Plaza near White House to be redesigned. And Democrats accuse Trump of creating an atmosphere of fear for migrant communities in Roberto. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa hosted Mozambique's new president Daniel Chapo for a closed-door bilateral meeting in Cape Town on Tuesday. President Chapo recently inaugurated Leeds Mozambique, a key partner and immediate neighbor of South Africa. The visit aims to bolster political cooperation at bilateral, regional, continental, and global levels. South African companies have invested an estimated 155 billion rand to 175 billion rand in Mozambique, creating over 42,000 jobs, according to government figures. Recently, several major South African firms established the South African Chamber of Commerce to enhance trade and investment between the two nations. Mozambique remains a crucial energy security partner for South Africa.
Economic conditions. So today's working visit has been an important one, which will pave the way for state visits on both sides and for our binational commissions to do real work.
We are here to talk about our relation, political relation, diplomatic relations, and you know that South Africa is Mozambique, Mozambique is South Africa. We are brothers. That's why we want to talk about our economy, our political situation, our diplomatic situation and relation. You know that we have Maputo corridor. In Mozambique, we have port, we have Limpopo borders and Rassam Garcia borders. We are here to talk about private sector and public sector and how we can do to grow up our economy.
Indian industrial conglomerate Larsen & Toubro is betting on aerospace as a potential growth engine, in particular the launch vehicle and satellite manufacturing, as the country cuts reliance on imports and boosts private sector participation. Considered a bellwether for India's infrastructure spending because of the scale and breadth of their orders, is also the country's largest private sector defense manufacturer by revenue. Ram Chadani said the global launch vehicle market was expected to hit about $160 billion over the next decade. The Indian government has set a target of reaching $44 billion for the country's commercial space sector in that time.
As a company, we believe that the sector is opening up. There is a larger role that we can play beyond manufacturing into the vehicle assembly, integration, into providing launch services. So there is a whole space economy which is opening up. And as L&T, we are looking at how we can leverage our legacy, our heritage in this to the future requirements of this segment. The PSLV is one example where we are working along with ISRO and industrializing it, making it something that can be produced at commercial scale, where we can provide launch services on demand, where we are able to deliver payload capacity as the market demands.
India's first launch of a privately built PSLV booster, delayed from early 2025, is expected to occur by mid-year, though an exact date had not yet been decided. Ram Chadani said each booster, several of which were in various stages of assembly in a factory, cost about $30 million. L&T said it's looking to expand its role in India's indigenous fighter jet program by increasing production of wings for the light combat aircraft, Tejas. China's General Administration of Customs, GACC, announced on Tuesday that it has suspended imports of U.S. lumber and revoked the export licenses of 3 U.S. companies for soybean shipments, citing concerns over the presence of forest pests and contamination in recent shipments. The GACC reported that routine inspections of U.S. lumber imports uncovered quarantine pests, including bark beetles and longhorn beetles, to safeguard China's agricultural and ecological security and prevent the spread of harmful organisms. The GACC immediately suspended U.S. lumber imports. The decision is in accordance with China's biosafety law, the Entry-Exit Animal and Plant Quarantine Law, and international phytosanitary standards. The companies involved are CHS Inc., Louis Dreyfus Company, Grains Merchandising, LLC, and EGT, LLC. The suspension is based on China's food safety law, the measures for the supervision and administration of grain import and export inspection and quarantine, and the provisions of the World Trade Organization's sanitary and phytosanitary agreement. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said on Tuesday the Black Lives Matter Plaza near the White House will be redesigned as part of a new mural project after threats by Republicans to cut transportation funding if the plaza was not renamed. Bowser, a Democrat, has been a vocal critic over the years of Republican President Donald Trump. The mayor ordered the creation of Black Lives Matter Plaza in 2020 when the U.S. saw large anti-racism protests for the murder of George Floyd, a black man who died after a white police officer knelt on his neck for several minutes. Bowser was criticized by Trump at the time. President Donald Trump addressed a joint session of Congress in a televised speech on Tuesday, 6 weeks into a tumultuous term during which he has appended decades of U.S. foreign and domestic policy and stretch the limits of a presidency. Program.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
US President Donald Trump's speech to Congress on Tuesday was interrupted within minutes by catcalls from Democratic lawmakers, with one Texas Congressman, Al Green, ordered removed from the chamber after he refused to sit down. Green, shaking his walking cane at Trump, appeared to be shouting that Trump did not win a mandate in November's election after the president bragged about the Republicans' victories as he was led from the chamber. Some Republicans sang. Afterwards, speaking to reporters, Green called President Trump unfit and said he should not hold office.
I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. I have people who are very fearful. These are poor people, and they have only Medicaid in their lives when it comes to their health care. I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I've said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. He has no mandate to cut Medicaid. None. This is about the people who are being punished by virtue of losing their health care. This is the richest country in the world, and we have people who don't have good health care. We've got to do better. And now we're about to cut Medicaid, which is for poor people. Health care has become wealth care for many people, and we can't afford to let that happen. I'm also working on my articles of impeachment. This president is unfit. He should not hold the office. 34 felony convictions, 2 times impeached.
Meanwhile, Democrats accused President Donald Trump of creating an atmosphere of fear among migrant communities in the U.S. in a Spanish-language rebuttal of a president's State of the Union address on Tuesday. Congressmember Adriano Espeleta gave the rebuttal from East Harlem, New York City, where he hailed the hard work of migrant communities and criticized Trump for not tackling inflation. Kim Jong-un criticized the Trump administration for stepping up provocations and said it justified a nuclear state increasing its nuclear deterrent. State media KCNA said on Tuesday. Powerful sister of leader Kim Jong-un denounced the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Carl Vinson's visit to South Korea on Sunday, saying the action was part of a policy of confrontation against North Korea. Kim Jong also criticized the deployment of US B-1B strategic bombers over the Korean Peninsula as part of joint drills with the US and Japan, as well as slamming a pledge by the three allies made at a security conference in Munich in February that called for the denuclearization of the North. South Korea's defense ministry said in a statement on Tuesday that Kim Jong-un's comments were nothing more than deception to justify its nuclear missile development. Up ahead, Trump's tariffs will face minimal impact and U.S. business opposition. 8 migrants arrive in Nepal after deportation from the U.S. Details of these and more after the break. Tariffs imposed by the U.S. have minimal impact, Chinese parliament delegates said on Wednesday, following the opening ceremony of the country's annual National People's Congress held in its capital, Beijing. Yu Miaoji, economist and principal of China's Liaoning University, said that China is prepared for the trade war through its diversification of export destinations. He analyzed that Trump's tariff measures will face opposition from U.S. domestic business owners as China takes countermeasures on the intermediate materials it imports from the U.S. U.S. President Donald Trump had announced sweeping 10% tariff on all Chinese imports, prompting Beijing to respond with retaliatory tariffs and file a WTO dispute against Washington, which could serve as an early test of Trump's stance towards the institution. Liu Hu, chief technician of Jiangling Motors, a leading Chinese automotive manufacturer including light trucks, was also optimistic about the trade war and said the impact of tariffs could be minimal.
Because China has diversified its export destinations, we have long been prepared for a shift in trade partners, such as those in Southeast Asia and BRICS countries. In this regard, there has been a successful transition in export destinations. Therefore, despite Trump imposing high tariffs on us, we have already taken precautionary measures. Secondly, objectively speaking, China will certainly retaliate. From Trump's perspective, his decision to impose higher tariffs on China will sooner or later face opposition from the U.S. business community. Since China imports a large amount of raw materials and intermediate goods from the U.S., if tariffs on our final products increase, we will naturally raise tariffs on those intermediate. The impact will definitely be temporary because, in terms of the market and economy, there are certain rules. The market will always seek the best quality at the lowest price, and I believe this principle will not change. Therefore, I am confident that this is only temporary and the future development is still full of great expectations. I believe the impact on China will be minimal because we operate on the principle of reciprocity, striving for a friendly and cooperative environment. If we are working together for global development, we welcome it. But the Chinese nation is determined and resilient. No difficulty can stop us.
China 2025 economic growth target unchanged at around 5%. Premier Li Qiang announced at the NPC opening committed more fiscal resources than last year to mitigate the impact of rising U.S. trade tariffs and global shifts. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada told U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday that his new tariffs on Canadian imports were a very dumb thing to do, and said Ottawa was striking back immediately. Trudeau, speaking hours after Trump launched a trade war against Mexico and Canada, said Canada was imposing immediate 25% tariffs on 30 billion Canadian worth of U.S. imports, and if need be, would target another 125 billion Canadian dollars worth in 21 days' time.
Their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the US tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time.
Trump declared Canada had failed to do enough to stem the flow of a deadly fentanyl opioid and its precursor chemicals into the U.S., an argument Trudeau called completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. Trudeau will step down as Prime Minister after the ruling Liberal Party chooses a new leader on Sunday, warned Canadians that tough times were coming. Economists say Canada, which sends 75% of all exports to the United States, will plunge into a recession unless the tariffs are lifted quickly. But they also say Americans are likely to suffer as well, given how tightly the two economies are connected. British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves warned the UK will be affected by slowing global trade, even if tariffs were not directly applied to it. Countries around the world are scrambling to shield themselves from potential tariffs during US President Donald Trump's second term in office. His administration's new tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, along with a doubling of duties on Chinese goods, took effect earlier on Tuesday. Reeves also told the manufacturing conference in London that the United States are Britain's closest partners in defense and security.
And so I don't want to see tariffs increase. I don't think it serves anyone well. And it's absolutely the case that even if tariffs aren't applied to the UK, we will be affected by slowing global trade, by a slower GDP growth, and by higher inflation than otherwise would be the case. And we don't want to see tariffs. And I will continue to make the case with all my international counterparts for free and open trade.
8 Nepalese were deported from a US boarded a police van and were taken away after arriving at Tri Bhuvan International Airport in Kathmandu on Wednesday. In recent weeks, the US has deported some 300 people to Panama, including people from Afghanistan, China, India, Iran, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. These flights are part of the Trump administration's efforts to sidestep the fact that some countries refuse US deportation flights due to strained diplomatic relations or other reasons. 2 major infrastructure projects in Nepal, funded by the United States, have been put on hold after President Donald Trump ordered a 90-day pause in foreign development assistance on the day he returned to the White House, pending assessments of efficiency and consistency with U.S. foreign policy. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said on Tuesday he supported an Arab-led initiative to mobilize support for reconstruction of the Gaza Strip and called on the negotiations on Gaza ceasefire to be resumed without delay, with the release of all Israeli hostages held by Hamas, as well as the release of Palestinian detainees per the terms of a deal.
Serious negotiations for the ceasefire in all its facets must be resumed without delay. All hostages must be released immediately and conditionally in a dignified manner. The release of Palestinian detainees must be carried out per the terms of the deal and also in a dignified way. The parties must ensure humane treatment for all those held under their power, and all obstacles to the effective delivery of life-saving aid must be removed. I welcome and strongly endorse the Arab-led initiative to mobilize support for Gaza's reconstruction, clearly expressed in this summit. And the UN stands ready to fully cooperate in this endeavor.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas said he welcomed an Egyptian plan to rebuild the Gaza Strip and urged U.S. President Donald Trump to support such a plan that will not involve displacing Palestinian residents of the enclave. Speaking at an Arab League summit that aims to counter Trump's Gaza Rivera plan, Abbas also said it was ready to hold presidential and parliamentary elections if circumstances allowed, adding its Palestinian Authority was the only legitimate governing and military force in the Palestinian territories.
In their homeland without displacement, and we call on U.S. President Donald Trump to support reconstruction efforts on this basis and not on any other basis. We would like to stress that we are fully prepared to hold general presidential and legislative elections next year if the appropriate conditions are available in Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem. In our keenness to preserve the unity of the Fatah movement, we have decided to issue a general amnesty for all those dismissed from the movement.
Europe must engage with the United States in security debates and help find a way to bring it closer to Ukraine after the halt of U.S. military aid to Kyiv, Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky said on Tuesday. But Europe also needs to focus on being ready to replace U.S. support for Ukraine and on European security with its own resources, he said. Since last Friday, when U.S. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance upbraided Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House for being insufficiently appreciative of U.S. backing and their efforts to end the war, Europe has been left to scramble on security issues. On Tuesday, the European Commission proposed borrowing up to 150 billion euros to lend to European Union governments under a rearmament plan driven by Russia's war in Ukraine and fears Europe can no longer be sure of U.S. protection. Lipavsky welcomed the package, which he said would be a good basis for a summit of EU leaders on Thursday, March 6, discussing Ukraine and security. On the EU summit, he said he expected to see clear positions from all 27 member states, which will guide how to move forward on security issues.
I think it's obvious that we should help to mend this relationship. It's a critical relationship for Ukraine, also for Europe. It's give us clear guidance that we have to continue with building up European defense capabilities, European defense. We have to be ready to defend Europe. Also to continue and maybe increase support to Ukraine, but it doesn't mean that we should resign on this transatlantic relationship and on the relationship between Ukraine and the US. I understand that there is a strong will to achieve a ceasefire, but the core interest of the Czech Republic, and I hope most European countries, is to make sure that we will stop Russian imperialism, that we will protect the principles that the borders are not changed by brute force, which is the commitment from Helsinki. OEC is built up on that, and that we will not, by brute force, limit sovereignty of European country, which in this example is Ukraine, but it may be any other European country.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said in a commentary to reporter Pavel Zarubin on Tuesday that the U.S. suspension of military aid to Ukraine may play a key role in settlement of Ukraine crisis. Trump has paused military aid to Ukraine following his clash with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last week, a White House official said, deepening the fissure that has opened between the one-time allies. Trump, who spoke to Putin on February 12, and says he wants to be remembered as a peacemaker, has appended U.S. policy on the war in Ukraine, which he says risks igniting World War III. Trump also says Kyiv has no cards left to play. The Kremlin said on Wednesday that future talks between Russia and the United States would include discussions on Iran's nuclear program, a subject it said had been touched upon in an initial round of U.S.-Russia talks last month. Bloomberg reported on Tuesday that Russia has agreed to assist U.S. President Donald Trump's administration in communicating with Iran on various issues. including on Tehran's nuclear program and its support for regional anti-US proxies. The Kremlin has not confirmed that, but has made clear that Iran is now one of the subjects that will be discussed in more details by Washington and Moscow. Trump last month restarted its maximum pressure campaign on Iran, which includes efforts to drive its oil exports down to zero in order to stop Tehran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Iran denies any such intention. In a call with reporters on Wednesday, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said that Russia believed that problems around Iran's nuclear program needed to be resolved by diplomatic means. Russia has deepened its ties with the Islamic Republic since the start of the Ukrainian war and signed a strategic cooperation treaty with Iran in January.
The topic of Iran was on agenda. It was touched upon but not in detail. As my colleague Ushakov has already said, we expect separate discussions on this subject to take place. We suggested making it a separate subject of our dialogue and our consultations in the future. Russia's position is that the issue of Iran's nuclear dossier needs to be solved only through political and diplomatic means. In our view, there is potential for it.
France Prime Minister said on Tuesday that US President Donald Trump's decision to suspend weapons deliveries to Ukraine in the middle of a war signaled that the United States was abandoning Kiev and letting Russia win. He added that Europe now needed to quickly and efficiently replace US weapons deliveries. European leaders agreed at a summit last weekend that they must sharply increase defense spending to show Trump that the continent can protect itself.
During a war to a country under attack means abandoning the country under attack and accepting or hoping that the aggressor will win. This is, of course, for France, for us all, for Europeans and all those who are attached to freedom and law, for all those who are attached to the United Nations Charter, for example, this is of course absolutely unbearable. Our responsibility as the European Union, our responsibility as a country friendly to Ukraine, is to be able to be a substitute, as quickly and efficiently as possible, to American deliveries so that Ukraine would not be forced to crack. For us, this is a duty to civilization that we have to fulfill.
Still to come, Russian drone attack kills one person, knocks out Odessa power for second day. Egypt's Atta holds iftar for thousands of its students. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Israel's military was set on Wednesday to welcome a new Chief of Staff, Defense Ministry Director General Eyal Zamir, a retired Major General who served in the Israeli military for 28 years, after current military chief Herzi Halevi has announced his resignation in January over the army failure on October 7, 2023. Zamir will be taking over a military that has waged 16 months of war in Gaza, but also fighting in Lebanon and confronting missile strikes launched from Iran, Iraq, and Yemen. The military has also launched a large-scale operation in northern Israeli-occupied West Bank, and since late December 2024, Israeli soldiers have occupied parts of Syria. Zamir served as the Deputy Chief of Staff of the military from 2018 until 2021, according to the military's website. He also once headed the Southern Command, a regional command that's responsible for military operations and defense, including the Gaza border, as was earlier a military secretary to Netanyahu. Halevi, appointed Chief of Staff in 2022, announced his resignation in January, taking responsibility for the massive security failure on October 7, 2023, when Hamas-led militants from Gaza carried out the attack on southern Israeli communities. Halevi has welcomed Zamia's appointment, committed to a professional transfer of command. Halevi will resign on March 6.
This is a time for war, not for an operation, not for a round, time for war. And within this war, the IDF is strong, will act with strength and will win and achieve its needed goals. For us, looking forward, it is expected that there will be days of long, complex fighting. Gaza will not look the same. We will reach a situation where Gaza leaders will be badly beaten, we will dismantle them. And whoever stays there will fully understand that you don't do such a thing to the state of Israel. Defense systems.
A Russian drone attack late on Tuesday killed one person and triggered power, water, and heating cuts in Ukraine's Black Sea port of Odessa for the second day running, the regional governor said. Video footage released by local emergency services showed firefighters battling flames in a residential area. The attack also hit an energy facility in Ukraine's southern region of Odessa, energy firm DTEK said. Alep Keeper, writing in a Telegram messaging app, said a woman aged 77 had died of shrapnel wounds on the outskirts of the city. Critical infrastructure was damaged, leaving neighborhoods without services, he said. Keeper said fragments from downed drones damaged private houses and started fires in outlying city districts. It was the fourth attack on the region's energy infrastructure in 2 weeks, DTEK added in a statement on Telegram messaging app on Wednesday.
The enemy has again attacked the Odessa region, private residential buildings, shops, pharmacies, right in the middle of a residential area. More than 60 rescuers are currently working. Doctors, police, all emergency services are on the ground working, helping, trying to eliminate all fires as quickly as possible. All information will be available later regarding the consequences, regarding the victims. We are working.
France Defense Minister Sébastien Lecornu said on Tuesday that a French Reaper drone on a surveillance mission in international airspace over the eastern Mediterranean was a target of intimidation by a Russian Su-35 fighter jet. The incident comes as European countries scramble to boost defense spending and increase support for Ukraine in its war against invading Russian forces amid growing doubts over the commitment of the Trump administration to defending Europe. The Russian jet made 3 successive passes in close proximity, which could have caused the drone to lose control, reflecting a desire to restrict free air movement in common areas. Lecornu wrote on X that this was unintentional, unprofessional, and aggressive action that is not acceptable. Lecornu did not say exactly where the incident occurred in the eastern Mediterranean. CCTV video on Tuesday showed a tornado striking the city of ENUGU in Oklahoma, stripping a roof from a building in its path. Veterinary clinic, which captured the video, said that the tornado had hit the clinic and surrounding buildings. According to the National Weather Service, the tornado reached peak winds 160 to 169 km per hour and remained on the ground for 5.9 kilometers. It lasted for approximately 4 minutes. Mourners gathered in the northwestern Pakistani city of Banu on Wednesday after a pair of suicide bombers drove 2 vehicles filled with explosive into a security installation in northwestern Pakistan on Tuesday, killing at least 12 civilians, among them 6 children, police and rescue services said. The blast brought down the roof of a nearby mosque soon after residents had broken their fast during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan in a market teeming with shoppers, a military official said on condition of anonymity.
The explosion occurred right outside my house, claiming the lives of my brother and at least 7 others. My uncle used to break his fast in the mosque. As usual, he was in the mosque during the Maghrib, sunset, call to prayer. People were busy breaking their fast when an explosion occurred, in which my uncle and the women in the house, a total of 6, were martyred in the explosion. May Allah grant us strength and mercy. What else can we do but...
Police officials said the blast was likely caused by a vehicle laden with explosives. It was not immediately clear who was behind the explosion. Attacks by Pakistani Taliban Islamist militant group have risen in recent years against Pakistani police and military in areas near the Afghan border. Overnight clashes between Pakistani and Afghan security forces at the main border crossing between the countries caused thousands of people to flee their homes, but the situation had calmed down. Conflict started on Monday, the first working day of Ramadan, when food imports for Pakistan usually peaked in Afghanistan. Around 15,000 local residents fled to Landing Hotel due to the clashes, an official said. Afghan border guards had opened fire without warning, targeting government buildings and civilians and causing widespread panic. A Tokam crossing has been shut since February 21 due to a dispute over the construction of a border area outpost by Afghanistan, Pakistan officials said on condition of anonymity. Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not immediately respond to a request for a comment. The Taliban-run Afghan Interior Ministry said on Monday one Taliban fighter was killed and 2 injured, while Pakistani security officials reported that members of the forces had also been wounded. The Tokam crossing is the main transit artery for travelers and goods between Pakistan and landlocked Afghanistan. Trade between the countries was worth over $1.6 billion in 2024, according to Pakistan's Foreign Office. The closure has stranded 5,000 trucks filled with essential goods and caused at least $15 million in losses, said Yusuf Afridi, president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry for Pakistan's Khyber district, where the Tokam crossing is located. Egypt's Al-Azhar organized on Tuesday a group iftar for its students as part of its daily program that runs throughout the Muslim fasting month of Ramadan. Thousands of attendees, mostly international students, study in Al-Azhar University, gathered in the vicinity of the mosque to break their fast. Every day during the Ramadan, Al-Azhar distributes 5,000 meals. This is the 4th year that Al-Azhar organized the group iftar. Fasting in Ramadan, the ninth and holiest month in the Islamic calendar, is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, and this is a time of the year when religious fervor is rekindled throughout this Muslim world.
As we are all Muslims, we are one nation, and these people, international students, came to Al-Azhar al-Sharif and belong to Al-Azhar and live with Egyptian students and stay in Egypt for about 4 or 5 years, leaving here with the values and traditions of the Egyptian society. So, these people you see, all of them, are ambassadors for Egypt from non-Egyptian countries. They are our soft power abroad. As you know, Egypt is a hospitable and generous country, and Al-Azhar al-Sharif, as it nourishes minds and souls, also cares about the bodies and of those in need. This iftar is not limited only to incoming, international, students, but also extends to our sons, the Egyptian students, as I mentioned to you. First of all, thank God for the blessing of Al-Azhar, which not only gave us the opportunity to study at the university, but also for the mosque, especially in the month of Ramadan, they provide us with iftar, as a group. So, we have to thank Al-Azhar. As an Al-Azhar student, I thank them. The deputy of Al-Azhar every day checks up on us and visits us directly. I knew that Al-Azhar includes a mosque and a university. In terms of the university, thank God, learning here is great, and the teachers care a lot about our studies.
Al-Azhar is a minaret of knowledge, and it is famous in the world. Al-Azhar provides great quality and it passes to us the knowledge, the literature, Islamic Sharia, and belief, from the scholars, in the past and present.
7 opposition lawmakers threw smoke grenades and tear gas inside Parliament on Tuesday to protest against the government and support demonstrating students, with one legislator suffering a stroke during the chaos. 4 months of student-led demonstrations have drawn in teachers, farmers, and others to become the biggest threat yet to President Alexander Vucic's decade-long rule, many Serbians denouncing corruption and incompetence in the government. The legislative session after the ruling coalition led by the Serbian Progressive Party SNS approved the agenda. Some opposition politicians ran out of their seats towards the parliamentary speaker and scuffled with security guards. A group of protesters held a noisy demonstration outside the parliament, holding a banner reading "Corruption Kills," a reference to the 15 people killed by a railway station roof collapse that was the spark for the protest movement. Heavy rains battered the Canary Islands in Spain on Tuesday, flooding streets in Telde on Gran Canaria. The archipelago was included in a nationwide rain alert issued by the Spanish Meteorological Agency, AEMET. The adverse weather is expected to persist throughout the week, raising concerns of further disruption and prompting authorities to remain vigilant. Residents are advised to follow weather updates and avoid unnecessary travels. Thousands of people were evacuated across Indonesia on Tuesday after floods hit the region, officials said, with heavy rain expected to continue until next week. Indonesian media reported floodwaters swamped a hospital in the eastern town of Bekasi, with water entering some wards, forcing the evacuation of patients to other buildings, while other parts of the hospital were hit by power outages. Rescuers on rubber boats sailed through the thigh-high water to evacuate residents that have been trapped in floods since 4 a.m. at the housing complex in Bekasi. The country's weather agency warned that heavy rain is forecast to hit the capital and surrounding cities until March 11. South Africa ODI captain Themba Bavuma said on Tuesday that his side was solely focused on playing their best cricket, or not let scheduling or travel logistics hamper preparations for their ICC Champions Trophy semi-final against New Zealand. The Proteas top Group B was set out to travel to Dubai from Karachi, just in case they needed to play their semi-final United Arab Emirates against India. With India having finished top in Group A, South Africa then had to travel back to Pakistan to face the Kiwis in Lahore in the semis, where Bavuma said his side are only thinking about playing their best and accepted that they would have had no influence on any scheduling changes. The winner between South Africa and New Zealand would again travel back to Dubai after India beat Australia by 4 wickets.
I think, yeah, probably logistically things could have been, I guess, more efficient. In saying that, I think some of the guys did enjoy the time to kind of gallivant there in Dubai. Some of the boys played some golf. Some of the boys went for some sightseeing. So I guess it was quite enjoyable from that perspective. For other guys, it was just another day to recover. So yeah, guys made use of it as best as they could. We're here now. We're here in Lahore, and we're gonna be preparing and getting as ready as we can for tomorrow's clash. Look, I think at the end probably wasn't that necessary at the end. But look, the logistics, the scheduling it is what it is, right? I don't think there's much that we could have done to influence that in any way. Like I said, some of the guys were happy to be on the golf course out in Dubai. We're happy to be at the mall. But we've made it. We're here in Lahore now. We definitely don't use that as an excuse in terms of our preparation or anything like that. Our mind is geared to what we need to do for tomorrow.
Steve Smith announced his retirement from one-day international cricket on Wednesday after captaining Australia to a semi-final exit at the Champions Trophy, bringing down the curtain on a career in the format that included 2 World Cup wins. 35-year-old batsman, who was his team's top scorer with 73 as Australia lost to India by 4 wickets in Dubai on Tuesday, said he will still be available for selection for 2020 internationals and test matches. Smith scored exactly 5,800 runs at an average of 43.28 with 12 centuries in 170 ODIs since making his debut in the format in early 2010 as a spin bowling all-rounder. He scored 5 half-centuries, including an unbeaten 56 in the final to help Australia to win the 2015 World Cup on home soil, and was part of a team that regained the trophy in India in 2023. Smith also captained the ODI side for the 2015 until 2018, when he was sacked as skipper as part of his punishment for his involvement in the Newlands ball tampering scandal during a test series in South Africa. After serving a one-year ban from top-class cricket, Smith has again been a stalwart presence for his country in all three formats, returning as standing captain in Test for 12 Sri Lanka early this year and in ODIs for the Champions Trophy. Barcelona and Benfica produced one of the most electrifying games of the season with a 9-goal thriller at the first phase of the Champions League, and the Portuguese side manager Bruno Lage told fans to brace for more excitement on Wednesday.
Sabemos que vamos enfrentar uma grande equipa que tem ataque.
We lost 5-4 after a stoppage time Rafinha's strike, will stay true to the identity of attacking football when they host Barca again in the first leg of the last 16 clash, and expects the Spanish giants to do the same. Benfica supporters want a different outcome to that late January rip-roaring encounter at Lisbon Estadio da Luz, in which Barcelona fought back from 2 goals down to win. Struggling with injuries to key players, Lage confirmed that attacking midfielder Angel Di Maria and midfielder Florentino missed Wednesday's game as they recover, but sounded optimistic that winger Renato Sanchez should be ready. LeBron James reached another milestone in his unprecedented NBA career on Tuesday, becoming the first player to score 50,000 total points after hitting a three-pointer in the first quarter of a Lakers home game against the Pelicans. James, 40, already has the most regular season points after breaking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's all-time scoring record in February 2023, a mark that had stood for 39 years. The Akron, Ohio native also holds the all-time playoff scoring record, a title he took from Michael Jordan in May of 2017. James has shown no sign of slowing down in his 22nd season in the league. He was named Western Conference Player of the Month for February, extending his league record to 41 monthly awards, including 3 with the Lakers. He's also the oldest player to win the award, passing the previous record set by Karl Malone, aged 37, with the Utah Jazz in November of 2000. Full-time NBA champion James and the Lakers have been on the tear since acquiring Luka Doncic from the Dallas Mavericks in a stunning trade for Anthony Davis last month. They entered Tuesday contest on a 6-game winning streak and have shot up to second place in the Western Conference. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
let me welcome you to the conversation this Sunday. I'm sure that you got a smile on my face, and that is because something I love to listen to, an experience I love to have again and again. I encountered in the course last week at the book launch or book presentation and lecture to celebrate the chairman of Dar Communication PLC, Aleo Dokbese. I encountered a young man, Deji Ige. The circumstance in which I met him thrilled me. He performed on stage, and the piece of work he brought on that platform energized the entire environment because he lived his art. And that afternoon threw me back to my secondary school years, when my teacher would say, look, what was recited? It makes meaning, it lifts you, it transports you to where? I asked him. And my teacher would say, under the greenwood tree, who loves to lie with me and tune his merry note unto the sweet bird's throat? Oh, come hither, here shall you see no enemy but winter and rough weather. And I said, these are words. You not see an enemy except winter and rough weather? Is winter not an enemy? Is rough weather not an enemy? But the enemy counter outside, Shakespeare says, is worse than winter and rough weather. And I said to myself, bring Deji, let us converse. Deji Ge, a poet, a philosopher, you are welcome to the conversation. Good. Deji, how did you chance at poetry? Did you elect to do it? Did you study it? How did you come at poetry?
Okay, I never studied it. I wouldn't say I stumbled on it, because I knew there was something within me. I knew I had the gift of word crafting. But how to bring that to reality, I did not know. So, the manifestation of my ability to do word crafting, I would say I stumbled upon. I wrote a few things, and people said, wow, this sounds good. And at some point, I realized I had too many words within me that should go on paper. So I started putting my words on paper in a diary, and I'll close the diary. I did not have any intention for that diary or those words. Then at some point, my sister stumbled on that diary. I'd left the house for NYSC. So she called me, wow, I saw this in the house. And that was a period when I was trying to look for job. No, I'd finished NYSC. So the waiting period, I was trying to look for job to get. So I started writing. The words were just so many, and I started putting them down. So by the time I left the house in search of green pasture, not outside the country anyway, so my sister stumbled on that. So she called me at some point and begged to publish one of the works in the diary, in her departmental journal. She was in the law faculty of the University of Benin then. So I said, okay, anything in that book worth publishing? She said, yes. I said, okay, please go ahead. Then my father stumbled on the same diary and told me, wow, I saw some things. And I said, what? He said, wow, you wrote those things? Wow, they are nice. So that brought my consciousness into the fact that I had the gift, but I didn't know what to do with it. I continued living my life. Then at some point, I started writing short stories. I just knew I had those words, and people would say, oh my God, the way you constructed your stories. So I started putting those short stories down. Then one fateful day, I wrote a poem that was really magnificent. It was when the previous Ooni of Ife, Oba Okwandeshijoade, died. And we heard the story of Abobaku. Abobaku means the man that must die with the king. Abu Bakr escaped. He did not want to die with the king. So he ran away. That was so funny to me, because Abu Bakr, while the king, anytime the king is alive, Abu Bakr is like a king, well revered. He eats what the king eats. He's so respected and is in affluence. So the king died, and was meant to die with the king, to accompany the king to the afterlife. This is the tradition in Ile-Ife. So Abu Bakr ran away. So they kept looking for him. I don't know if they found him till date. So that was so funny to me, and that brought words like, so I wrote Stench of Tradition. Because the opening line is Oba Oshupa on his way to the ancestors. Abu Bakr spotted at Seme border, the ancient town. So that was the first poem, major poem I wrote massively to teach something and to talk about the stench of tradition. There are beautiful things about our tradition. There are beautiful things about our culture. But some parts of this tradition, of this culture, some parts stink. Believe me. So I wrote Stench of Tradition. Why should a man be killed for the sake of another man? Anyway, long story short.
The same man enjoyed all the spoils of that office because of the status and the position he occupied, and was now cowardly not to fulfill the mission of that office.
I totally agree with you. But that doesn't erase the fact that should a man die.
But then, where does integrity stand?
I totally agree. What that poem is pointing out is this part of our tradition still stinks. Believe me, the man may have enjoyed, but in this 21st century, should a man be killed to escort another man to the afterlife?
Should a man anyway also accept to profit from likely death, and when death comes, he absconds?
Everyone is guilty. The man who accepted, the man who bestowed it upon him, and the one who is ready to kill him. Everybody. So it wasn't about castigating the people looking for Abu Bakr to kill, castigating Abu Bakr himself. Why would you? So anyway, long story short, and when this poem was ready, and this is another turning point in my life that led me to performance poetry. You know, there's page poetry, there's performance poetry, there's spoken word. I do both. I do page poetry, I do performance poetry, then I do spoken word as well. So I performed a Stench of Tradition on stage for the first time, and everyone was blown away.
There is this argument about art for the sake of art, and not art as a problem-solving experience. Art not necessarily addressing social problems. For a Nigerian society where there's mass neglect, where there's what I may choose this afternoon to call mass infertility, is art for the sake of art, not mere masturbation, since society is seeking reproductive consequence.
So what I'm going to say is, first and foremost, art should be left to thrive in whatever form, and this is where you can get the best of art. Those who want to use art to address societal challenges, to attack societal ills, to speak truth to power, please let them do. And those who want to use art as a form of escape, first to clear their head, even if they are ranting, but once they are producing something tangible that can be called art, then I wouldn't call that a waste. Remember, some people feed on art, some produce art, some feed on art. The producers may be producing in vain, in their own thinking. I'm just ranting, I'm so sick and tired of this life, I'm just writing. But the next man feeding on that may be taking it as medicine, remember. It may not happen in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It may be in 10 years. Once that work is called art, it will fulfill the purpose of art. And art doesn't have a single purpose. It has purposes. Means of entertainment, of education, information, even mass action, affirmative action. So eventually, I do not see, there's nothing called wasted art. There's no art for the sake of masturbation. Once the semen that is spilled is picked by an egg and fertilized in whatever form, let art thrive. That's all I would say.
Deji, you know why I use that figurative expression? It's because I used mass infertility.
Yes.
Nigeria is at the crossroads. And time and again, the issue has been raised, where are the thinking minds? What are the men who could lace words together to speak to Nigeria's ignorance, to speak to Nigeria's waywardness, to speak to Nigeria's underperformance, to remind men that they ought to be men, and to remind people of material that life is not all material. After all, in this country, there was an Aminu Kano. I said to you out of stage that there was an Aminu Kano who bestrode Nigerian politics. By the time he exited, he had no house. That there was Dr. Michael Okpara, a medical doctor who was premier of Eastern Nigeria. By the time he returned from exile in Ireland, he had no house. There was a Solomon Lar who, in my presence, Joshua Dariye, demolished his mud house to give him a place to put his head. There was a Sadana of Sokoto who was larger than life. By the time he was killed, he had only £6 in his account. That these are values that are running away from Nigeria. And the artists and the intellectual are busy entertaining. That's why I said, is it necessary to be involved in masturbation when there is mass barrenness?
I agree to what you've said to an extent, but I'll share my opinion on that. As long as we do not have a society totally void of intellectuals, then we still have something to hold on to. Believe me, at every point in human civilization, in human liberation, in human existence, there will be mere entertainers, there will be intellectuals. So eventually there will be ideological people who would change ideology of other people. So eventually everyone has their role. Those who do art for the sake of entertainment, it's fine. But the question we should be asking is the voice of those who use art to pass a message louder than the voice of those who use art as a mere form of entertainment? Maybe we should reverse it in this form. We should find a way to increase the volume for those who are using art to teach, to change. This is all I can say. But remember, a society still needs those who use art to entertain.
Okay, Deji, let me draw you into a specific.
Okay.
Today, the drums of division are so loud in Nigeria. The drums of mass murder are so loud in Nigeria. The drums of impunity are so loud in Nigeria. And the current worry is that the drums of to thy tents, O Israel, which if not well managed could become the drums of war, that they are so loud. Is there any lesson in history that by your art and your poetry that we could draw from to warn us against this centripetal forces pulling and asking us to please everybody move in your direction? Is there any lesson in history?
There is, believe me. There will be lessons in history. First, I think there's a Yoruba proverb that says, "Baba mobi anlo, amobi atimbo." If we do not know where we're going, we should know where we're coming from. And sometimes, to find your path into the future, you have to retrace your steps into the past. I can tell, oh, okay, I think I started out to get here. Okay, fine, let me stay on course. So eventually there are lessons, and I teach, I remind people of those lessons through my works. I teach those lessons. I call people's attention to those lessons.
Can we, because I saw you perform on stage.
Yes.
Incidentally, I asked my guys, let's do this under a greenwood tree so that we can be free to speak the way we want. Is there any of your works that can speak to the dangers of the present drums to Nigerians?
Yeah, there is. Okay, I'll do this poem titled "If the Weapon is Fired." It says a lot about the Nigerian Civil War and the memory of those who lost their lives and lost loved ones. Anyway, the sun rises again in the east, and I hear the same old chant, the chant of Exodus. To bring this chant to heal, I shall say a word of revelation. And before we flip the future into apocalypse, sing a song of lamentation to soothe the memory of Ikemna, that innocent boy, plucked off his mother's back, then dressed in military uniform twice his father's size and oversized boots he barely walked in. Before a bullet went through his head in the camp of child soldiers, where children were molded into weapons, branded freedom fighters, then forced to worship drugs in a rebellion they couldn't spell its intention. Let the morning dew of reason perch on restive spirits of those who have made whim into a prayer. May the sun not go down on your anger, for good fortune to continue to water that fertile land on which the sun rises in salute of hard work and harvest never cease. So we do not have to seek the peacemakers once again to quench the wildfire of rebellion. If a child never saw the horror of war, his father saw the night before, which now keeps the old man in his bed while the young and restless chant to the sound of Egbe. Let the father tell the legend of Ntiyebe. The battle that ended before it began broke 1,000 guns, the spirit of a clan and the pride of men. Let men tell the legend of Ntiyebe, so women can imagine losing a child. Let the mothers weave a fabric in love to veil hatred from the heart of their children, lest their sons be sent to war and daughters ravaged in rebellion. May it be burnt to ashes. The roller coaster of hatred will ride to the past to invoke the forgotten rage of ENUGU. Let men of understanding run this race before it is too late. At the 9th mile, find Ugochinyelu, my mother. Ask for her wisdom. Tell her, I have been to the other side and back, seeing the intangibility of life from the vantage point of reconciliation and the needless point of rebellion. And like she said, even the star of the north cannot take the glory of sunrise in the east. But the sun that rises in the east must set in the west. So, in isolation, melody cannot be heard. But when the woodpeckers beat the drum and the crickets sing a song, the music comes together. Together, we must forbid the ghost of yesterday from haunting tomorrow. So, at sunrise, I shall head to Asaba to mourn the massacre that left eternal scars, and go to Obosi To rule the memory of the battle that turned water to blood, I shall kiss 1,000 graves of those who paid with their lives, plead with their soul. Bikono, forgive the past. Bikono, eternal peace upon your spirit. I will speak to the land on which Uwe fortune was told, and the hope of Ikemba's war dashed. Yes, so we do not tell your story twice. Yes, at sundown, ask to be told a tale of fortune and a tale of doom. So you can tell the difference between hide and seek on green fields where butterflies caresses the cheeks, or the hide and seek on battlefields littered with corpses of family and friends. And for the ray of hope, the brighter tomorrow, not to be dimmed by hunger and disease as echoes of peace thin into another mournful chapter in history. Ifa Juna must not rest. Banjo must not sleep. Let the war heroes from great beyond whisper the lessons of their war through whispers of reason to those who were absent, and the young and restless, peeping into the barrel of loaded gun. If the weapon is fired, a fairy tale will not be told, and the generation unborn may yet bear the brunt.
Well, Deji, you are speaking to an angry people. You are speaking to a reactionary people. You are speaking to a situation, in fact, that could have a dire consequence. This, your poem, seems to agree with the lecture delivered in Washington in 2016 by a former governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Charles Soludo, at the World Igbo Day, in which he made a prediction that unless something was done to the Nnamdi Kanu factor, the Southeast and Nigeria could be facing a situation that could become unpleasant. But he also raised a question. He asked, where were the intellectuals? What was the debate like? Where are they to contribute to synthesizing of thoughts in such a manner that the table and conversation could solve a problem instead of the guns about which you've warned? But, Deji, I'm also to ask a question. Yes, the man who is beating the drum of war and the youth, ignorant youth, who is anxious to put his hands on the trigger and fire the first shot, may be a fool. But how more foolish is the person, or isn't the person, who is stoking the reason for this reaction? For indeed, they say for every action, there's an equal reaction. And a child cannot start crying when there are no hands beating it. So what do you say? Do you have any piece of work that can speak to these slapping hands, the inequity and the inequality they are complaining about? The convoluted federation they are complaining about? The refusal to accept intellect as necessary yardstick for running national affairs? Where is the competence and where is the skill? There is a piece of material I will play at this juncture. It was sent to me by a colleague just last Sunday, and it happened to be a piece of IPOP propaganda. But somehow, this piece reminded me of my secondary school days in Eastern Nigeria. I attended an all-boys Anglican grammar school in which we had boys from all over Nigeria. I want to still remember Ikriko. I want to remember Benjamin Olushola. I want to remember one other boy from today's Oyo State who was a Muslim. I want to remember Man White, who was from Kano. Let me mention others: Felix Onyeneke, Samuel Oprocha, AIC Yumunabike, many of my classmates. All of us, Nigerian young men, aspiring to be educated to lead Africa. I had elected then that I was going to be, I'll live my life in a science laboratory. Because I had a lecturer, a teacher, my physics teacher, Ododo, who ended up in NASA in USA. I had my geography teacher who became one of the world's best town planners. So we had ambition. And then suddenly, some, pardon my language, some ignorant, intellectually short soldiers decided to stall the whole of this through a coup, and then coup, and then coup, and then they introduced a divisive line of reasoning, line of thought. Today, the consequence of that war is that when I returned to Lagos in 1972, my classmates were managers. I was looking for a job as a clerk. I went to the university looking after 30 years, heading to 40. And I say so because of this your piece of poem. I just read that now. Is it also not necessary at this point, Deji, for me to enjoy that piece of work that also speaks to those who are causing disaffection and whose actions may cause a war?
Okay, yes, I'll do a poem titled Where Are Those Days? And before I do the poem, I think there's a Yoruba proverb that says, Baba mobi anlo, amobi atimbo. Now, which means if we do not know where we're going, we would know where we're coming from. So the implication of that is when you can trace your steps back, you can actually figure where you're going. You mentioned the days when Nigerians were Nigerians. Boys and girls from all over the country came together for a common purpose, for education, they saw a future. They wanted to be great. They wanted their country to be great. Those moments are dead. Let's call a spade a spade. And remember, your generation is away from the current reality. You can't carry placard anymore. You can't carry gun. You can't carry machete. Now, the generation doing this, I believe, majority of them are ignorant of those days. How that at some point we were united. There was no thing from the east, north, south, central, middle belt. No. So we need to constantly remind ourselves, especially the generation raising the dust, that there was a time we were a nation, we were a brother's keeper, and the time can come back. Those days can be brought back, but only by us. So this will lead me to this poem, Where Are Those Days?
Just before you come into Where Are Those Days, Deji, there are people whose only value today is putting their hands on the chest. In fact, what they consider the dead man's chest filled with gold, and they eat Nigeria up with reckless abandon, warranting people of doubtful integrity who have eaten from those chests to become governors, yes, to become senators, yes, to become men to be considered in society, to the point that what this conversation you and I had this afternoon, they say, look, these are the rantings of people who cannot make it. And making it means eating off the national resource, the opportunities, the monies, the friendship, the familial relationships, and it pays them. Can you talk to them now?
So eventually, the generation of those who feed off the flesh of the people will soon leave, believe me. writers are called prophets. Poets are called prophets. Sometimes when the writers get their words, or where they get their words, I would call it a spiritual realm. That is why today Bob Marley's words are still relevant. Fela's words are still relevant. They will still be relevant into the future. So what I'm saying is, those people will live. Believe me. Whoever keeps his hand on the treasure chest of the people and looting it dry, at some point will take the. If you don't take it off willingly, death will help you take it off. But a generation must be prepared to take charge when those are gone. And this is the generation someone like me would speak to. I've lost those who are keeping their body on the treasure chest. Let them be. But we need to prepare the generation to come and take over. To be mentally ready, to be ideologically ready, politically ready to do the right thing. So hence, where are those days? Can I verily bury this memory? Can I ever not rule over the days of glory? I think they are gone. Noble ways of good old days in this land, I guess, disappeared with the granite pyramids of Kano. The acid rain that withered fertile fields of brotherhood in Jos also killed compassion in the neighborhood of Lagos. Rails were built to connect cities and heart of folks who lived apart. I was told children who had little to eat would await travelers in Kaduna with open arms and offerings of tuwo masara, which they shared in relation to strangers from Owerri and Warri, weary and hungry on their journey to foreign lands they later called home. In search of where it all began, I groped in the darkness of days at hand. My foresight went hazy, so I stumbled on my father's broken heart, broken by stumbling blocks of unpaid pension and bonds inflicted by compatriots who made him queue in the sun to earn the peanut called pension. My father screamed as the pain grew sharper when the politicians mentioned this paid pension as an achievement of their government. So, for my hazy vision and the inadequate attention of my generation to the state of the nation, not asking the aging generation the direction to our destination. My father gave me punishment to write an epistle on how it all began. His opening line threw me off balance. What does not belong to a man, he said, a man should not take, except a woman in marriage. If not that option, then it is corruption. Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Ivurawe was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest. Rest was his last word that sparked this unrest within me, that heroes of noble cause who have gone to rest may never rest in peace until this matter is laid to rest. My father fell asleep, so I picked his brain. So one day, I can pick my pen to write an epistle on how his generation fell asleep. The watchmen slipped into coma. Then, courage gave way to hypocrisy. Weakness mistaken for meekness. The warriors are in shackles of comfort. The just gagged with wealth. The lions shed their mane, watching chameleons take over the jungle as our conscience inches towards extinction. One day, I will write an epistle on how it all began, and begin the epistle with a question. How did we get here? How did we assemble this orchestra afflicted with musical myopia? However, did we climb this height of impunity from where we overlook the fact that we goaded ourselves into this labyrinth in which we have lost the path to utopia and found a cemetery of regrets to bury the relics of our days of glory? So I ask, where are the days of glory? Where are those days nothing went to waste? We made tangible things from things of little worth, like tins of milk recycled to containers for moi moi, and the big ones we used for storing detergents. Our leftover went to the cage of rabbits beside the vegetable garden, kept green by dung from the poultry farm that assured us eggs with our daily bread. How did we arrive at this creek of emptiness, where we bleed our land for fortune, spill oil on the future, borrow the earth for wealth, bury our inspiration within? Oil may fuel cars, I know, but inspiration will fuel those who will build cars. As imitation of one generation by another will determine the exaltation of a nation or her limitation from generation to generation. And this is not a legend. Inspiration is not a legend. Like those days were real. When empty cartons were remolded into space shuttles and exotic cars that carried our children to the land of their dreams on the shoulders of fathers who washed sweat of labor off their hands rather than blood of kindred, and mothers who needed not stay awake at night twisting and turning figures on public ledger. Where are those days daughters were proud of fathers who were soldiers and sons aspired to be soldiers? I'm afraid generals now handle cash than guns and have seen colonels amass wealth better than living up to their rank on the battlefield. Where are those days our national anthem was a prayer? Each verse crafted the master key that unlocked doors in days of uncertainty. Virtue flowed in our veins, love expressed in purest ways, as bars of iron could not cage our dignity. Praise be the name of the Lord. Have mercy on your people. Just before the shepherds started to hustle flock with fancy billboards and the scriptures shrank into apps on the same tabs where we watch porn, were the days our offering went straight from the heart to the offering bowls on sacred altars, then carried further to orphans and widows and accounted for by church elders. I'm afraid on this new road to salvation, I see end-time ministries where offerings are swiped from debit cards to POS and glamorous altars, wired to holy accounts, and further to escrow for the offspring of the shepherds. Worse still, lavished on building colleges and private jets the congregation cannot afford. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Al-Amin. Astaghfirullah. As I long for those days to be back when peace was not haram, but what we made with our neighbors no matter their religion. Salat was a sure path to Al-Jannah. We would never kneel on sajada covered in blood.
Deji, I want that region. Deji, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want us to end this conversation this afternoon by facing certain realities. You're a young man. You've elected thought as your own weapon of engagement in a Nigerian society that seems to be looking for ways of salvation. I interjected at this point of prayer to also add my voice and say, may those to whom you are speaking hear and hearken. However, Deji, a last question. Do you ever feel lonely that when you make all this effort, yes, you're young, do you ever feel lonely but with all these efforts, when you look left and right, there are few of those prominent Nigerians, big men, who seem to be casting their vote for this your line of thought? Do you feel worried?
Yes, I do. And the reason is these are the people who can help change the narrative quickly, without affirmative action from the other side, from the oppressed or the repressed, without uproar, without fight.
Do you have a hope that sometime these men with their two hands on the national chest, resource chest, will ever raise their hands to say, look, equity is right?
I am very hopeful. I wouldn't be writing if I wasn't hopeful. Believe me, I am so hopeful that at some point Nigerians will tell a different story. Rome was not built in a day, but there's another clause to it which I have added. The people who built Rome never ran to Athens when the bricks were falling. They stayed back to build Rome. I believe so much that at some point Nigeria will be better. Nigerians will be Nigerians before they are Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and the rest. I'm very, very hopeful. When you see the effort of people, when I look into the faces of people that are not from the same region I come from, and I see love, I see affection, I see it gives me hope, it gives me joy. I am very, very hopeful, and I pray a few or more of us can retain that hope. All you need is a speck of it, and at some point when all is dead, that speck of hope, if we can find it, it will come alive.
My last word this afternoon is, let those who have ears to hear, that can they kindly hear. Well, it's not always that I have the, let me call it, the good fortune of encountering young men like this. I want to believe that sometime again we'll bring Deji back, or somebody in his own kind of thought and idiom. My name remains Nwabueze Njoko. It never changes, and the conversation never ends. Good afternoon.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. I hope you're having a lovely day. Let's start with the headlines. Governor Mba charges Southeast Development Commission to foster regional growth. ENUGU residents share experience following demolition on Abakwanike Road. Women group raises awareness against gender-based violence in Oji River. Stay with us for details and we'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba wants the Southeast Development Commission (SEDC) to develop the region into a common market and ensure infrastructure development of the zone. Governor Mba gave the charge during a meeting with the management and board of the commission held at ENUGU Government House. Mba emphasized the importance of treating the Southeast as a single market by ensuring seamless economic activities and functional transport system.
We believe that the Southeast needs to be able to progress further. The Southeast is a unique zone, given the fact that we are within a very small area. We're talking about a landmass of less than 30,000 square kilometers, with a population of over 27 million people. So the population density you have in Southeast doesn't exist anywhere else. We're talking about a region with, as I said, less than 30,000 square kilometers with 27 million people. So we can truly be a market rather than pick each state as a market. You can look at the zone as a market.
Mba commended President Bola Tinubu for establishing the commission and appointing experienced and skilled individuals to drive its mandate.
Senators and honorable members from this for making this passage possible. We are here also today to express our heartfelt appreciation to Your Excellency and the people of ENUGU State for your unwavering support in making the SEDC a reality. Again, we are here to especially thank you for your promise to give the Commission a place to take off as the headquarters. Your Excellency, we send people you exhibited hospitality and warm reception. We come to NCFC, saw the impressive 410 square meters. But our requirement is 950 square meters. I think with that your permission, we went to the new secretariat, and kudos to you. You have a new secretariat which is almost completed.
The chairman of the commission, Chukwuemeka Nwogu, and managing director, Mark Okoye, praised Governor Mba's efforts in transforming the infrastructure, health, education, and economy of Enugu State. They listed several initiatives of the commission, including the Southeast Security Intervention Program, Southeast Regional Economic Program, and other development activities.
The Southeast Development Commission is committed to positioning our region as the preferred investment destination in Africa by 2030. Our mission is clear: to drive sustainable development, economic growth, and unity through strategic investments and empowerment initiatives. Your Excellency will also appreciate it, my own, was that for the first time in our history, in spite of the fact that in a major situation, we have always recognized the zones by appointment of ministers and other efforts. But this is the first time that it is receiving statutory flavor by creating of the commissions reflecting the situation.
The ENUGU State Command of Nigeria Immigration Service has pledged to support the state government in bringing about security and stability in the state. The new Controller of Immigration Service in Enugu State, Mrs. Nkechi Enete, made a commitment during a courtesy visit to Governor Peter Mba at the Government House in Enugu. Enete, who assumed office on January 31st, 2025, emphasized that the command under her watch would operate within the extant laws to check, control, and monitor the presence of non-Nigerians and the activities in the state.
And my humble self, Superintendent of Immigration, Chibuzo Ogadima Angel, your sister from Amietigo. Thank you, Your Excellency. We also have an amiable officer here too, Superintendent of Immigration. My name is Benjo Obina. He is a senior assistant to our CIS. And we also have an amiable officer here too, Superintendent of Immigration. My name is Benjo Obina. He is a senior assistant to our CIS.
Thank you, sir. Can we listen and can we put the
Your exploits are setting examples for us to emulate in building our nation. Challenges and requests. In striving to accomplish our core duties of monitoring of both regular and irregular migrants, numerous challenges abound. Your Excellency, sir, the command needs assistance in the following areas. 1. Operational vehicles. Nigeria Immigration Service Enugu State Command has its personnel in all the 17 local government areas of Enugu State. These officers are usually referred to as Divisional Immigration Officers, DIOs, and are practically responsible for surveillance, the registration and monitoring of ECOWAS nationals and other foreigners, intelligence gathering, and more operations. The vehicles are seriously needed to coordinate these activities.
Receiving a controller, Governor Mba appreciated the partnership between the state government and the immigration service, which is said has enhanced the ease of doing business in the state. He noted that the organization is a strategic partner in the state government's drive to grow the economy of the state exponentially and promised to assist the agency in overcoming its challenges as requested by the controller.
Give you the radios and provide you with the relevant channels to communicate. So that is. We look forward to this collaboration. You are an integral part of success, number one stake for the doing business. And working together with you, we are very to achieve that. Again, I welcome. Thank you.
Enugu residents whose shops and businesses were affected by the demolition of structures along the Abapanike Lake Road, Ugogo Opi Nsuka Road, built for dualization are increasingly concerned about their livelihood. Some claim that their lives have been shattered by the demolition. Others say they're waiting to know the exact measurement of a road to know where they will eventually settle down to do their business. Correspondent Chineberimi Kegbunam has been following the development.
Demolition along Ababanike Lake Ugogo Opinsuka Road as part of ongoing efforts to upgrade road infrastructure in the state has displaced residents and destroyed homes, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. 2 weeks after the bulldozers cleared the area, affected citizens are still waiting for construction to begin. Some, like Edith Agada, has shown resilience in the face of adversity, even after her shop was demolished. She now plies her trade using a tricycle.
I want people that have the shop opposite this police station. One morning when I came, people was running up and down. They said they are destroying the shop. I have to pack my retail things. I have to pack my things. Some of them put inside this keke to manage my family. I don't have anything to do.
However, not everyone is fortunate. A poor widow who wishes to remain anonymous was seen crying and struggling to provide for her 8 children without a shop or roof to protect her goods.
It's been 1 week and 5 days since demolition took place for dualization to set in. Here I'm standing is the popular chemist shop owned by a nurse who has been working or who has been selling for over 20 years. What you're seeing behind me is the broken pieces of this woman's lifelong investment. I'll be speaking to the lady and she will tell us how her business has been affected since the demolition. Follow me.
Okay, I'm coming. Then I'll come outside and put seat and wait for the person. In a day, I can only have just maybe those who call me, just like 3 or 2. That is why I'm coming out. I may be in the house. I say, I'm coming, wait for me. So we come and say, so you're no more there and you did not want to tell us. I wanted to buy something fast. So it's really affecting me.
Other shop owners expressed frustration, stating that their buildings, which were not originally marked for demolition, were destroyed without prior notice.
The matter remains one thing. They did not tell us. Our plaza wasn't marked. Had it was marked, you will say yes, we were pre-informed. And we will be getting ready for them. But no sign notice because it was measured in the initial stage. When it was measured, it didn't get to us. It stopped at the main road, at the junction. So to the greatest surprise, that particular day, they came how many times to measure it? We were not informed. So that was why we stayed cool.
This building that you see now in ruins actually housed a very vibrant retail pharmacy outlet that's serving this community and has been in existence for over 10 years. You know, duly incorporated company, filing its tax on a monthly basis, just now in ruins overnight. Now, if we were appropriately informed or duly informed that this building will be going down, it would have been nice. It would have been at least acceptable. But this building was not marked for demolition. You know, when they came to do the final pegging of the road expansion, right? And people who even came for the pegging, the surveyors that came, said the building was not affected, right? The road will not get there.
Are worried about the lack of progress on the project and the absence of compensation for those affected. Special Assistant to the ENUGU State Governor on Research and Publications, Joshua Eje, has reassured citizens that the dualization of the Ababa Opinsuka Road is in the best interest of the public. He emphasized that the government is committed to providing fair compensation to affected residents.
Of Pitamba does not demolish if there is no need for that. So if you see a structure standing that is untouched and it's not marked, then it shows that there is no need touching the structure. But if the structure is marked, then why don't you evacuate? And let me also say this: if you've gone during the evacuation process. You see that people even did their self-evacuation. People removed their roof, removed their windows, everything, because they were happy. And people are still happy because of the project, because the project is driven by people. And because people are going to, is the people of Enugu State that are going to benefit from the project. It's not Peter Mba, that is not the Peter Mba's way to his own this thing. So it's for the good of the people.
According to Eje, the construction company has already commenced work from Opinsuka to Ugogonike end of the road and will soon extend to Ababa. The dualization of the 43.7-kilometer road is part of the grand design by the Enugu state government to upgrade the road infrastructure in the state and boost tourism and investment. The project is expected to be completed within 18 months and has provision for modern street lights to help reduce accidents and criminality in the state. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
Construction. We go over to Imo State, where the House of Assembly has commended Governor Hope Uzodinma for embarking on the reconstruction of the Naze Timber Market Road in the Owerri North local government area. The House made a commendation during its plenary session on Monday. While moving the motion, Kelechi Oforum said the road, popularly known as Obosisi, connects two federal roads and leads to many areas that contribute immensely to economic activities in the state. He said the road was left to dilapidate by past administrations in spite of its importance to the economy of the state. Oforum said the road, when completed, will attract more development, save transport costs, and enhance interconnectivity to major highways. He therefore prayed the House to commend the governor for the reconstruction of the road, which he described as a death trap. Supporting the motion, Samuel Obunumpa, representing Okigwe constituency, also lauded the governor and urged him to extend the work to other dilapidated roads in Okigwe. Chigoze Winery, representing Oru East constituency, said the governor had done very well in the area of road infrastructure. He said the Naze market generates lots of revenue to the state, commended the governor for the quality of work. Contributing Kennedy Ibe, representing Obowo constituency, also expressed delight over the project, describing the road as critical because of its contribution to the state economy. Still in Imo State, Governor Hope Uzodinma has given kudos to the officers and men of the Nigerian military, as well as other collaborative security agencies, for their efforts in stemming the tide of insecurity in Imo State, in particular in the entire southeast region and Nigeria in general. Uzodinma made a commendation when he received the General Officer Commanding GOC 82 Division, Enugu, Major General Luf Yemi Thomas Olatoye, and his team commanders under Sector 4 at the new ESCO Chambers Government House over on Tuesday. The governor attributed part of his administration's success to the invaluable efforts, sacrifices, and determination of security agencies, which guaranteed an enabling environment for development in the state. Uzodinma further noted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu-led administration in Nigeria has invested so much to confront the spate of insecurity in the country and maintained that security of life and property of the citizenry and residents is paramount to his administration. He encouraged the GOC, who is equally the commander of Operation Udoka in the southeast, to collaborate with the governors of the southeast to guarantee greater peace in the region with a consequential development in the interest of all. The GOC expressed appreciation to Governor Uzodinma for his support in all capacity as the Chief Security Officer of the state, and by extension, a key leader in the area, and encouraged him not to relent. He promised that the army under his watch in the area would upscale its efforts in fighting insurgency within Imo State and the entire southeast region, deploying kinetic as well as non-kinetic measures to achieve the set goals. And that's the news. When we return, we'll start our conversations, and today we'll be taking a look at gender-based violence. That's when we return. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
screen. And so, the campaign against gender-based violence has continued to get more attention as the menace continues around the world. On Monday, Oji River local government headquarters was lit as the push for the campaign to move further became a name and a project known as Obako Umuada. A town hall meeting was put together by a women rights activist and broadcaster, Onyinye Ude. Well, she'll be here later to enlighten us. But at the local government, a whole lot of women came around because the idea of the project is to protect women and girls from domestic violence. Ugona Owalo was there, and let's listen and watch our report.
Sexual and gender-based violence is a pervasive and serious issue affecting individuals, communities and societies worldwide. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 1 in 3 women globally has experienced physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. To address this societal menace, a woman rights activist and broadcaster, Onyude, organized an event to educate women in Oji River Council area. The traditional ruler of Agbadinyi community, Igwe Ignatius Okpala, who represented the chairman of the Oji River Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chima Achiekwelu, encouraged women to speak out whenever they face domestic violence from their husbands. He also urged men not to maltreat their wives for giving birth to only female children.
I am not a supporter of men that maltreat their wives. No man has the right to beat up a woman or deprive her of her rights.
A legal practitioner, Onyekachi Okafor, enlightened the women on their rights and urged them to speak out whenever their rights are being violated or they are being abused.
Women should know their rights and also speak up when it is being violated without fear.
A Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Father Emmanuel Ikechukwu, who emphasized that marriage exists for the good of the couple, stated that childlessness is not a valid reason to divorce or maltreat a woman. He encouraged families to raise boys to be responsible and to be able to carry out domestic chores, as well as advise girls not to disrespect men in general.
Men should not divorce or maltreat their wives for having only female children. Families should train their male children to be responsible. Girls should also learn to respect men.
The convener of the event, Onyude, explained that Obako Umuada is a platform that amplifies women's voice. She stressed that families play a crucial role in curbing sexual and gender-based violence in the society.
One of the things I may identify with discrimination between the female or the boy child and the girl child. So there is every need to bring in the young men and then to encourage women to do the right thing as they are forming their children. To let them know that as well as boys are important and women are important, that from there, if the families can get it right, then we know it's a step to success in this our campaign. When the families are in good condition, the person living your family will enter the society and still do the normal thing. Likewise, the states, then the country, and the world in general.
Joy Ezobi, a participant, expressed her gratitude to the event organizers.
I am happy I attended this event. I have learned a lot, which I will implement and teach people around me.
Sexual and gender-based violence is a global social crisis that demands immediate attention, urgent action, and collective responsibility. In Enugu, Ugonna Owalo for Signature TV News.
So, Monday happened. Today is Wednesday, and I have with me in the studio, Southeast News, Onyeude, Who is that woman? We talked about the women rights activist and broadcaster. She's here. And also we have Lilian Igbokwe, who is also here for the project that talks about gender-based violence and the umbrella of a town hall meeting that is called Obako Umwada. Onye is a project manager. And Onye, welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure having you here. Lillian, I'll get to you shortly. But when we talk about gender-based violence, ironically, thought process goes to male against female. But if you look at different situations, you discover that sometimes it's female against male or male against female. Is it possible for us to aggregate in terms of your town hall meetings to also invite some of the males, especially those who have been known to commit such crimes? I'm going to use the word crimes against the women folk, to be part to also understand what the women folk is passing through. Is it possible? If it's possible, why haven't those men who are known in community, because your action is community-based action,
Yeah.
why have we not brought those people who are known to perpetrate these crimes as part of reformation?
Thank you. During the course of this project, like the just concluded town hall meeting, we actually concentrated on the rural women, bringing them, one, to encourage them to break the silence, to start to speak out. It was a sensitization program, because a lot of women, our major problem is stigma. Nobody wants to talk because our understanding, our mindset, most times when you see a victim, the question is, if it's a husband abusing a wife, the first thing you will hear other women or people say, she talks so much, she insults the wife. They will always be at the part of encouraging the perpetrator and then blaming the victim. Likewise, when you talk about sexual molestation or sexual abuse, like when we discuss it in our program, you see people calling in, it's because the way they dressed, they dress and they expose themselves, that's why they are abused. And then the question is, why is it that that man that perpetrated that crime, why didn't you close your eyes? If the person is naked, it's the person's right. You're not supposed to force the person to perform anything. It must be, she must grant the consent. So going back to your question, we brought the women in this first part of our town hall meeting to sensitize them, to let them know that there are people that understand your deal that are going through, and that when you report what you're going through, these people will help you. If it is counseling, you will be counseled. If it is referral, you will be referred. If it is charging the perpetrator, somebody will be there for you without paying. And that was why, if you watched our report, we had a traditional ruler, and Igwe. They are the decision makers in the community. We brought in a religious person, a reverend father, because sometimes you see women suffering. They tell you that when they took that oath during their marriage, that they said is for better, for worse, until death do them part. And you find out that some of them later will die, and the death will do them part. So we are saying our concern is to cater for the living. And when you look at that report, you see that we brought in a seasoned lawyer who came with the VAP law to tell them that the law is protecting you. Then we brought a woman who has distinguished herself in this cause. And today, the traditional rulers in the ENUGU state came together to give her a chieftaincy title, because she has continued to fight for the betterment of the women folk. So it's more of sensitization, breaking the silence. We are coming for the second town hall meeting. then the women are ready to talk. And then we bring in the men, not just the men, we are bringing in the young adults, the adolescent, whom their mindset is already messed up, that I am a man, and because I'm a man, a woman must be under me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onye. Lillian, I saw you nodding and then thinking of the next thing you will say when we get to you. First step was breaking the silence, enlightening them, letting them understand their rights, and knowing what to do when the time comes. But will that time ever come for any woman, knowing fully well that sometimes the woman is just in the house having what you may call her moment, peace of mind, and the husband barges in and something escalates. So will that time ever come? I want you to begin to, while this enlightenment is going on, how do we make these women understand to begin to read the body language of their husband, to know when it's time to not keep silent, but to find a way to hold their peace and find a space to avoid that gender-based violence taking place at that moment? Is it part of the processes of education that they are getting at this first stage? Or you're waiting for it to happen and then they get to counseling stage when it will be too late?
Thank you very much. It's nice being here. It's nice. Thank you for having me. Our sole aim of this project is to prevent this gender-based violence. So that is why we begin this sensitization program. And first we've done our town hall to tell these women that yes, you need to speak when it happens. And then we're also telling them, don't wait for it to happen. And that is why we say, as a woman, you need to be empowered. And when we speak about empowerment, we're not just talking about giving a woman rice. We're not just talking about giving a woman Maggi, salt. No. We're trying to empower you both mentally. We're trying to empower you psychologically, physically, to tell you that no, in your little environment, in that little place you find yourself, that is your safe space, you don't need to allow anything to counter it. You don't need to open it for violence to come in. So we empower the women psychologically, we empower the women mentally to tell you, own your peace, know whom you are as a woman. Because most of this gender-based gets to happen when you see a woman that says that, I am just a woman, I don't know what to do. Possibly she's lost herself. But when a woman knows whom she is, if you know whom you are as a woman, the capacities you have, you'll be able to withstand so many things. You'll be able to withstand. When a man sees you, he already knows that there's not the kind of woman I need to bet. There's not the kind of woman I need to shout at. Because the woman already has her own courage. She has her own courage. She already knows whom she is. And that also brings us to our second town hall, in our second town, where we are gathering the little ones to train them that you are a woman, you are a substance, you are a wholesome woman, so that she carries it. When she becomes a mother, when she becomes a wife, the husband will know that yes, I have someone at home. So we are not, our major project, our major impact we want to leave in this project is to prevent, we don't want it to happen again. We don't want GBV to happen again.
All right. At what point would they part, because you talked about bringing the young adults to be part of a second phase, where would you bring in the parents? Because the Igbo saying that I'm going to translate in English says, when the mother is feeding, the baby watches and learns how to feed. If you grew up in a house filled with violence between the parents, the children have lost it from that point. That's how they grew up. So at what point would parents be also invited I'm not talking of parents where, for example, they have cases happening now. But those little things that happen that make parents raise their voices, when are this set of parents also going to come in to join so that they'll be the one that will begin to guide their households to know what is right and what is wrong? At what stage?
It's ongoing because Obako Umada, we have a radio town hall every Tuesday by 4 to 5 p.m. And in this town hall, radio
what station?
On solid 100.9 FM from 4 to 5, good 1 hour. This program is designed that we don't even speak English there. What we speak there is vernacular. So that woman in the village, our target is the rural women. That woman in the village will be free and be relaxed to open up and talk to us. In that town hall, radio town hall, we bring in experts. We bring in women, survivors, who tell stories about themselves. Let me tell, for example, yesterday we brought in a woman, a widow, now a pastor, a motivator. She came, and the words she used yesterday, some women were shedding tears and talking. Because she used the word that it is time that women should rediscover themselves. Because that the mindset or the norm that we saw while we were growing up most times makes we, the women, to lose confidence. So it is a continuous something. Every week we bring in a woman to talk to others. This is what I went through. This is how I solved it. This is where I am. And let me tell you something. At the season 1, we know we've done season 1 of Obako Umada before this season 2. Initially, when we open the lines, you find out that the men will dominate the call. But let me tell you now, each time we open our lines, the women will take 85%. Because they've seen, they now feel that the Obako Umada is their own. They don't feel that it's the radio that owns it. They feel it is our own. This is where to talk about the women. And our slogan will always be, Obako Umada, Ebo Mwai, Nepuko Arafa.
I like that. Now, from what you said, something just struck me. When you started, you have men dominating on the platform, wanting to express themselves, and the women were
and most times accusing the women.
What were you expecting them to say? So, but that the women have taken it back, with 85% of the calls coming in. That should give you a leverage to begin to have people you call ambassadors in different local communities. Without you getting there, without taking the shine off what you're doing. I recall when I was in a boy and we were talking about VVF. It was very rampant. The then wife of the governor of Martin Elechi, the wife, went around from community to community, getting people who had this issue, ensuring they had free treatment, and then sending these people back as champions to their communities. You have that platform already via the radio program. So it's time for you to begin to have champions in local communities, champions that can make reports when they have the knowledge of gender-based violence taking place anywhere within the community. And it becomes easy for you to use the radio community to build isolated but global community within Enugu State. And with that, it becomes easy for the town hall to hold beyond Tuesdays.
We've done that already.
Yeah, we already have what we call Obako Umada Club. And the currently we are covering 2 local governments in Enugu State, Kano East local government and Ojo River local government. And in each of those local governments, they have their different communities and villages, of which in each of those villages and communities, we have our Obako Umwada Club. These are the people that we cannot, because we know we cannot be in this community every day, but they are there every day, every time. So they help us in carrying out our mission. Continuous sensitization. These are our champions, if I borrow your words. These are our champions in different communities where we cover. So we already have them, and on a monthly basis we get their reports. So what from our own parts, what we'll do is we'll visit them, we'll have trainings with them, continue training, so that they will know that yes, GBV is advancing. The world is getting global, you know. Things are changing every day. So as much as they are sensitizing, they're getting used to what the world is turning into and how they also need to penetrate to different individuals in the community. So we train them also so that they can be able to, we stay in the same pace with them as they go in forth in their sensitization. So we already have that club in the village.
Okay. Now, which means there is some form of impact. So how do you measure the impact that comes out of all the positives that is going down to the local areas? The positives of the training, positives of enlightening people to take control of their lives, positives of people having more confidence in themselves and standing up for themselves, and the community also standing up for one who is weak. How do you measure the impact?
Okay, like working with the traditional rulers, we sent a proposal to them, the thing we want them to inculcate into their tradition or their bylaws. One is that there must be penalty for any man or even any woman that abuses the spouse. Because find out that in most of the communities, initially, the Igbo land, we have a communal life. That when you do something, definitely the community will stand up. But along the line, we find out that we became so selfish that anything that happens, it concerns that family and it concerns whosoever that is perpetrating or the victim. So number one is that we want them to bring back that communal life of having a bylaw now. That when you do certain things, the community has penalty for you. Then also our advocacy, another advocacy is that these traditional rulers should make sure that there is a woman in their cabinet, woman or women. We said it that it's not just the women that will be sharing the garden egg, sharing food in the cabinet, and when Igwe stands up, they will start singing and dancing. That what we're recommending is a woman that will be speaking on behalf of the women. That when they come for the town, their ESCO or cabinet meeting, after the minutes, they'll call the woman, give us reports about what is happening. Is there anything like any abuse? Is there anyone that is being denied the right? This is what we said they should do. And that is one of the ways we want to check and have a feedback of the impacts we are making. We even went as far as to tell them that this preference to male in Igbo land, most times you find out that a woman doesn't have any inheritance. That we are proposing to them to keep a communal land. Now, they will say that this is for the Omoadas. Even if you get married and you're being abused there, you can easily come back to your father's house. Remember, we're looking at the rural community, and their major occupation is farming. So when the person comes home, he's not going to start fighting with the brothers now to give her land. But the land is already there. It's to go and make official report. I need a piece of land to farm, and you get that. So this is the areas we're looking at. We'll be checking it. When all these things are being implemented, you find out that definitely the rate of abuse and the rate of all these cultural norms negative ones that affect these women will reduce.
I like that. Yes, Lillian. I thought you wanted to add to that.
No, basically she said all, but the little thing I would just add is, like she said, that there is need for women to have more like a land in their father's house, so that it won't be like, what am I going to? Why will I go home? A woman will start thinking, is it not better I stay in this marriage? Going back to my father's house, what will I gain? What will I get there? What support will I get? But once she knows that if she is going back to her father's house, she have a land, she have a property, she have something she can rely on, then she will be bold enough to say, hey man, you can't keep treating me like this. I have a home where I will be welcomed with 2 hands.
So,
you know?
but basically, are we talking about a support system or are we talking of property? Because I would have preferred a support system to property. We're from different families, but no matter what happens to us, if we understand that your family would always got your back, you are safe anywhere in the world.
Sure.
But if you are thinking of a property,
no.
Remember, anything can happen to that.
It's not property.
So I think part of going forward too, my suggestion, should begin to also think of that support system, starting from the immediate family. Because most women, it's either the shame of coming out of a broken home that keeps them there, or it's a thought of wanting to stay there continuously, and they become the victim. It's time for them to have a support system whereby they can say, rather than take this punishment on a daily basis, I'll go back to my father's house where I'll be taken care of. So it can also begin to form part of the processes you are putting in place. Part, but you know the truth about support system, you cannot force it.
You know, we can only get that support system if we change the mindset of the family. That's why we want to, we are looking at the current situation and we are looking at the long term. That's why we said we want to begin to look at young mothers. We want to begin to talk to young boys and girls. Let them know that whether you are a woman, a man, you are important. But if the mindset is not changed, which we are trying to do through this sensitization, the support system will not be there. Because they will tell you, just go. A woman, when you are born, somebody is, you're another person's property. They'll stop seeing women as property. They'll start seeing us as human beings who can contribute to the betterment of the society.
I agree completely with you there. And I need to say thank you for coming on. But when are you going to expand to the other local governments? Because the vision and the mission is quite clear. And you have not even got to 10% of your projections. Because if the wave of what you're pushing forward carries on, you'll discover that in every small corner, each woman, each man will understand their rights and privileges. Each man, each woman would understand that they have people that are ready to give them the support for them to live the life that they ought to live. So when are you expanding? What is the projection for reaching out to more people?
We wish to, but through the radio town hall, we are reaching a lot of persons. But fiscally, we cannot do anything now in other local governments. Where we have our club, where we have our one-on-one discussion is in these 2 local governments. But from our estimate, each day this program goes on air, we know we're talking to more than 500 persons. Because when we open our lines, we find out the way is blinking. About we cover all the southeastern states, then part of South, and then the Middle East. So we find out that we are reaching out and they are asking us, this thing you're doing at Ojo River and then Kano East, please come and do same in our own area.
You've got the invitation, and I need to say thank you very much. We're here today for coming on. She is the project manager of Obako Umwada. And Lillian Ibokwe, thank you too for coming on. She is the manager. I hope I got that.
No, project officer.
And we want to thank Signature TV.
But before you do that, let me say thank you again for coming on. Now I can hear your thanks.
Oh, and we want to thank Signature TV for having us. That we know that what we have said here will go far, because Signature TV is the news in your pocket. Everybody will hear us.
Thank you for that.
And we wish you all the best as you continue to grow in this year's Surgeon on Broadcasting.
Thank you very much.
Thank
again.
you.
But we're still open to host you again.
Thank you.
Want to join you milestone by milestone, because what your vision and mission is also important for humanity. So thank you for coming on. That's Southeast News for today. I am Barry Kumado. It's been my pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow.
Good evening and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. As usual, we are reaching you from our ENUGU studios. Of course, ENUGU, as you may all know, is still the capital of Southeast Nigeria. The Igbo race, the Southeast Nigeria, has been in the news in the past 2 days for the right reasons. Because on Tuesday, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed into law bills creating the Southeast Development Commission. The Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide has expressed gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for signing that bill. The bills include the Northwest Development Commission, sponsored by Deputy Senate President and Jibril Barua, and the Southeast Development Commission, sponsored by Ben Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Reacting, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, in a statement issued on Wednesday by East National Publicity Secretary, Dr. Chidozie Alex Obunna, described the bill as a quantum leap, a hope renewal, and a significant part of a new beginning. The statement noted that the President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo, Chief Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Iwanyang, was highly elated by the development. Ohanaeze said the Southeast Development Commission, which will cover Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states, would go a long way to assuage the feelings of the Igbos with respect to the 3 R's sophistry by General Yakubu Gowon in January 1970. Ohanaeze seized this opportunity to commend the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, and the co-sponsors of the all-important bill during the crossing call to the National Assembly by the leadership of Ohanaeze Ndigbo. The exceptional quality of Kalu did not go unnoticed. To discuss this very important matter is Dr. Ambrose Iboke. He's already in the studio. Dr. Ambrose Iboke is the chairman, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter. He's also a development communication expert. He's also a university don. Dr. Ambrose, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for baptizing me on the show. This is my first time of coming.
Okay, this is your first time.
It is my first
time. Of course, it won't be the last.
Oh, sure.
The Ohanaeze Ndigbo and a lot of Igbo people are elated about this law that has just been signed. And one commentator said this is bringing to an end 54 years of the yearning of Ndigbo for reintegration into the Nigerian mainstream. As important as the law is, do you believe it is a signpost for reintegration? Where have we been before now?
Well, I would say the person made the statement out of the excitement of signing the bill.
Okay.
Rather than bringing the end to agitation, it's now the beginning of interrogating the agitations. Perhaps this will lead to maybe let us setting up a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, because there will be too much of cover-up about the Biafran war. The Western media blacked us out. If not for the courageous writings of Frederick Forsyth, a lot of things would have been lost. When I hear news nowadays and some people are killed, not even up to a quarter of what happened in Biafra, people who died in Biafra, yet the world has refused, United Nations, even Nigeria, and other bodies have refused to call what happened in Biafra a genocide. So it starts to interrogate. For me, it is a way of interrogating, beginning of interrogation, not the end to the agitation.
Okay, when you, maybe 2 days ago, even yesterday, when you had the news and the subsequent comments by Ndigbo, as a communication expert, as a public affairs analyst, what really came to your mind?
Well, the comments were mostly from politicians who wanted the validation from the president. So it's usual adulations, political adulations. But not to sound negative, it is a good development, actually, because what we have noticed apart from the onset of development commissions in Nigeria, which was started by OMPADEC those days, Oil Mineral Development Commission, which later transmitted to NDDC, we could see that a lot of money, go through this development commission, and then, from oil companies, from the federal government and the rest. But we still find out that 30 something years on, over 30 years on of Niger Delta Commission, Development Commission, the Niger Delta is still worse off. There's still oil spillage. It's still dilapidated. It's still retrogressive. We are not seeing anything that the Development Commission has done over there. So it's not yet Uhuru. When I heard about it, I said, okay, fine. Then what next? That was my own reaction to it, because we are very good at creating all kinds of agencies in Nigeria, creating commissions, creating ministries. At the end, they all end up as window shopping. But for the mere fact that the Development Commission will pool its own funding outside the federal allocation that are going to states, outside the federal allocation that are going to local governments, but it will pull its own funding somehow to the commission, is also a good development, because that funding, if the commission was not there, would not have come to the southeast. So it's a good development. Now, mostly it's going to address infrastructure. It's going to address erosion.
Yeah, before we get to that, those who feel elated feel so because I think about 2017 or thereabout, the Northeast Development Commission was created, and then have the NDDC, and so the Igbos are saying, let's have this Southeast Development Commission, whether it is working or it is not working, because the absence of it, when it is existing in other parts of Nigeria, will seem to mean that yet we're still being punished for the Civil War, and that's why they feel so excited. And now you have come with the Northwest Development Commission.
There's Northeast already.
There's Northeast.
Northwest.
That has been there.
North, South, South. Southwest will bring their own very soon. So the many Southwest are not central.
Yes.
Okay.
So for that reason, they feel that, oh, it's Uhuru. And they say where others have failed, that Bola Tinubu has taken an extraordinary courage to sign it within a record time. What does that say to you?
No, without no doubt, as I said earlier, it's a good development. And then Bola Tinubu signing it, I think this thing has been ready for some time. If why would not have signed it anyway? So
why do you say so?
Because he considers the Northeast as the dots, Southeast as the dots, and that they didn't vote for him and all those kind of things. So for the first time, I see Tinubu rising above petty party politics and doing something right for the Southeast. So remaining one more, which is the creation of additional states for the Southeast, so that the Southeast can get balance. Some zones are having 7 states, so the rest are having 6. Only Southeast has 5. So perhaps when we now create the additional states for the Southeast, then we can now have Southeast now having a sense of belonging, and some other infrastructural integration, because Southeast has been left behind in a lot of national integration in terms of infrastructure, especially the railway. So that is still a big issue that the Southeast. So it's not yet Uhuru. People who are saying that this is the best thing that happened to Southeast after the Civil War are not saying the truth.
What is the best thing that happened if this is not the best?
The best thing that happened to ENUGU after the war was that ENUGU were able to stand up from the ashes of that war, held themselves high. Even after the war, the 3 R's of reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation of one was a mere paper talk shop, because after you pronounce that, every woman that went back to his place before the war, his bank account was frozen. You were giving him £20, whether he had £10 million or whatever in his account. Yeah. So so it was a mere lip service, and they didn't do that. The engineers that created Ogbunigu and Pakampo and all those Biafra Red Devils and all those things that were used for the war, they were not integrated and used, just like what America did after the Second World War. The twins that were creating all the bombs and all the aircraft, fighter aircraft for Hitler. Britain and America were in a race to access those people. America got to them first, and so this is how they integrated them into their own military. The same thing we are supposed to have done. But what happened? We allowed that technology to die, and then some of the military people were not also integrated into the military. But what the greatest thing that happened to Igbo after the war was that despite all this punishment, despite all this subjugation, the Igbo man was able to rise up, and within a short while reasserted himself under 10 years. The war ended on 12th January. The instrument of surrender was signed on 12th January 1970. By 1st October 1979, the Igbo man was the vice president of the same country, of Nigeria. Late Chief Dr. Alex Akwekwe. So, which means the never die attitude of the Igbo man, within 9 years of being a conquered people, within that short period of being financially impoverished, of losing their houses, losing their means of livelihood, were able to reintegrate themselves into national politics and became the number 2 citizen of Nigeria. That was one of the first things that the Igbos did. So that was the greatest thing that happened to
let me tell you from the perspective in which those who ascribe that, what they mean. What you just said would amount to self-development by the Igbo. Has there been any conscious effort by the federal government to reintegrate the Igbos? What you just described were purely survival instinct of the Igbo. Now this is one major step deliberately taken by the federal government to give a sense of belonging. Look, like giving back your region to you. Whatever you want to do with it, we're going to give you funds to do it by yourself. It's from that premise that they're saying that this is one thing that has really happened since the end of the Civil War. Do you have a right to change your mind?
Yeah, no, I don't. Because for me, these are just because Igbo have never been denied of their allocation in terms of federal allocation.
But as a region, you know,
they have not been. I think the biggest problem of Igbo after the war in terms of you know, infrastructure development in the region happened is because of the attitude of the political leaders in Igbo. Because when you check the Second Republic, what happened between 1979 to 1983, you could see that there was a conscious effort in development of Igbo land, infrastructure and economically by Igbo. And they got to Abuja and they're going to Lagos and got it. Lagos was the capital then. Remember what the kind of thing Jim Mobodo did in the old Anambra state, which consists of Anambra, Enugu and Ebonyi states now. You remember what he did? All the developments he did, the Anamcos of this world, the Avop oil, the Asotec, a lot of other things that were developed in that period. Imo States too, Simon Bakwe did wonders. And building the Concord Hotel, building the airports, doing a lot of things, integrated. Imsutsu, I think, came up that period.
You were the one that built Concord Hotel?
Yes. So a lot of things happened that period. You know, so these were leaders who had conscious development, and Nigerian state did not deny Igbo of the right to do those things. I remember the story behind the Imo State Owerri airport. That's how Mbakwe went to the federal. I thought we need an airport in Imo State. And they were dilly-dally, say if you don't build it, I will build one, and you must give it a license to operate. And that's exactly what he did. And the federal government did not deny it. So I am saying that I think it is more of every region goes to the center to canvass from the national cake what gets to them. It is how you play that card. For most of the time, in the Fourth Republic, we have not been having unified fronts in fighting for our cause over there. So we are more interested in being the servants of other regions. And that's it. We don't take what belongs to us. We don't go with one voice. So you see one Igbo leader talking something, another one is countering him, and the rest. We have discordant voices in Yoruba land, for example. But when it comes to things that affect the Yoruba nation, they move in with one voice and then come back and continue their squabbles. But we have not been able. So I think that is the greatest problem the Igbos have. Not that the federal government were disenchanting them, but that does not take away the fact that this is a good development. But my pessimism is how it will play out.
Okay.
What is the unity of purpose of this development commission? When the money comes, how will it be? How will it be?
I was going to ask you some other questions, and we'll get to that. But first of all, the Southeast Development Commission is a reality. It's a fact of law. So it has come to exist. It has come to be. The question is, what are our expectations? What do you, well, call it agenda setting. What would you say that we expect, you expect, and we expect from that commission going forward? What do we want them to do?
The war ended, instrument of surrender, as I said, 12 January 1970. So that is effective 54 years, 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Now, a lot has happened since then. In 2014, I was part of a documentary film that the Minister of Works, National Federal Minister of Works commissioned the NTA to do. And while we were filming at somewhere Afikpo Road, they were building one road in Afikpo. And as the young Lebanese guy who was working for the company was telling us the story of how when they were digging the road, they dug up unexploded bombs from the Biafran war. We are talking about 44 years later. So a lot of other parts of Igbo land still have those kind of things. Then there were some gullies that have been caused because of bombardments in some areas. Some villages were wiped out totally. We cannot recover the human lives that were lost. Almost every Igbo family lost people.
Our young population.
We've lost people during the war. We cannot recover that. But the Igbo nation still owes those people a day of mourning, at least annually, to celebrate them. They celebrate Holocaust and other things. We must celebrate our own people. No political correctness on that. Now, the issue we are talking about, the agenda, first of all, the people who are proponents of this bill, one of the things they found out, what I say the champion was the issue of erosion control. Now, when I saw that, I was asking myself, what happened to all the ecological funds that have been accruing to the southeast over the years?
It came as to the states, but now
it's going to
come as a region.
The states are constituents of the region. So it's still the same actors, the same players. You get the point now, that direct these things. Now, ecological funds. So if we didn't use the ecological funds well, shall we use this one well? So that is one of the things, the agenda setting.
Okay.
How do we treat, especially gully erosion? Our soil has been washed away in so many places. Go to places like, I think, Nanka, go to even South ENUGU here. There are some places that houses are just hung, villages have collapsed and gone. So we need to look at erosion control seriously. Then the issue of infrastructural integration.
Network of roads.
Network of roads is something now there's something that is happening apart from a network of roads, network of rails.
Yeah, really.
In fact, there was a picture that was circulating in social media the last last 1 week, where in an old road track, a house was built on the road track, and there's a gate on inside.
Which part of Nigeria?
I'll be on Photoshop. That's not Photoshop. They are built. The same thing when you go to ENUGU here, go behind the fire service. That rail that ran through. Go to that Mekali village inside fire service there. You see people are already constructing almost on the rail.
Yes.
So on the gauge itself. So we need regional integration on rail. We need rail. We need the silting of the Niger River. Down on the end of it. Onitsha port needs to start bringing some barges. The boys bringing containers are not supposed to be going to Lagos. So the Development Commission should now start taking major tasks about dredging of the River Niger, so that barges, ship can bring containers from Lagos, can bring containers from Onne, can bring whatever from where they were coming from, and then we can have we can resuscitate our Onitsha port. That is a major challenge. The Nigerian Shippers Council, for the past 15 years, developed what they used to call ICDs, internal containers depot. Later they changed it to IDP, internal dry ports. The concept is this: that landlocked areas, like some states in the southeast, you don't need to come to Lagos. I think they're trying to bring one. You do what they call internal dry ports, where the custom will be.
One is coming to ENUGU.
Where the port is there, port is there, container there, custom is there, everybody is there. You come there, you move your stuff from there, go, and then they'll move it from here to Lagos, Calabar, or whatever ports they want to go, and it goes. When it comes back, the same thing, come here and clear it. Now, the Southeast Development Commission, working in tandem with the governors, needs to start looking into how to do that and make sure that if they don't have one, or if there's already, because what they have in Enugu is what we call TTP, Truck Transit Park. The same thing, the Nigerian Shipping Council is developing that too. Truck Transit Park is supposed to be a hub where Enugu State is the, thoroughfare between the east, is the gateway from the east, south, and southeast to the north. So that is why you stay in Enugu inside town here, you start seeing vehicles coming from Akwa Ibom, coming from Rivers, coming from Bayelsa, passing through Enugu here, go to Opi, move to Ebola to the north.
And vice versa.
You stay here, you see Sokoto, you see Kebbi, you see vehicles moving. So this is a gateway. How do we now create that hub where you don't need to take goods, people who are trading on Onisha or who want to sell their products? We create a hub somewhere in that Ugogo Nike area where it will be a big international market, where they can do a good integration there, provide infrastructure. These are what the Development Commission is supposed to be looking at. We have an airport in that's just built, that has not been commissioned in Ebonyi. How do we make use of that airport? How do we expand the international services of Enugu Airport so that it's not only one airline that is flying here?
What of Anambra Airport?
Anambra Airport, I think that's just a passenger airport for convenience of state officials. And the main what Anambra needs is that port. Then Oguta Lake. How do we, there's some river area we are neglecting in the southeast, in Imo State and other places. How do we link it to the larger continental shelf so that we can have an ingress and egress of moving of barges, dredging, because dredging is a capital intensive venture.
I'm sure there's a water course or waterway. So
yes, yes, there's a jetty there.
Yes.
So these are things that our waterways, we need to harness them so that we can dredge them properly, so that we can have vessels, barges coming from ports, so that our people trading, the man does need, it pains me that you do spare parts manufacturing in Newi, Oba, and then you start traveling to Lagos to send it to people. It doesn't work well. So we can move from here, we can send it to the West African coast. So these are the things Southeast, because each state may not have the funding to be able to achieve that. But with a body like Southeast Development Commission, then we can start looking at the actual regional integration that can be able to, so there's not stop it at something during the war they bombed this town, let's go and excavate. No, we are talking about what will wipe away the pains and tears of the war 54 years later. So people should not come up with telling us they want to go and fill this place that they bombed last year, or they want to go and rebuild this. We are talking about things that these 54 years that we lost, how can we fast track regional integration? Therefore, so that in the next 10 years, we begin to see, plausible things going on.
And so what comes to my mind right now, to achieve this noble, yes, we'll have a cause to smile in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But there's a snack. Our recruitment process, and that speaks to the quality of people, whether as chairman of the commission, whether as managing director, whether as board members. Sometimes in Nigeria we have the best of intentions, and we have agencies, parastatals of government that are well positioned to deliver the goods, but the human quality to deliver that becomes a bit compromised in terms of party patronage, in terms of other considerations. So what would be your thoughts on how best to have our best brains, because these are looked at as you just espoused could become a mirage if you have people who are brain dead, I'm sorry to use that word, who are brain dead and they can't move the commission forward. So what would be a prescription for the kind of people that will pilot this commission?
I want to reiterate the vexatious outbursts of one of Africa's greatest men called Mo Ibrahim. In a business summit, when Barack Obama was president of the United States, there was a comment in Africa. He was like, Okay, it's in America, a 40-something-year-old is the president. He was nominated. He said in Africa, it was a 90-something-year-old man, 70-something-year-old man, 90-something-year-old seeking re-election. They said they want to lead us. He said, lead us to where? Lead us to the grave. So, it's happening in Nigeria.
Yes.
We are seeing 80-something-year-old men made chairman of boards, made a chairman, made pro-chancellors of universities. Universities are supposed to be innovative. You are bringing men who are 70-something, 80-something. That did Ali must go. To come in the 21st century to run to help advise and run our universities. So we have not learned. And that is the problem. As for the Southeast Development Commission, it's time for the Southeast governors to really sit down and say what do they want to do with the Southeast. Good enough.
You want to politicize it if you are bringing in the governors?
Well, it was a politician that sent in the bill. So your political leaders, when they say Biafra, I say it was the political leaders that went into Biafra war. It was the governor of the Eastern region that led the war.
Was he a politician?
Whether you like it or not, they were politicians. They were military politicians. They were the governors. So you cannot, most of these things, you cannot do it without your political leaders. So it was a political leader that sponsored the bill, that made sure the bill was passed. So what we haven't gotten it, what do we now do? Let's use the Obasanjo template when he was president of Nigeria, where the template was, we need to move this country forward. Nigeria was coming from a pariah state. So he did everything possible to ensure that let's have the best brains. Let's get our country moving. So what was he doing? He was going for advocacies and the rest were people. So what did they pick? Eggheads. People were not politicians from anywhere, who later transmuted to politics. A lot of them now went into politics. Where they saw how sweet the thing was, they now went into politics. But again, they were just hot-headed guys who were just ambitious to make Nigeria better. And we see the result we got. A lot of policies were made. A lot of Nigeria get recognition with debt cancellation, PENCOM, NICOM. A lot of things, were set in place. A lot of, changes. So that template is good. Purely on merit. Invite Nigerians from the ENUGU, from the diaspora, from the Southeast. Invite them. There was a movement that was championed by eminent Igbo eggheads like 5 years ago. They call it Southeast Development, done from this Dawn document that the Western Nigeria did, Development Agenda for Western Nigeria. Was this something like that where we try to set on a development agenda for Southeast? Now, with the commission like this now, let those people now bring these ideas. Let's birth it inside here. So let's look for the Igbos in the diaspora, Igbos within Nigeria that have what it takes to lead this thing purely on merit. A developmental expert, the best brains, somebody who has international clout, who can, we have a lot of them, who can, engender trust. People can come invest, in Alibo, easy. Just because of trust. People like Okonjo Wala, thank God the woman is still strong and kicking. And look at the envious positions she's, holding over. The presidents all over the world, respect her. Such a personality, for example, can attract a lot of things. And so many minds, Igbo has a lot of brilliant minds. So don't say, oh, this person is our party members, or this person is not our party, this person won his ward for us, or this person didn't win his local government for us. Leave those ones for your elections. When we talk about Igbo agenda, and then we should not be looking at this money as this money for sharing. So our money will not come in, and you say, Anambra take 10 naira, Enugu take 10 naira. You will not achieve anything. What we need to achieve is look at the whole environment as an Igbo Southeast agenda for developmental purposes. If you don't do it like that, if it is what they do in Abuja, money comes and you share to the different states, so that tomorrow Enugu will not come with a bill and say, oh, we have erosion in this place. Anambra will come and say, they will say, okay, oh, governor this take this, governor this take this. That is the end of that commission. But when we see the funds remain with, we have the meetings, we do the research, we do visibility and all those things, I will start implementing it, having like government agencies, people who have started something like the Nigerian Shippers Council I've mentioned, having an interface with them, have an interface. I think the Nigerian Navy is also trying to do something with the jetty at Uzuwani. Have an interface with them. Go to NIWA, Nigerian Land Water Ways Authority, about the dredging of our rivers and how to connect them. Go to Nigerian Ports Authority. How do we license someone? These are the interfaces we should be having now.
Okay, I'll ask you to hold your gunshot. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations, and we are still reaching you from our ENUGU studios. Our guests, Dr. Ambrose Ibuka, is still here. Ambrose, before we had that small break, we were talking about the quality of men and women that will pilot the affairs of this commission. And you have tried to espouse the kind of people you expect. But I want to draw your attention to what many consider why Ohanaeze is a toothless bulldog, so to speak. Recruitment pattern. Governors, that you just mentioned, have been in the forefront, they've been the vanguard of deciding who becomes Ohanaeze president. Take for example, if it was zoned to Imo State, and there was no way when it would have merged without Hope Uzodinma. And somehow it takes care of the day-to-day running of the Ohanaeze president. There's not a common pause. Now, the danger is, they might say, XYZ state, bring chairman. And ask the governor to bring. XYZ state, bring MD. Bring this board. And then, the danger again is that these governors may turn this into a political patronage. Do you see this danger?
The danger is very real. In fact, the danger is active. It's an active volcano that will just erupt anytime. And so to shield this, the governors, are very powerful people.
They've always been.
They are very powerful people. Where anybody who is trying to pretend is just playing the ostrich. But for the first time, can they just say, okay, let them just ensure that the recruitment process is based purely on merits. Let's not try to zone the positions, because some of these our governors now are actually people who have been in business or who are consultants. A lot of them. I get to the point. At least I know that of ENUGU. I know also that of Anambra. I know that of Imo. Abia. These are astute people who have been high-level, engagements when it comes to economic ventures.
But surprisingly,
what I'm saying,
the act of being an expert in private sector has not
translated to anything in public. So
public sector.
Now, what we are now saying is that they should leave this baby now that has just been born. They should feed it with the right milk. They should not enroll it in kindergarten when it is 2 months old. What we are trying to say is, if we can call for, in fact, this kind of thing, they are very powerful people. allow HR consulting firms.
Yes, big time.
Big time international HR that we have in Nigeria to handle this kind of things. We won't mention it so that we don't give free advice.
Yes.
But allow them. Call in people like our sister Ngozi Wala to be part of it. Give her, for example, give her a responsibility. Go ahead, hunt for us. In fact, make her somebody like that as a chairman.
Yeah.
Of the Development Commission. Tell her head hunt for us the core staff of this commission.
Devoid of political coloration.
Just head hunt for us the best in the Igbo you can get, both in Nigeria, Africa, and in the diaspora. These are then the work of the governors is to ensure that those people who are recruited based on merit, that they pay supervisory role to make sure that they give them terms of reference, give them deliverable timelines, give them objectives, give them key performance indicators, KPIs, that what they will not be doing as Southeast Governance Forum is to come review. They can even set up a review board on their own. So it's okay, every month or every quarter or every twice a year or every year, let's see what you have done. Then these Southeast development, apart from sharing money or using money that government can now be the driver of investment in the Southeast in core areas. So what the governors can be doing is when they're meeting, they're we have this common problem. How do we solve it? And then it's okay, Governor A, can you put something in your budget for this? Governor B, can you put something in your budget for this? Governor C, can you? And then it's okay, the Development Commission, we have tried, we have brought in 30%. Go and look for investors for this 70%. We want a road to run from Ubolafu and terminate in a boundary town between Ebonyi State and Ogoja or something like that. We want these are the kind of this that will carry this artery. You start walking, and when you can now even start going to federal government, to federal roads. You say, look, there's a road linking this place to this place. The cost, we have done our own estimation. Our cost is 100 billion naira. The Southeast Development Commission will bring 30 billion. Federal government is your road, give us 70 billion. Or we can bring the instrument for it. So far you promise that you write it off. This is how development, but one single state may not be able to carry that load. And that is why the Development Commission is there. So we need to really begin to interrogate these things. And that is how it works. But when we sit down and say, state A, bring chairman, you have changed it to another government venture that will not work. Because that is how it is. 70-year-old men are coming as chairman of Council of Universities. And then, which ideas are they bringing? If you talk of these things we have mentioned, what do they know about it? Nothing. Why will Southeast, for example, even not have his own refinery that will service the states? Why you want to travel through the Southeast, the roads are not smooth. What governor will do to his own boundary? Then when you enter the other state, you start wondering whether you left Nigeria. Because your vehicle immediately stops moving, it starts galloping. And so these are the problems we are having, no integration. So with this Development Commission now, if they allow it to work well, it may just bring the needed integration we need in the Southeast.
Okay, thank you, Ambrose. We may have to change gear. I think we've dealt exhaustively on the issue of the Southeast Development Commission. We've tried to say, well, it's a good one, in spite of our reservations about state government interference and all that, and you'll be able to provide what looks like an equal opportunity employer for those who will work there, because that's the only way it could work. Thank you very much. Let's just leapfrog to something else. And the Nigeria is 10 stop, so to speak. And nobody can doubt this. Nigeria is on a semi or high alert. One, because there's movement everywhere, there's talks everywhere, there's conversation everywhere about a possible protest that will begin on the 1st of August and possibly end, as they say, on the 10th of August. End bad governance protest. Those who organize it would appear to be determined. Government is a bit jittery. There have been meetings going on in Abuja, governors, ministers, national security advisor, and all that. And a lot of people are signing in. Report allegedly, I think you say he has endorsed it, the Charlie Boys of this world. So we don't know what it portends for Nigeria. But the first thing is protest a legitimate right of the people?
Well, protest in democracy. In fact, in our African cultural system, protest has always been, accepted as a way of, hearing your grievance. And that's why even in African proverb, there's say you don't beat a child and tell the child not to cry.
Not to cry.
So it is when you beat a child, the child will complain and cry. And that is why if you go to the village, you beat a boy, the boy will be marching and shouting and protesting. In democracy, the framers or the conceivers of democracy actually put that, as a legitimate means for protest, expression, grievances, disgruntledness, anger, frustrations. You need to ventilate these things because they know that if you don't ventilate it, it may explode. So democracy is a right. Democracy ensures the right of every citizen to demonstrate. Now the police somehow is still stuck in the colonial era where they tell you that you need permit. You don't need permits. Lawyers have said it, have been tested in court, but different people still come and say the police has not cleared you. Police does not need to clear anybody to do demonstrations or protests in Nigeria. Police, you just need to inform the police that we are doing a protest. Come and provide security. So the work of the police and other security agencies during the protest in democracy is to ensure that fifth columnists do not infiltrate legitimate protests, to ensure that the people who are infiltrated do not turn protests to riots, because that is where the problem starts. When protests are turned to riots, riots are not the same with protests. So when you provide legitimate cover, in terms of when you provide security cover for legitimate protests, they don't turn to riots. So it is the work of the police and security agencies to provide cover for those who are protesting. There's hunger in the land. You are beating a child, you are telling the child not to cry. There's unemployment rate very high. There is service charges increasing everywhere. Electricity tariff has gone above the roof. Fuel, petroleum cost is everywhere. Cost of education is increasing. Cost of food is not more acceptable. Cost of drugs. People are living at edges, and you are telling them not to protest. What do you want them to do? To go and die in silence? No. So they have to protest. They have to, and protest is to let the government know, because these people don't have access to government. Those days they used to write open letters in newspapers when before technology became prevalent. But you don't even who have access, who reads it. So will the people now go to government house or go to the various? No. So this way they can now. So if the government doesn't want the protest, as they are saying, reduce the cost of petroleum. Reintroduce the subsidy and make sure the subsidy is not bad. It is the fraud that is bad in it. So remove the fraud in the subsidy. How can the almighty government tell me you don't know those who are committing the fraud? Meanwhile, the failure of government to make the 4 refineries work are the issues that we are having. So why not fix the refineries? Why not make them work? Okay. So that we can have all these things, and then we cannot go back to the status quo of May 28, 2023. When we go back to the status quo, then we can begin the conversations. Because that's where we need to go back to. People spend as much as, look at what is happening in the universities now. A lot of universities are shutting down electricity supply to their students. Benin is grappling with that. Lagos is grappling. Ibadan is grappling. All of these universities. So do you want an implosion? So the students are having issues, and once they start having issues and it spills out, it becomes a problem. So the best thing now is for government to start coming out fast. Look at what they are doing, selling truckloads of grains.
Let's leave that. Let me ask you. The protest, if it begins, how can it be managed? I have this saying, you have a right to swing your arms, but I must mind the nose of the man standing next to me. Okay? Protesters, they have a right to protest. Must they stop others from moving around? Must they barricade the roads? Must they make movement difficult for people? Must they also suffer those who are doing the legitimate businesses? How can it be?
There are different types of protests. There is what you call picketing, which Labour uses a lot. Picketing is you close down an establishment, for example, an organization, maybe the office or government establishment, and said nobody's coming in, nobody's going to work here today, or for 3 days or 4 days. That is picketing. It's also recognized as a legitimate form of protest. We saw, I watched on one news channel this morning, how Niger Delta women, some women from some community in Niger Delta who have been living in darkness, went to protest, and they picket the company and said, no, you will not work here until you restore power, electricity power to us. We have been in darkness. So it's legitimate. It's allowed. But now, when you now come for demonstrations and protests of this nature, where it involves the larger group of people, that's why I said the work of the security forces is to ensure that other citizens that are going about their legitimate means of income, we should not suffer for it. So what do? You just like when I see a lot of when people are doing demonstrations, there's a security escort. Yeah. When even churches that are trying to do promotion, or companies that are doing promotion for their goods, or you are doing activity, even the road safety, you see them with their vehicle controlling. Those are the kind of things you should provide. When the protests happened in Ojota in January 2012, we saw police protection too. Even the military were there to protect people. The no subsidy remover. When they wanted to remove fuel subsidy, the same people, in fact, the people in this government now spearheaded that protest, that Jonathan should not remove fuel subsidy, and they mobilized Nigeria, called SNGs, Save Nigerian Group. Now, the same people who are in government now were the protagonists of Nadeco, who protested deeply against the regime of Abacha when the June 12th election was cancelled. And so I think they know the power of protest, and they know this government, because the people who here are entrenched activists who have gone through the crucible of protest, who faced the guns of the military, and they were able to force someone like IBB to step aside. They didn't stop at that. They were hunters. Some of them went on exile, continued, and they made sure that Abata had a hell of time. So they know what protests can do, and I think that's why they are very jittery. But they have nothing to worry about. Just like the way when Abacha was president, head of state, he was clamping down on them, and they were still doing their protest. So why not provide a conducive atmosphere for protesters to do what they want, and then come out, address them? You get the point now. They will, okay. When you are having your protest, the minister is waiting for you here, or your governor is waiting for you here, wants to address you. These are the kind of things they should put in place. But telling people, oh, don't protest.
No,
don't protest.
A very quick one. I think the Army Command had actually reacted, and a few other people in government have also come to say that they're not against protest, but they allege that this protest may become violent, and they lend credence to the NSAS. I don't know why they ascribe that. I know there have been protests in the past in Nigeria that have been quite peaceful. So they're using the fact that it might be violent to say, I don't know what they want to do. But don't you think that that's that's a dangerous signal from government?
The fear is valid, but you don't say because you're afraid of accidents on the road you won't travel. Then you stay in your house and die. I get the point. Accidents happen every day. Road accidents happen. Well, people still travel. So what you do. So what we are saying is that, why did the NSAS thing happen? What were the arrangements for security? What happened in toll gate in that October 2020? So these are the things we start interrogating. Rather than saying, oh, we are afraid, why not say, study what happened then, and try to ensure that it doesn't happen again. So mobilize your men, give security signals, give security alert. Okay, tell the protesters, where are you moving from? Let us know your designation. Like, okay, we can provide cover for you here. We can provide cover. Let's have a designated route. You can join in the organization to ensure that there is and then you can say anybody who is trying to raise trouble or burn fire, or try to set people's up, the person is apprehended. In fact, you tell the protesters to join you to apprehend the person. So you join in the protest to ensure that these things are, but telling people don't come out of hoodlums, you know, there's some language that are used, you know, that you say, oh, people are coming to destabilize, you have security reports, so don't come out. It rather agitate the people who want to come out.
Okay, I don't know how correct that is, but I learned and I read somewhere that the organizers have said no beer drinking. They've made some rules, things that could really actually get people violent happy. They say those things should not happen. How do you see that? They're trying to have an understanding that certain things should not be brought to the
maybe there will be no back consumption while they are moving on the road, but how do you control such?
Well, that's part of
the people organizers cannot control, so they should stop playing to the gallery. You can't control such. And how do you know? In Lagos, there is this thing they call monkey tail and all those things, concussion people take at home. What if the person have taken all these substances?
It will last for one full day.
Some of those things last for 12 hours. So when you when you take the person's eye is red and you do all kinds of things. But when the security, when there's a deterrent, when there's a deterrent, yes, or when there are deterrents along the way, then they tend to behave themselves. But when there are no deterrent, you look to the left, there's security person, you look to your right, no security person, you can start becoming exuberant. But when there are security people that once you start to misbehave, you are picked out. In fact, your fellow protester will be the one to push you out and give it to them, because that was not part of the protest. Means, or you know, you make yourself loud, you come with your placards, you sing your songs, government official, they are somewhere to welcome you, they will address you, they will say hunger must go, all those kind of things. That's what protest is all about. It's not riot.
Okay, the protest is built to last for 10 days. Is that too short, too long?
10 days, I don't know how they want to sustain the protest for 10 days. I mean, some of these things, when they take a life of their own.
Yeah, of course.
So you don't say you want to start protest day one and do it for 10 days. Unless it's a camping kind of protest. No, that's why I said they have different kinds of protest. Is it street protest? Is it picketing? Is it camping? The camping one is that I think some students did it. Is it either in Thailand or somewhere recently, 2 years ago, where you camp. You come to the front of maybe a government building or whatever. You camp there, stay there, sing songs and whatever. Ensure that some people, they were cooking there, they didn't go, they were doing shifting. Some people will come in the afternoon, go, another set will come. So unless they are doing camping, we can say, okay, we can camp for 5 days or so. That
okay,
is.
But
if you cannot do that,
questions that you must take before we call it a day. One is, very briefly, in 30 seconds or so, they said they are copying the Kenyan protest model. Can it be applied to Nigeria?
The Kenya protest model went overboard because it turned to riots and people were killed. We can't copy. Do you want us to be killed? You want protesters to be killed? No. So it is a wrong template. The Kenya model is a wrong template. That's not. We should look at it in Bangkok or Thailand. There was a time students actually looked. They were inside snow, you know. And you know, they stayed there and the government was embarrassed. And
okay, my last question. Polarization has started. The Yoruba youths, well, maybe a splinter group have asked that, look, we're not part of this. And that group in the north have also said, look, those who are applying that on their own. More may come. How do you see this polarization in one way or the other affecting the unity of that protest? Or maybe even being a counter.
People are going for protest and according to them are not going because they are Yoruba youths or Igbo youths or Hausa youths. They are going because of unity of purpose, of hunger, of frustration, of trying to say that you are frustrated. So those are unity, is unifying enough. There's no polarization in hunger. They are hungry. So that is what is driving them.
The cause of fear, there's no polarization.
That is what is driving them. So all these people stand some side and say, when you go to the market, they don't ask whether you're Igbo, Hausa or Yoruba. They just tell you the price of. So that is what is driving the unity of people. That is driving the pay. That was the reason. The reason they gave is not because Yoruba man is the president and Igbo man is not happy or the Hausa man. No, that's not the issue. The issue was that we want improvement of the economy. Common suffering, what improvement of the economy.
Okay, Dr. Bruce, I want to thank you very much for this evening. It's been quite conversational, and of course you brought some uncommon ideas that our people, our leaders need to tap into. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Well, like you said, this is a baptism of fire. I'm sure sooner than later We'll bring you on some other very uncommon issues.
It will be my pleasure.
Okay, this is where we'll draw the curtain for today. And join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting edition of Uncommon Conversations. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Christians commence 40 days of Lent with Ash Wednesday service. Rivers Electoral Commission fixes August 9 for fresh local government poll. EU leaders to meet in Brussels to discuss defense support for Ukraine. And North Korea's Kim Yo-jong accuses Trump's administration of stepping up provocations. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Christians have been admonished to see themselves as ambassadors of Jesus Christ in their daily lives as a way of making positive impact on the society. A Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Father John Mary Ibe, gave advice while preaching a sermon at a church service to mark the Ash Wednesday held at St. Joseph's Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU, to mark the commencement of this year's period of Lent. Our correspondent Raymond Ken Mbata attended the church service and reports.
Ash Wednesday is a significant holy day in many Christian denominations, including the Catholics, Anglicans, Lutherans, and several other denominations. It marks the first day of Lent, which is a 6-week period of penitence and reflection leading up to Easter. On Ash Wednesday, many Christians attend special church services where they receive ashes on their foreheads, symbolizing repentance and mortality. The ashes are typically made from the palm branches of the previous year's Palm Sunday celebrations, which symbolize the fact that man is dust and that unto dust he shall return. At St. Joseph Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU, the resident priest, Reverend Father John Mary Ibe, reminded parishioners that the purpose of their creation is to serve God. This, he said, explains why there is a feeling of guilt when one goes astray. Father Ibe enjoined Christians to use this period of Lent to engage in deep introspection and reconcile with God as a sure guarantee for their salvation. He spoke to Signature TV on the significance of Ash Wednesday and other activities leading to Easter. A major highlight of the service was the application of ash on the foreheads of parishioners by the resident priest and sharing of Holy Communion to communicants.
Ash Wednesday reminds us that we are human beings, that we are mortals. It reminds us of our mortality, first of all. It also reminds us of the mourning we should have because we have sinned against God. That we mourn because we have sinned against God. That is what we say the people of Nineveh do. The Ninevites, when God told Jonah to go to them and preach to them, he preached to them, and they repented, and they wore sackcloths and daubed themselves with ashes. And it is a symbol of repentance, a symbol of humility, a symbol of, oh God, I have sinned and I repent, have mercy on me. And then, thus also ash is also a symbol of penance. Yes, just as I mentioned, the symbol of penance, to tell God, oh, this is me. Without you, I am nothing. So this does remind me that all I have is yours, and I tend to live as you want me to live. In other words, I'm asking you, have mercy on me, and then make me yours.
Parishioners also spoke on what was expected of Christians during the Lenten season.
In this Lenten season, every Christian should focus on, God, because whatever you do now, in future, God will bless you with it. Think about the way Jesus suffered for us, died for us, and resurrected.
The expectation of every Christian during this Ash Wednesday is that we shall live life of charity, prayer, and abstinence. We shall deal with love is the overall thing in Christian life. So whatever we are doing without love is nothing. We must have love of God and love of our humanity. Every Christian should love one another, no matter how small. Show charity to one another, and this is what gives God gladness.
Apart from marking the commencement of the 40-day period of fasting, it also ushers in a period for deep reflection on past deeds, abstinence from sinful behavior, seeking forgiveness of sins, and renewal of commitment to the faith. This year's Lent is coming few days after the commencement of Ramadan fast for Muslims. I am Raymond Ken Mbata, reporting for Signature TV.
The River State Independent Electoral Commission, RIPSEC, has fixed August 9, 2025 to conduct a fresh local government poll in the state. The Chief Electoral Commissioner, Justice Adolfo Senebeli, retired, announced this at a stakeholders meeting for Wednesday, March 5, 2025. This followed a Friday judgment of the Supreme Court which declared local government elections conducted in the state on October 5, 2024 as invalid. On Sunday, River State Governor Similaye Fubara assured the people of an oil-rich state that his administration would implement the Supreme Court's verdict after carefully reviewing a certified true copy, CTC, In a state broadcast on Sunday, Fuba revealed that he has met with his legal team who expect to obtain the CTC by Friday, March 7, 2025. A federal high court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to recognize the leadership of a national rescue movement (NRM) that emerged from the party's Emergency National Convention held in Abuja on January 17. The emergency convention held to fill vacant positions in the party's National Executive Committee (NEC) and correct lopsidedness in its composition produced Edozie Njoku as NRM National Chairman. Since the convention was held, INEC refused to accept the outcome of the convention because it did not monitor the exercise. Position Justice Obiora Egwuatu faltered in a judgment delivered on Wednesday. Justice Egwuatu held that there was evidence that NRM served INEC a valid notice of its emergency national convention and that it was wrong for the electoral body to have refused to monitor the exercise as the law mandated to do. The judge further held that the notice from the NRM not being short of the required 21 days, INEC had no reason not to have monitored the emergency convention. He declared that the failure of the respondent, INEC, to accept and monitor the emergency convention of the applicant to fill vacancy and correct lopsidedness in its INEC amounted to a refusal or failure to discharge its constitutional and or public duty contrary to the provisions of sections 82(1) and 83(1) of the Electoral Act 2022 and therefore unconstitutional and unlawful. The judge proceeded to issue an order of mandamus compelling INEC to accept and monitor the emergency convention of the applicant to fill vacancy, correct lopsidedness in its NEC, and recognize the decision or outcome of the convention. A senator representing Kogi Central, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, on Wednesday arrived at the Senate chamber with her husband as plenary resumed after a one-week recess. In a brief but affectionate moment, her husband gave her a kiss before she proceeded into the chamber to take her seat. Kogi State Senator took her place in a newly assigned seat, which has been at the center of an ongoing controversy. The dispute over the seat has sparked tensions within the Senate as she accused the Senate President Godswill Akpabio of sexual harassment. Senate President has rejected the allegation and denied any wrongdoing. However, the allegation and controversy has raised fresh concerns about decorum and conduct within the legislative body. As plenary resumed, all eyes were on Senator Natasha as she settled into her seat, signaling a readiness to continue legislative duties in spite of the ongoing controversy. Meanwhile, protesters in support of a Kogi lawmaker stormed the National Assembly on Wednesday as the Ethics Committee set to commence probe. The committee, chaired by Senator Neda Imaswe, to investigate Natasha's alleged refusal to comply with the rules of the Senate. As the protesters gathered, cans of tear gas were fired, but the protesters appeared undeterred as they regrouped barricaded by security agencies. The protesters accused the Senate President of silencing and maligning women as they called on President Bola Tinubu to wade in. They said sexual allegation is a human rights issue. ENUGU residents whose shops and businesses were affected by the demolition of structures along the Abapanike Lake Road, Ugogo Opi and Suka Road, built for dualization, are increasingly concerned about their livelihood. But some claim that their lives have been shattered by the demolition. Others say they are waiting to know the exact measurement of the road to know where they would eventually settle down to do their business. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegunam has been following the development.
Demolition along Abapanike Lake Ugogo Opi and Suka Road as part of ongoing efforts to upgrade road infrastructure in the state has displaced residents and destroyed homes, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. 2 weeks after the bulldozers cleared the area, affected citizens are still waiting for construction to begin. Some, like Edith Agada, has shown resilience in the face of adversity, even after her shop was demolished. She now plies her trade using a tricycle.
I'm one of them that have the shop opposite this police station. One morning when I came, people was running up and down. They said they are destroying the shop. I have to pack my little things. I have to pack my things. Some of them put inside this keke to manage my family. I don't have anything to do.
However, not everyone is fortunate. A poor widow who wishes to remain anonymous was seen crying and struggling to provide for her 8 children without a shop or roof to protect her goods.
It's been 1 week and 5 days since demolition took place for dualization to set in. Here I'm standing is the popular chemist shop owned by a nurse who has been working or who has been selling for over 20 years. What you're seeing behind me is the broken pieces of this woman's lifelong investment. I'll be speaking to the lady and she will tell us how her business has been affected since the demolition. Follow me.
Okay, I'm coming. Then I'll come outside and put seat and wait for the person. In a day, I can only have just maybe those who call me, just like 3 or 2. That is why I'm coming out. I may be in the house. I say, I'm coming, wait for me. So we come and say, so you're no more there and you did not want to tell us. I wanted to buy something and fast. So it's really affecting me.
Other shop owners expressed frustration, stating that their buildings, which were not originally marked for demolition, were destroyed without prior notice.
The matter remains one thing. They did not tell us. Our plaza wasn't marked. Had it was marked, you will say yes, we were pre-informed. I will be getting ready for them. But no sign notice because it was measured in the initial stage. When it was measured, it didn't get to us. It stopped at the main road, at the junction. So to the greatest surprise, that particular day, they came how many times to measure it. We were not informed. So that was why we stayed cool. This building that you see now in ruins actually housed a very vibrant retail pharmacy outlet that's serving this community and has been in existence for over 10 years. You know, duly incorporated company, filing its tax on a monthly basis, just now in ruins overnight. Now, if we were appropriately informed or duly informed that this building would be going down, it would have been nice. It would have been at least acceptable. But this building was not marked for demolition. You know, when they came to do the final pegging of the road expansion, right? And people who even came for the pegging, the surveyors that came, said the building was not affected, right? The road will not get there.
Are worried about the lack of progress on the project and the absence of compensation for those affected. Special Assistant to the ENUGU State Governor on Research and Publications, Joshua Eje, has reassured citizens that the dualization of the Ababa-Opinsuka Road is in the best interest of the public. He emphasized that the government is committed to providing fair compensation to affected residents.
Of Pitamba does not demolish if there is no need for that. So if you see a structure standing that is untouched and it's not marked, then it shows that there is no need touching the structure. But if the structure is marked, then why don't you evacuate? And let me also say this: if you go during the evacuation process, you see that people even did their self-evacuation. People removed their roof, removed their windows, everything, because they were happy. And people are still happy because of the project. Because the project is driven by people. And because people are going to, is the people of Enugu State that are going to benefit from the project. It's not Pitamba. That is not the Pitamba's way to his own this thing. So it's for the good of the people.
According to Eje, the construction company has already commenced work from Opinsuka to Ugogonike end of the road and will soon extend to Abapa. The dualization of the 43.7-kilometer road is part of the grand design by the Enugu state government to upgrade the road infrastructure in the state and boost tourism and investment. The project is expected to be completed within 18 months and has provision for modern street lights to help reduce accidents and criminality in the state. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
A yet to be ascertained number of persons were found dead when a truck conveying a 40-foot container on Tuesday evening crashed into a shuttle bus, tricycles and pedestrians at Idemili Junction near Oba in Idemili South local government area of Anambra. The spokesperson for the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, in the state, Margaret Anabe, confirmed the accident, but said she was still waiting for detailed report from officers at the scene. Anabe said that she would provide updates as soon as possible. It was gathered that the trailer experienced brake failure while descending a hill, causing the driver to lose control and crash into the shuttle bus, tricycles and other vehicles. Up ahead, Abia State First Lady empowers women with agro-starter parks. EFCC grills ex-Akwa Ibom governor for alleged 700 billion naira fraud. Details of these and more after the break. Wife of Abia State Governor Priscilla Oti had restated the state government's commitment to empowering women and young people in agriculture as a way of strengthening the agricultural sector and enhancing food security in the state and nation. Oti stated this during the successful training and distribution of starter packs for agricultural support program for Abia Central Senatorial Zone by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security under the Renewed Hope Initiative of the wife of President Oluremi Tinubu held in Umuahia. Oti extended her gratitude to the wife of the president for exceptional leadership and vision in driving the agricultural support program, adding that the training program, which commenced on Monday, was carefully structured around strategic pillars designed to address key challenges within the agricultural sector.
I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, for her exceptional leadership and vision in driving this agricultural support program under the Renewed Hope Initiative in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I thank God for the training program that started yesterday and will continue in the two other senatorial zones of the state. This program, the training program, which started yesterday, has been carefully structured around strategic pillars designed to address key challenges within the agricultural sector. Through this program, we have equipped you with the essential skills and knowledge necessary to succeed in agriculture. We have also provided you with the tools. We are providing you with the tools to enhance food sufficiency, improve livelihoods, and contribute to the growth of our local economy.
Earlier, the State Coordinator, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Aloysius Mba, who spoke on behalf of the Minister, Abubakar Kyari, thanked the wife of a state governor for showing so much commitment towards implementing the lofty project for the good of Abia people.
Initiative of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Considering the importance of agriculture in our economy, you will agree with me that this intervention by the First Lady through the Renewed Hope Initiative and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is timely, as it will duly engage the beneficiaries and create avenues to boosting agricultural production in the country.
Five women and youths who are farmers benefited from the training and distribution of the starter packs of agricultural program. Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested a former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel, for alleged 700 billion naira fraud. Emmanuel was arrested after he honored an invitation of the EFCC on Tuesday to answer allegations of money laundering and diversion of funds preferred against him by the Network Against Corruption and Trafficking. Petition alleged that Emmanuel received 3 trillion naira from the Federation account in 8 years, but left a debt profile of 500 billion naira and unpaid ongoing projects worth 300 billion naira. It was also alleged to have been unable to account for 700 billion naira. Emmanuel served as governor of Akwa Ibom State from 2015 to 2023 under the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Operatives of the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, carrying out anti-smuggling activities across international border lines in Adamawa and Taraba states have seized a total of 29,825 liters of petrol allegedly intended to be smuggled out of the country. The seizures were made within the last 3 weeks, according to the Adamawa Taraba area controller of the NCS, Daba Bashir. The petrol packed in 1,149 25-liter jerry cans and 4 220-liter drums was seized along with 3 tinted cars, one of them fitted with a concealed drum in which some of the petrol was loaded. The mentioned other items seized within the time in view as 11 bales of second-hand clothing, 8 200-liter drums, and 35 25-liter jerry cans of methyl chloride, which comes by the street name of Sakandai. He gave the aggregate duty paid value of the seized items as 51,947,500. Addressing newsmen at a press briefing in his office at the command headquarters of the NCS in Yola, Bashir said the seizures were made through shared resolve to stop smugglers from sabotaging legitimate fuel supply activities within the country. Flights have been grounded at the Akure airport following the destruction of some vital equipment by a rainstorm. Sources at the airport said equipment was destroyed at the control tower and engineering unit. It was gathered that equipment such as network time protocol, encoder, air conditioners, computers, and other equipment at the control tower were destroyed in Monday's rainstorm. An official of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, who pleaded anonymity, said the control tower and terminal buildings were affected. The heavy rains wreaked havoc at homes, schools, churches at Eleyewo, Iluabo, Bolorunduro, and other communities in Akure North local government area. A victim, Mr. Lukman Haruna, said he watched helplessly as his business premises were destroyed. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has reported 627 suspected measles cases across 30 states and 213 local government areas as of January 31, 2025. Dr. Jide Idris, Director General of NCDC, on Wednesday in Abuja, said that this marked a significant drop from the 2,157 cases recorded in January 2024. The World Health Organization, WHO, defined measles as a highly contagious viral infection that spreads through respiratory droplets when an infected person coughs or sneezes. The UN Health Organization said that the symptoms usually start with fever, cough, runny nose, and red, watery eyes, followed by a rash that spreads across the body. It noted that severe complications include pneumonia, blindness, brain inflammation, encephalitis, and in some cases, death, particularly among unvaccinated children and those with weakened immune systems. According to Idris, the measles situation report for epidemiological week 7 recorded 112 of suspected cases, 17.86%, have been laboratory confirmed with no deaths recorded. He said that this was notable improvement from the same period in 2024, which saw 23 confirmed measles deaths, resulting in a case fatality rate of 0.96%. Idris states that Katsina 102, Jigawa 84, Akwa Ibom 56, Kebbi 52, and ENUGU 32 recorded the highest number of suspected cases, accounting for over half of the national total. He also revealed that 81.3% of confirmed cases involved individuals who had not received any dose of the measles vaccine, underscoring a major gap in immunization coverage. The debate over wage disparity in Nigeria goes beyond just salaries. It extends to retirement policies and even the cost of political participation. While public servants in different sectors face selective and discriminatory retirement ages, politicians continue to enjoy high wages and allowances with no such limitations. A lawyer and public interest advocate Madaki Ame now wants the National Industrial Court to determine a fair national minimum wage and also a maximum salary beyond which no civil or public servant can be paid. Chimezie Zedima reports.
When we talk about public service, we imagine leaders dedicated to the welfare of the people. But what happens when those elected to serve earn salaries that dwarf the income of the average citizen? In Nigeria, the president, as the highest public servant, earns millions, while the lowest paid worker struggles to get by on a fraction of that. This raises a pressing question. Are Nigerian politicians overcompensated for their work? Or is their high pay justified by the demands of their office?
The highest paid Nigerian is the president, because he's the biggest man, in the public service. So if the national minimum wage is 70,000, let's even say that the president's salary is 2 million a month. You get the point? Yeah. So it's an unjust disparity. Very. But then it has to be a drop dead, threshold. Why the president doesn't really have a salary, because all his expenses are taken care of for him. For instance, in the budget of 2024, I think his feeding allowance was 9 billion naira.
The contradiction deepens when we consider the economic realities of the country. While political office holders enjoy unlimited earnings, the government struggles to implement an agreed minimum wage of 70,000 naira for its lowest paid workers. This stark contrast between the earnings of politicians and the plight of the ordinary citizens highlights a system designed to serve the elite at the expense of the masses. If true democracy guarantees the right to vote and be voted for, then setting financial barriers to political participation contradicts this principle. The issue, therefore, is not about high political salaries, but about a system that prioritizes wealth over competence in governance.
In the same APC, the governorship ticket was set at 50 million in that last election. In my poor state of Benue, 11 people bought the governorship ticket for 50 million. That's 550 million Nigerian naira. Over $500 million just to express interest and buy a 2-page or 4-page form to contest for one useless election. Then not to talk of the countless people who run for Senate at 30 million. That means that teacher in my village who is so popular and will win any election given a fair chance cannot afford the ticket. So INEC must set a uniform standard contest cost so that anybody who earns that minimum wage of 70,000 should be able to afford the ticket to run for president.
Beyond wages, another critical issue is the selective application of retirement policies. Public servants in various sectors have their retirement ages dictated by the president's discretion. Some seeing extensions while others are left out. What informed these decisions? Is it based on merit, political interest, or something else?
Immediately, almost the very week that Tinubu took over this government, he increased the salaries of judges by 300%. What does that tell you? What it says without saying it is that the judges are not the only people who are poorly paid. We just talk about the professors. The professor in the university, in the public university, earns about 400,000 a month. And everybody will say, okay, the condition of service of the judges, has finally improved. But the deeper meaning is that a judge who who is so grateful that he just got a 300% pay rise, will find it difficult to rule in a case against that same government that gave him that kind of jumbo pay rise.
Interestingly, while civil servants must retire at a set age, politicians face no such restrictions. A president can contest for office regardless of age, yet workers in key sectors are forced into retirement. Could this be a strategy to keep power within a select group while limiting opportunities for others?
There's a bigger danger in the exercise of the president's discretion in these matters. All the countries in the world that I know have a national retirement age, which applies uniformly across board. But if you want to keep somebody longer because of the skills the person has or the fact that there's a shortage of manpower in that particular sector, then you retain the person on contract. And then you pay the person more. But incidentally, the politicians who are setting these retirement ages for other people have no retirement age. A politician can contest election until he drops dead.
As these concerns grow, many argue and fight for a fairer, standardized approach, one that ensures both economic justice and equitable opportunities in public service. In Abuja, Chimize Izadima for Signature TV.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has appointed 16 new directors to head key departments in its operations. Appointments into operations in several policy-driven regulatory and supervisory capacities take effect from March 3. The directors are Jide Samuel, Abaso Wymem, Director of Information Technology Department, Abdullahi Hamisu, Director of the Banking Service Department, Ojumo Adenike, Director of the Medical Services Department, and Makinde Olarinwaju, Head of the Procurement and Support Services Department. The Financial Department, CBN appointed CK Ijoma as Director, Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Issa Olewatimo Aisha, Director of Consumer Protection Department, and Obo Victor Ubem, Director of Monetary Policy Department. Also, Nakoji Musa would head the Trade and Exchange Department. Yusuf Rakia would lead the Payment System Supervision Department. Vincent Mudesola was appointed to oversee the Strategy Management and Innovation Department. Farouk Muhammad is to lead the Reserve Management Department, and Akinwumi Olubukola Akini takes charge of the Banking Supervision Department. In addition, Sulaja Mohammed Jamiu will be in charge of other financial institutions Supervision Department, OFISD. Hassan Umaru will lead the Development and Finance Institution Supervision Department, and Adedeji Adetona will steer the Currency Operations and Branch Management Department. Okpanachi Moses will serve as the head of the Statistics Department. Still to come, analyst predicts turbo speed on Greenland independence issue post-election. Pakistanis mourn victims of deadly Banu attack. Funeral preparations underway. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
the market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A Ukrainian lawmaker called the potential halt of U.S. intelligence sharing critical, though it could partially be replaced by own resources and those of other partners. U.S. President Donald Trump ordered that intelligence cooperation with Ukraine be halted, as well as military aid, CIA Director John Ratcliffe said on Wednesday. Lawmaker Shayi Rahmani said it was unclear whether Washington would allow third countries to pass on information.
It is difficult to overestimate the importance of the intelligence that our American partners have been providing us with. If they stop doing this, I have no information yet about the extent to which they may limit the provision of intelligence. Most likely the scope will be limited. As I said before, we can rely on our own resources, we have them. Of course, they are smaller but they are there. And there are also the resources partners other than the United States have. It will depend on the extent to which the United States will prohibit our partners, Canada, Germany, France, and other allied countries from sharing information with us. They have the ability to limit the amount of information that our partners can share with us. That is, the problem here is not only and not so much about the restrictions on the information the United States have, the issue is what possible restrictions they may impose on the transfer of information from our partners. If this information, intelligence, is heavily reduced, it will be rather critical.
U.S. aid via Ukraine's western border halted, a source with knowledge of the matter told Reuters, after U.S. President Donald Trump paused assistance late on Monday following an extraordinary clash with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last week. Meanwhile, the Democrats accused President Donald Trump of creating an atmosphere of fear among migrant communities in the U.S. in a Spanish-language rebuttal of the President's State of the Union address on Tuesday. Member Adriano Elpalat gave the rebuttal from East Harlem, New York City, where he hailed the hard work of migrant communities and criticized Trump for not tackling inflation.
Tonight and for the last 45 days, we have seen a president that has acted more like a king, as a monarch rather than a president. Since his inauguration, he has signed dozens of executive orders, from changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to declaring English as the national language, trying to annul laws and regulations that support diversity in access to opportunities in our society. His government has threatened to reduce access to health and eliminate Medicaid, Medicare for workers who have supported it throughout their career, and which is a source of health for retirees. Tonight and for the past 45 days, we have heard a president who lies, who has created an atmosphere of fear in the migrant community, who yells at his opponents. He forgets that we all want a nation that is affordable, safe and respected around the world for the freedoms and opportunities it offers. When Trump was a candidate, he shouted out about how much a dozen of eggs cost as a metaphor for the cost of living. But today he did not tell us what steps he will take to lower inflation and interest rates. Let's be clear, the cost of a dozen eggs has increased by 96%. We heard from the president about economic measures that are disastrous for you and me. The tariffs, tax cuts for his rich friends and massive layoffs of workers in government agencies. Let's start first with the tariffs. These are a punishment for our neighbors, Mexico and Canada. Trump wants to be the big guy in the neighborhood without caring about how these measures will impact on prices in the supermarket, at the grocery store or when we buy electrical items. The second measure on tax cuts has only one purpose, and that is to consolidate the political and economic power of a small group of multimillionaires that contributed to his political campaign. Meanwhile, they want to dismantle Medicaid services, just like what is offered in the Boracay Neighborhood Health Center. President Trump and Elon Musk want to trick you. They don't work for your family. In fact, they created the DOGE agency that looks for cuts in essential programs like Social Security, Medicaid, assistance to veterans and aviation security, just to bring down taxes for their multimillionaire friends. Nobody voted for Elon Musk. Trump's migration measures are not designed like he, Trump, and his allies said, to deport criminals that should be deported. But rather it's to create an atmosphere of fear that impacts negatively on the local economy. What happened to my neighbor could happen to any of us, to citizens, legal residents, to any migrant, to our families and friends.
Tariffs imposed by the U.S. would have minimal impact, Chinese parliament delegates said on Wednesday following the opening ceremony of the country's annual National People's Congress held in its capital, Beijing. Yu Miaojie, economist and principal of China's Liaoning University, said that China is prepared for the trade war through its diversification of export destinations. He analyzed that Trump's tariff measures will face opposition from U.S. domestic business owners as China takes countermeasures on the intermediate materials and imports from the U.S. U.S. President Donald Trump had announced sweeping 10% tariffs on all Chinese imports, prompting Beijing to respond with retaliatory tariffs and file a WTO dispute against Washington, which could serve as an early test of Trump's stance towards the institution. Liu Hu, chief technician of Jiangling Motors, a leading Chinese automotive manufacturer, including light trucks, was also optimistic about a trade war, said the impact of tariffs could be minimal.
Because China has diversified its export destinations, we have long been prepared for a shift in trade partners, such as those in Southeast Asia and BRICS countries. In this regard, there has been a successful transition in export destinations. Therefore, despite Trump imposing high tariffs on us, we have already taken precautionary measures. Secondly, objectively speaking, China will certainly retaliate. From Trump's perspective, his decision to impose higher tariffs on China will sooner or later face opposition from the U.S. business community. Since China imports a large amount of raw materials and intermediate goods from the U.S., if tariffs on our final products increase, we will naturally raise tariffs on those intermediate. The impact will definitely be temporary because, in terms of the market and economy, there are certain rules. The market will always seek the best quality at the lowest price, and I believe this principle will not change. Therefore, I am confident that this is only temporary and the future development is still full of great expectations. I believe the impact on China will be minimal because we operate on the principle of reciprocity, striving for a friendly and cooperative environment. If we are working together for global development, we welcome it. But the Chinese nation is determined and resilient, no difficulty can stop us.
European Union leaders will discuss on Thursday, March 6, how to finance a sharp increase in defense readiness to deter any possible future attack from Russia and become less dependent for security on the United States. European Commission on Tuesday proposed several ways to raise the funds that could add up to around 800 billion euros over several years. Friday's clash between U.S. President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky flared over different visions of how to end the Ukrainian war, with Zelensky seeking strong security guarantees from an administration that has embraced diplomacy with Russian President Vladimir Putin. European leaders lined up afterwards to show solidarity with Ukraine's president.
And indeed, tomorrow I will inform the member states through a letter about the Rearm Europe plan. We need a massive surge in defense without any question. We want lasting peace, but lasting peace can only be built on strength. And strength begins with strengthening ourselves. And that is the purpose of the plan that I will present to the member states tomorrow, the Rearmed Europe. Thank you.
We have to be in a situation where Europe can act, even if Hungary and Slovakia or any other country objects to it. If this cannot be done in the mechanisms of the European Union, we will have to do it outside. France and the UK are, of course, extremely important in this, not least because they have nuclear capability. They are the two countries which probably in terms of defense and security are crucial at this moment in time, but they are not enough on their own. Clearly we are talking here about a much broader coalition of the willing. We're talking about the countries which are on the front line, which are experiencing the threat from Russia.
Europe must engage with the United States in secure debates and help find a way to bring it closer to Ukraine after the halt of U.S. military aid to Kyiv, Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky said on Tuesday. Since last Friday, when U.S. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance upbraided Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House for being insufficiently appreciative of U.S. backing and their efforts to end the war, Europe has been left to scramble on security issues. On Tuesday, the European Commission proposed borrowing up to 150 billion euros to lend to the European Union governments under a rearmament plan driven by Russia's war in Ukraine, and fears Europe can no longer be sure of U.S. protection. Lepaski welcomed the package, which he said would be a good basis for a summit of EU leaders on Thursday, March 6, discussing Ukraine and security. On the EU summit, he said he expected to see clear positions from all 27 member states, which will guide how to move forward on security issues.
I think it's obvious that we should help to mend this relationship. It's a critical relationship for Ukraine, also for Europe. It's give us clear guidance that we have to continue with building up European defense capabilities, European defense. We have to be ready to defend Europe. Also to continue and maybe increase support to Ukraine, but it doesn't mean that we should resign on this transatlantic relationship and on the relationship between Ukraine and the US. I understand that there is a strong will to achieve a ceasefire, but the core interest of the Czech Republic, and I hope most European countries, is to make sure that we will stop Russian imperialism, that we will protect the principles that the borders are not changed by brute force, which is the commitment from Helsinki. OEC is built upon that, and that we will not, by brute force, limit sovereignty of European country, which in this example is Ukraine, but it may be any other European country.
The Kremlin said on Wednesday that future talks between Russia and the United States would include discussions on Iran's nuclear program, a subject it said had been touched upon in an initial round of US-Russia talks last month. Bloomberg reported on Tuesday that Russia has agreed to assist US President Donald Trump's administration in communicating with Iran on various issues, including on Tehran's nuclear program and its support for regional anti-US proxies. The Kremlin has not confirmed that, but has made clear that Iran is now one of the subjects that will be discussed in more detail by Washington and Moscow. Trump last month restored its maximum pressure campaign on Iran, which includes efforts to drive its oil exports down to zero in order to stop Tehran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Iran denies any such intention. In a call with reporters on Wednesday, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said that Russia believed that problems around Iran's nuclear program needed to be resolved by diplomatic means. A Russian court jailed a British man for 19 years on Wednesday after he was found guilty of fighting for Ukraine in the Kursk region of western Russia. The court said James Courtface Anderson, 22, had been charged with terrorist and mercenary offenses and found guilty after a closed trial at which a Ukrainian soldier from the same unit was questioned as a witness. Anderson was sentenced to serve the first 5 years of his jail term in prison and the remainder in a penal colony, the court said. Investigators accused Anderson of illegally crossing into Kursk in November as part of an armed group that committed unspecified criminal acts against civilians. 8 Nepalese who were deported from the U.S. boarded a police van and were taken away after arriving at Tribhuvan International Airport in Kathmandu on Wednesday. In recent weeks, the U.S. has deported some 300 people to Panama, including people from Afghanistan, China, India, Iran, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. These flights are part of the Trump administration efforts to sidestep the fact that some countries refuse U.S. deportation flights due to strained diplomatic relations or other reasons. 2 major infrastructure projects in Nepal funded by the United States have been put on hold after President Donald Trump ordered a 90-day pause in foreign development assistance on the day he returned to the White House, pending assessment of efficiency and consistency with the U.S. foreign policy. That's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
It's a beautiful day. Good morning from the city of Enugu, and you are watching the breakfast show Signature Morning on Signature TV this particular Wednesday, and it is the Ash Wednesday. Welcome to the show. I bet it's as sunny as it is already in the city of Enugu, wherever you're watching us from. My name is Ngozeka Mba, bringing you the Signature Morning this morning. We will take a break and return on the newspaper segment. Stay with us. It is the newspaper review. Let's get on ahead, starting off with the stories that made the headlines on the Punch newspaper today. Niger Delta groups threaten violence as budget ultimatum expires today, and that's on Rivers crisis. There's a business story here, and that is seriously on the cover page of today's Punch. And so we're leaving that particular newspaper to look at the Nation newspaper today. Ironically, the same screaming headline is right there on the Nation newspaper, business story. But looking at other national issues on the Nation newspaper this morning, it is still First Bank holds groundbreaking ceremony for new state-of-the-art eco-friendly headquarters. I bet it's newsworthy, actually. On the Daily Times this morning, where we have other stories. Nigeria, third most indebted nation in Africa, report says. Nigeria, third most indebted nation in Africa. I'm sure there's no cheering news for Nigerians at this time. 5,000 insurgents languishing in military cells, reports say. Mob attacks, police officer in Jos over seized hard drugs. Plateau tertiary institutions commence 7-day warning strike. Reps direct multi-choice to suspend proposed increase in subscription price. Ogunjimi emerges new Accountant General of the Federation as the erstwhile Accountant General retires. Tinubu's foreign trips attract $50.8 billion in 22 months, the Minister of Finance is saying on behalf of the federal government. And moving on from the Daily Times newspaper to the Vanguard this morning, National Assembly positioning Nigeria for 1 trillion naira economy by 2030, the Senate is saying. Power generation hits 5,713 megawatts. Ogoni, Mosop, 31 groups demand justice for Sarowiwa, Ken Sarowiwa. Oil price decline to $73.5 per barrel threatens budget 2025 revenue target. That's an economic story there. Still on Rivers crisis, appearing again on another newspaper this morning, this time around the Vanguard. Leaders, INC talk tough. As a Jaw Nation once against impeachment of Fubara, I know it was going to transcend to this kind of war, tribal war, knowing that the upland communities are more in River State as against the riverine areas where the Ijaw people reside. Says Apex Court's judgment parochial. Once it can't guarantee peace in Niger Delta if tension escalates. We are watching developments, APC is saying. Rivers releases timetable for fresh council polls, meet stakeholders today, sacked Rivers local government chairman vowed to retake secretariats. Okay, that's what it should actually be. Nigeria deepens trade investment with 5 countries. This coming from Oduole. Insecurity will subject Okite boxes to forensic analysis, and that's Soludo still on a matter, a war actually, that is directly or otherwise linked to insecurity in the state. Lagos Assembly, no plan to compel Obasa to resign, Lagos APC is saying. And there is a sports story here. 2026 WCQ, Musa returns as Shele picks 39 players for Zimbabwe Rwanda clash. And that is it on the Vanguard. And we are right now with the Guardian newspaper stories. Anxiety as federal government tightens news on MDAs with new payments platform. I think that's about the only national story on the front page of today's Guardian newspaper. And on the Tribune newspaper this morning, we have just about this bank taking over the front page of virtually all the national dailies this morning. But on the Daily Trust, killings of northern drivers in southeast unacceptable, ACF is saying. Police narrate how ex-immigration CJ Paradang died. Initially, we heard that it was kidnappers that killed the ex-immigration boss, but recent feelers had it that it was after a romp in a particular hotel that the man passed on. I want to believe that further investigation is ongoing. EFCC arrests Akwa Ibom Governor Udom, and that's on embezzlement charges. That story is contained in the Daily Trust for today. Boko Haram insurgents kill police inspector's sons in Yobe. Okay, Yobe is in the northeast Nigeria. All right, Tinubu reappoints Ogunjimi as AGF, that is the Accountant General of the Federation. And with the stories on the Daily Trust this morning, we will be moving on to have a chat with the reviewer this morning, Chris Maduka, the Oracle. Good morning, sir. A view of the stories will do.
You're looking very bright. Is it?
It's the Ash Wednesday.
Oh,
it's the Ash Wednesday. Yeah, I don't want to begin to look like it. I think that's what the Bible preaches. You don't need to tell everyone you're fasting.
Just don't worry. I know that the nature of the job. Later in the day, please go and get the ash.
Of course, I won't be here all day.
It's a long way to help spiritually. Let's not only be dealing with physical. But Nigeria demands that you use everything you have to sort the problem out. Use both the gun that has bullet, as my father told me, and the gun that doesn't have bullet. To go for fight to reclaim, lost
everything can
lost a little. You use it to go and fight to get back. That's about it. Welcome the world for watching. This is a newspaper review on Signature TV. My name is Chris Maduka, like Ngozi said. So fire.
All right. I don't know which we are going to actually start with, but still a burning issue is the Rivers crisis. Okay. True. The government has called for re-election, a conduct of fresh election for the council, various councils in Rivers State. And the way it's looking, I don't know if he's keeping up with the ultimatum given to him by the State Assembly to present the 2025 budget within 48 hours. The last time I checked, I think the 48 hours will expire today.
Okay. The newspaper said the deadline given to our dear friends
Sim Fubara
expires today, and the world is watching. You know, this is a country where people will see that things are spoiling, and they will keep quiet. The people that have powers to actually stop these things from spoiling further. And people will be speaking Oyibo, talking tough. Ijaw National Congress, INC, I suppose, they talk tough. The House of Assembly under Amafuele or whatever, I mean, the other name I see, talking tough. Then some other group that support other people, the kingmakers, they started talking fire and tough before now. And this is where this thing has gotten up. And to talk about the irony of it, that you are talking fire in rivers. In rivers, you are talking fire. And nobody has bothered to just dip a bucket in the ocean that surrounds the state to just douse the fire. And they're waiting for it to, they're just, pouring gas. Also, gas and oil comes from River State. So instead of using the water, they're using gas and the fuel and then to settle a case that already got in this. Don't you see a hand of the devil at play? The first thing to do in a fight, onye choli bog, blues bon kwankwaka. If you want, Ngozi, I have issue with you, and somebody want to settle, you just say, Ngozi, stay, Chris, stay. But if you allow Chris to first slap Ngozi, and you start begging Ngozi to not to retaliate, then something is wrong. This is how they've been polishing this fight, and it has gotten to this photo. So they're waiting for the climax. And you know, in every society, once things get to this kind of level, then the wicked ones, the corny ones, the ones that they don't think straight, the ones that are waiting to swoop, that's when they are hanging. The vultures will start hanging. That's what my father told me. Once they begin to fire, I will kill you, and this one talks stuff, this one, then the wicked people are hanging. They know that something will happen. They are the vultures. So the vultures are roaming over River State. It's unfortunate. With much respect the people of River State, and we have distinguished people watching this, got to this level. What is the problem? What? Why won't the eagle perch? Why won't the kite perch? Why should one of them insist that only he will own the island? It's not fair. And you know, my father also told me that life is good for everybody. What is good for the geese is good for the gander. In fact, the one that interests me is that what is sweet, what tastes sweet to the pregnant woman is also tastes sweet for the man who gives her belly. So why is it? No. Why is it that winner takes it all issue is what is happening in River State?
When you say Rivers crisis, that leaders are talking tough, it has... Are
they the leaders? The leaders of River State who should talk objectively on Rivers issue are not these factionalized people. They are not. They are leading factions. Because if you hear INC leading one faction, another House of Assembly who have sympathy for somebody talking tough, they are not talking for Rivers
now,
people.
It is not just the politicians now. It has moved on to something that I have always feared. Tribal. You see, River State is multi-tribal. You have the Ijaw, you have the Igbo speaking. I don't know what else they speak other than Igbo.
There's the Calabari, the other
so
many.
You see that the Ijaw nation is threatening that Fubara must not be impeached. So it is now moving away from politics, if you ask.
But listen, over time, the history of River State, you check, if you go back to history, at how many times have you had the Ijaw man sitting at the much esteemed River State government house?
I think this is about the only time.
If you this have opportunity, the queries had always had, you know, a way, and then the politics have had that. That's what causes trouble. If you take, you know, you don't allow the other person to take, you take again. So a way is what causes trouble. If that's what is causing trouble, why is it not possible that they should manage it and allow peace? Because it's the ordinary man in River State that is losing totally. All the big people that are surrounding themselves with
seriously suffering now.
And then that's it. So imagine all the rivers that's supposed to be the most viable state in Nigeria with oil money and the percentage they get because they are the source of Nigerian wealth, the treasure of Nigerian economy. They have forgotten that. See, I'll tell you a story, and I've used that story in this on this seat many times. 2 monkeys are roaming the forest. They found 2 fingers of banana. And like I described, the fingers of banana can never be equal. Have you ever seen bananas all being equal? They're just like human fingers. And God in his infinite wisdom know why he created it that way. Then the monkeys, like one of the monkeys who is wise among them, there will always be somebody who is wiser within 2 people fighting. He said, my dear sister Ngozi, let's share the banana. Take one, I take one. The wicked one that is foolish said, no, your own is bigger than mine. We must share this banana equal. This another time you will take the bigger one. Let me take, okay, take the bigger one. Let me, but the one that was like, if I take the bigger one, then next time you say this, but let's share it. As they argued, one chimpanzee, deadly cunning chimpanzee came out. I said, monkeys, what is it? You have banana, let me share for you. Then bring banana, let me share for you. The man said, which one is? They quickly rush and said, this one is bigger. I said, okay. They measure, okay, this one. The wicked chimpanzee cut, opened the banana, you know, ripped it off and cut the other one to this size. So this one became highest. You know? That's what he continued to do. The one, they said, which one? They said this one. That's continue to do. They get confused at the point.
He eats banana too.
And then the chimpanzee was taking the banana, going on. And then at the end, he remained small. The chimpanzee looked at them. I've been sharing banana for you people. And you think I will share and go home? And that will not work. I, the sharer, will take the rest. He put the remaining pieces of banana in his mouth. And the 2 monkeys swallowed saliva and went away. What the rivers people do not know, in this case that is looming, chimpanzee from somewhere will come and share. Sebi has been what has been in the news for how many months? Going to a year. You hear Wike, you hear Fubara. These are 2 politicians from the same river state. They are waiting for politicians from somewhere, the monkeys and the vultures somewhere to come and share for them. What is supposed to be River State people? I pity them.
Now let's look at the sacked local government chairman. Do you foresee them taking on?
If they allow Fubara, from all indication, the way Nigeria has been positioned to conduct a new or fresh local government elections, with him still staying at the government house. I don't know what these the factional House of Assembly people who are now majority, what they have in mind. But whatever they have in mind, if Fubara still sits as the governor of River State, he will still have upper hand. He has started with this faction, with this fight over time, started building his own structure. How strong it is, I don't know. Because remember, he could not raise people to occupy the government, the local government offices from the party. He came to another party waiting on the wing and said, my house is on fire. And those ones provided him 21 local government. Who, after the election, now he would have gone to court and said how legal or illegal that election is. But I know we monitor the elections from far and near. People reported that the winners emerged, they were sworn in and they occupied office. If later the monkeys that they are sharing banana, they are good is sharing banana, the chimpanzees that are good at sharing banana for the rivers people have come to say that whatever Fubara did is wrong. I don't have it's sub judice. They are at that point they are talking. The view is clear, but we know we know that when the two elephants are fighting,
the grass bear the brunt.
So
now,
the Rivers people, it's choice up to you.
Now, there's a very interesting headline on the Daily Times. It reads, Nigeria third most indebted nation in Africa.
Hooray!
Number three.
Congratulations. Why? We have to score a mark somewhere. But you always score. Now that we have, you know what it means to carry brass position as the most indebted nation in Africa. Oh, my dear nation, we are doing wonderfully well. God bless Nigeria. We strive to get the gold. Why should we be at the top? But I thank God we are moving up. Very soon we will take the first position, the gold. Everybody loves gold position. So we are moving somewhere. We build on this very, very beautiful and, you know, something that enviable position to get the gold. And you talk about children that mushroom killed their parents, both parents. Mushroom killed their parents. And the villagers came and said, children don't eat mushroom again though. There's something wrong with mushroom. It's like your gene and your genetical genealogy and all doesn't condemn mushroom. So avoid mushroom. The villagers went, all the wise people in the village. The next morning they came to see how the children are faring. All of them were holding mushroom in their hand. And they asked them, Papa, mushroom.
What are you holding?
What are you people holding in your hand? He said, mushroom. God bless Michael Jaga. Gini kuhunu jinaka, hello. Gini bulundaunu. Hello, Guinea Burundi. Hello. The case of Nigeria at the third position of the most indebted nation in Africa, we get to gold because Nigeria is liked like the legendary arrow story. They are eating arrow even when arrow is killing them. They will still borrow. As we are talking, the House of NAS told us in today's headline that I position Nigeria for 1 trillion economy. When we become $1 trillion economy in few days, we have magicians, beautiful magicians at that top level, distinguished magicians at that top level, and they are doing wonderfully well. You will see how.
So they wave a wand and the trillion naira economy will happen.
Anything. Just abracadabra. Nigeria becomes $1 trillion. We have ingenious people. We know how we selected them and elected them and positioned them to turn our economy into a mega economy in few days. And you can see what they're doing. From all indication, what they're doing in the House of Assembly, they're moving us through. They are being economical with us. They are talking about 10 trillion and they just want to start with one. But I know when they do 1 trillion, the next moment, before you count 10, we are over even 50 trillion naira worth of economy. And that's going to come from National Assembly, NAS. Distinguished people in the red and green chamber. Wonderful color. You imagine them, Nigeria emerge. $1 trillion worth of economy. Good luck, Nigeria. Let's move on. Our time is going. But it's worth saying that First Bank, who has occupied all the front pages, if we do not touch them, we look like they
said it's the headquarters.
40-story building. One of these first in Nigeria. But this what we tell you, the irony. Congratulations, First Bank. First Bank.
Eco-friendly, very important.
Beautiful, because you see the body of it is all about solar. If you're inside, the body of the building is providing electricity inside. That is they are not dealing with discos that me and you do. They are not dealing with band A or band B or band C to Z. It's eco-friendly. But that's tell you the irony I find in Nigerian economy. The banks are declaring massive profits in them. But the people are crying and crying. So where are these? That will tell you the few Nigerians who hold us to ransom are the people who are banking. In fact, some of them, somebody said, this over less than 2% or 5% of Nigerians withdraw their money in the commercial banks, the world collapse. Meaning, this is only a country that gives you power to own over 500 billion naira in Nigerian economy. Nobody asks you what you call no tax. If it happens in a developed economy, they tax you. You won't want to. Organizations are doing, and Nigeria think they are giving them aids and charity. No, There's no free money in anywhere, even in Freetown. So any money they throw away here, they bring people to and they tell you, for 60 years we've receiving charity and aids, grants and aids from a foreign country, but you can't see it. That's what they do. When the money is too much there and their government will tax them, they register one charity so that they will not tax them. They push it to Africa, send their people, they turn it around. So they also do money laundering. But we see them as aids and grants and all. That's not case for another day. I'm only saying that our banks are declaring massive profits, but our people are declaring massive penury and poverty. It doesn't mean, it doesn't make sense. Something is wrong.
Okay, I'd like you to touch on this immediate past governor of Akwa Ibom, I think, Governor Udom, who is currently in troubled waters. He's netted. The people who invited him. Yes. His own is not, although maybe the drama of Kogi State might repeat, we've not seen, I'm not predicting anything, but the people who invited him see what I did not see. I don't catch witches, and the people who they chop money, I am just a poor man, I don't even know who catch what. So the EFCC said they invited him. But I know the name Udom. If it's in my language, it means peace. So I don't, why is it, it doesn't, it's an irony. Because with the man who his name is synonymous with peace in my language, for him to be in the amount they called, is what in my language they call Agukata Abawahu Naira. They say he a fraud. I hope also the handsome young man who all the time he was there, the people were shouting, congratulations, His Excellency. These are the time Abachegu, Agoma, Abachegu, Onanuku, Abache also Agoma. Whichever way, there's always time for what they call it, for accountability. If Udon is and his hands are free, the world will see it, because they say the clear conscience fears no. I hope it won't be a case of the nay have it this time, because we will see the eye not having it and the nay will have it. I wish we have all the time in the world.
Let's not propose.
To talk about
can opposes calls for Abio's resignation. Christian Association of Nigeria are calling in the northern states to stop the Ramadan school closure for 30 days. They didn't get a response. But in my respected Christian Association of Nigeria, when they are saying that Abio should resign if his hands are not clean, or if his hands are tainted with whatever accusation being laid, the only thing will say that is taking a religious dimension. You see, corruption and issues in Nigeria can take any color.
They will have a point. We don't have details.
No, I'm not saying.
Maybe they have a point.
I'm saying that you can see the hands of Esau and Jacob and bodies of voice of Jacob, hands of Esau in anywhere that is going here. What do why should they step in everything? They should sort the major issues and leave this. This is happening in the Distinct Assembly of Nigeria. Let them sort it out. Already, did the CAN say that the Akpabio's wife case of 250 billion will withdraw? Did they say that Natasha should withdraw 100 billion naira suit? That is already in court. They only call him. Who called for resignation? Nobody calls for. If you make it for full bofu and you are worthy of resignation, you resign.
I wish we still have time to look at the ex-immigration boss who died in a hotel that we were previously told that he was kidnapped. And this made me think that some of the kidnapped cases may not actually be kidnapped cases. Like,
I do not talk for the kidnappers. Let their PRO come and describe. I do not talk for the hotel and people who go for romping and all one. What I'm saying that all die be die.
All right.
If it's confirmed that what happens to me is that the media that I belong to, I'm asking them confirm stories before you break. Because if you rush to break stories might break you. My media people, there's no need to break stories and you do not have accountability and originality. Why rushing? If the man died, there are security organizations you can confirm Because it's the media that's causing this confusion, but it's police and the people who run it are coming out to say how the death occurred.
All right,
so shame to people
spent.
who break, who do not do fact checking. And sure, Signature TV do a lot of fact checking. They can't get involved in this kind of report.
All right, thank you.
God bless
Grace.
Nigeria. God bless you, Ngozi.
Thank you, sir.
Go for your Ash
Wednesday service.
Yeah, go.
That's copied immediately. Thank you, dear viewer. We will be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are still on the morning show, Signature Morning Show on Signature TV. It is the Ash Wednesday, don't get it twisted. But we want to continue our discussion on career women and challenges of work-life balance. And to have this conversation again with us is Public Health Nurse Specialist, the Coordinator Public Health Unit, Department of Nursing Sciences, UNEC, Professor Dr. Judith Ilo. Good morning, Doc, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, thank you.
As career-driven women, there is a desire to have it all. Success in our careers, time with family, self-care. And most times, it doesn't pan out that way, the way we wish to have it. Not that women are lazy, not that women are less than go-getters, but some circumstances, including society, do not support these vision and goals of women. But I'd like to start this by asking, is it achievable? Is it workable? Do you think that it is possible for a career woman to have a balanced life at home and elsewhere?
Well, thank you. Life is all about balance. And when you're able to maintain balance, you're able to maintain good health. And in the world today, what helps us in everything we're doing is that when you are mentally balanced. When you're mentally balanced, you're able to apportion time and periods to certain activities. So striking a balance between working and life is very important. And what is this balance all about? It's all about creating time for your work and creating time for other things that are important to you. So when you're able to create time for your work, time for other things that are important to you, these things may be church activities that are religious, social activities, family life, or social or community development. So modern women today, it has been very easy for them. It's quite challenging. Viewing the situation we find ourselves in the Southeast or in Africa, women in general. Women are expected to take care of their homes, and this involves direct children and other relatives around, the spouse, and the aged parents. Parents both way, parents-in-laws and parents. Then work. So you see, when you combine all this with work, regular work, secular work, it becomes very challenging. But how can we cope? Because I find myself in that situation too. The only way we can cope is to strike a balance. When you strike a balance and you create boundaries, this is where my work will stop so I can have time for all these things. When you're able to achieve that, then you're able to maintain good health, you're able to maintain your good mental health, and you are happy doing both your work and having a life. Because it's observed that when you devote all your time for work, you may never have a life to live.
Now, it's I don't know now if this is a myth or a fact that successful career women do not make are not good successful homemakers. You yourself, you're a career woman. Is it possible that one area of a career woman's life may have to suffer for other areas to thrive?
Well, when there's no balance, that could happen. But if there is balance, the possibility is very low.
Now, talking about this balance, are there practical steps a career woman should?
Like all through my throughout my reproductive years, I've been a mom. I have a family. I have parents, though both of them left last year. I have parents-in-law, and I have 5 kids. Doing all my work, going to work, working as a clinical nurse, then in UNH. Now, going for upgrading my educational level. I was having children when I was doing my bachelor's. I was having children when I was doing my master's, working, keeping family. So it's all about balance. How am I able to do this? You start with assessment. In assessment, you find out what is taking my time. How can I improve on this? Sorry, excuse me. How can I strike a balance between work and life? Because if you just do work, you end up seeing that you've lost your social relationships, you've lost your relationship, you've lost your family, and that work won't even do much for you, because that work, you are doing that work for a particular purpose. Some people do work because they want to be recognized, but majority work because they need to earn a living. Now, when you devote all your time working, you are getting the money, you're not training your children, you're not taking care of your spouse, you're not taking care of your family in general, you may end up losing all. So what I did is, I did an assessment to find out. In assessment, I was able to find out all my needs: social needs, religious needs, family needs, and my work and its demands. So when I was able to do that, I said, I will need to go to work 7 in the morning and get off from work about 4 p.m. What happens between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m.? I need to figure that one out and say, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to do. Basically, when you're doing something you're happy with outside your work, you're living your life. Some people might be just to be helping people in their grooming young girls, doing other things, being involved in church activities. Those things that you find interesting are part of what makes you part of what makes that living that life in quotes. Now, if I go to my work in the morning, all of us will leave the house. The kids are going to school, drop them off to school, go to work, stay at work. But nothing is cast on stone. You might be in that work, there will be an emergency phone call. Your daughter is ill, your son is ill, your husband is ill, grandma is not doing well. What do? You prioritize. Take the one that has the most need at a particular time. Most basically, health needs. When there is health, because when the life stops, nothing moves. So when there is need for health, for yourself, for your family, for your dependent others, you attend to that. Then during weekends, I'm not working, I'm not going to work, but I work Monday to Friday. I use that weekend to look at all the things that I was not able to do because of my work demand. Look at the children's school work over the week. Have they done? Is there a need to apportion some time more to a particular child than the other? Then look at the church activities. If I have midweek service, I didn't attend. Why didn't I attend it? And I go back to my assessment. How do I make it better? How do I plan it to make it better? So that I will get some time for my midweek activity. Then you fix that one. Then on Sunday, you attend to your religious activities, get back home, prepare some short meal for your family, discuss with your family, have time to play with the kids, have time to rest too. If you have social engagement, you apportion time. Personally, if I have to attend something and that thing will encroach on my time that I need to rest, I will not. What I will do, I may just show up 5 minutes, please, I needed to be somewhere, I just wanted to identify with you, I hope you are doing okay, congratulations, I leave. So when you're able to do the planning, prioritize it, and at the end of the day, if it is not working, you go back to evaluation. What did I not do right? Why is it not working? If you are realistic to yourself, there are things that take your time that shouldn't take your time. From those areas, you're able to cover some time. And when you create boundaries, stick by that boundaries. If you say, I'm going to bed at 10 o'clock, go to bed at 10 o'clock. That's part of sleep hygiene. And if you say, I want to be at the church between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, and you go to church and you discover that the reverend or the pastor is not keeping to time, and that time is encroaching on your own time, it is not bad to leave the church and go and attend to things, but you have a plan. You cannot go to church and church will spoil your plan for you. No. Because you have a plan already. This church service is 1 hour, 30 minutes. Okay, let me give maximum of 2 hours. And 2 hours, they're still doing that in the church. Personally, I will leave. Because I have my timetable on how I want things to work. Because each time I deviate from that timetable, I see some part of the activity I needed to do.
Our viewer right now are taking note, especially female viewers, taking note of the practical steps. They are really, really practical and worthy to imbibe. Let's talk about the workplace. Are there challenges that women are faced with that also scatter the plan you're talking about and not enabling them to have a balance of life?
Yes, work can be so demanding and challenging at times. You may plan to go to work and come back by 4 p.m. It doesn't work that way at times. It doesn't happen every day. Those of us in the education sector, you may go to school and there's an assessment exam that could take 2 or 3 hours. Something can happen. Other logistics can make it go beyond that time that you have allocated for the exam. What do? You go back to your drawing board and see, are there things I can move to the next day? Because you don't have to do everything. Work doesn't finish in a day. Are there things I can move to the next day? Are there things that need my immediate attention? You prioritize what you have on for that day activity left. When you prioritize, then I will do this one now. This I can move tomorrow. Being careful to move the ones that are movable. There are things that is nah, you must do it. You attend to those ones. Now, at times you may even go to work. You discover that things are not working out the way you want it to work out for. You may go to work, you're applying to have a lecture, and there may be emergency in school. You attend to the emergency and move something. But the greatest challenge that women have is at home. Okay. You may be so busy in the office, doing office, but when you get home, you know these are African sites and African men. They want the woman to do everything at home. The woman will do take care of the kids' assignments. In fact, I know a friend that she will do school run in the morning, she will do school run in the afternoon, she will cook, she will do laundry, and the husband will just come and be encouraging her. My dear, you are trying, please, well done, I'm supporting you. I don't like that kind of support. Use the next day and will live longer, because when you overwork yourself, work burnout, it will bring along itself with health challenges, hypertension, diabetes, and other psychosomatic illnesses that are avoidable. But when a woman is able to have good rest at home, good assistant at home, that woman is able to excel in her profession. She's able to be happy. She's able to enjoy life.
And she's more productive.
Yes, and that enjoying life means having time to do those things that interest her. If it is dancing that is interested, she will have that time to dance. If it's going for clubbing, or if it's going for other such activities, you see them being productive both in their career and in that other side of life that they find interesting.
Now that you mentioned it, which helps a woman, a career woman most especially, to create a balance? Spousal help or hired hands?
Well, I will answer that in 2 ways. The woman herself deciding to create a balance is number one. Because there are people who don't actually know what they want. And when you don't know where you're going, getting to that place is a problem for you. The woman will be a woman that said, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to go about it. These are my plans. I've done this assessment. I've prioritized my need. I've been able to create boundaries. Now, coming home, women were emotional people. Spousal help, spousal assistance, spousal support, and the praises will go a long way in making the woman productive and happier. Then other help that the people around can help, but the basic need, the basic help, the basic support that the woman will cherish and will be a propeller for her to do well in her career and in living a good life, a spousal support.
Now, there was a scenario you were creating about a woman that has to do all things and her husband was providing only verbal support. I'd like us to look at societal expectations here, this part of the world, and how it impacts on the woman who is seeking to balance work, family, and personal life. What are those expectations that get in the way?
Well, in a socio-cultural setting in Igbo, a woman, a career woman, yes, you're doing your work, but as much as you're doing your work, they want you to deliver 100% your family duties. And when this is happening, you see that is a problem. The woman will be pregnant. Probably she will have other children that she's taking care of. She's working. The woman is the cook in the house. She takes care of the laundry. She takes care of cleaning the house. She takes care of virtually everything. Even takes care of the husband too. And our society do not follow that. They see it as a normal work. Even if she's dying in the work, they look at it that way, that it is her job. But if we have this Western orientation, that woman has gone to work for 8 hours somewhere, and somebody who has done 8 hours somewhere needs rest, physical rest, emotional rest. We see that in some cases these are lacking. And when they are lacking, what does it result to? Emotional burnout, physical burnout, psychosomatic illnesses, and other physical illnesses.
All right, before we let you go, let's look at other countries of the world. You talked about your reproductive days, and it got me thinking. In this part of the world, in Nigeria per se, women are given a number of months as maternity leave to rest a while after having a baby, and then you are expected to get back to work. And that does not mean that your maternity activities have ended. But I know countries that extend theirs to up to 1 year. What happens after 1 year is what I don't want us to get into, because at the end of 1 year, the woman could get pregnant again and the maternity leaves continue forever. But are there policies that Nigeria can, adopt to help women maintain a career, family, life balance?
Okay, if I get you right, talking about maternity leave, yes. In Nigeria, we have a policy, we have good maternity leave. Like doing...
You think it's good enough?
Well, let me share my experience. During my reproductive years, when I was having kids, we have what we call IYC, International Year of the Child. And that IYC was put in place to assist mothers who just delivered to be able to breastfeed their children up to 1 year. How does that work? Once you have a baby, you have your maternity leave about 4 months. After maternity leave, you resume duty and you're placed on light duty 3 hours a day, not much. And then I was a clinical nurse in UNTH. So when you go to work, they give if you're they're posting the roster, on your roster where your name appears, they will write IYC. IYC means International Year of the Child. Telling everybody that you're just reviewing from maternity leave. You will do that for 6 months, no night duty. So when they put you on IYC, they put that staff that will support you. I go to work 9 o'clock. I close 12 p.m. 12 noon. It's not much. So within that time, I will express breast milk for my baby. My mother-in-law will give the baby the breast milk for when the baby is hungry. Within 3 hours, I'm back. I will do that for 6 months. Meanwhile, I've enjoyed maternity leave for 4 months, plus 6 months, 10 months. Then we start negotiating. When will she resume night duty? Internally, among the nurses, they will say, let's allow her baby to get to 1 year. before we place on 90. And I think that helped me so much. That within 1 year, if you want to breastfeed, like me, I breastfeed exclusively for 1 year, exclusively for 6 months, and I continue to breastfeed for like a year and 6 months.
Wow.
So with
That's
that,
a lot, isn't
yes,
it?
with that, I'm able to give my child the best, have time for myself, have time for my family, do the things I like, this living a life, because I have time. So, and now, maternity leave has even been extended to fathers too.
Okay.
So
they can take paternity
yes,
leaves
I think the Nigeria is making it good for young
and you
young
think
parents.
there's nothing to add to what they have done for women?
Well, I know that people who have quadruplets, triplets, they have more problem than others. But I think if you know that you are not able to cope, you talk to your supervisor, you take 1 year leave without pay, and take care of your kids
and return
get
to,
back. Yes.
to your work. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Judith Ilu, for finding time to be with us on the Signature Morning this morning. Thank you. We will be back shortly.
Today, 19th of February 2021, marks 3 years that Leah Sharibu, the Dapchi girl, was kidnapped. On Monday, 19th February 2018, Leah Sharibu and other 110 female students of Government Girls Science and Technical College in Dapchi, Yobe State, Nigeria, were kidnapped by Boko Haram terrorist group. A month after, on 21st March 2018, 104 of the Dapchi girls were released. Sadly, 5 of the girls died, but Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl, remains in captivity because she refused to renounce her faith to convert to Islam. The federal government of Nigeria reassured Leah's parents to secure her release. 3 years after, Leah remains a slave in the hands of Boko Haram terrorists, but Leah's parents remain hopeful as they patiently await the return of their daughter.
Cewa za ta zai kawo Leah. Muna roƙon shi ya cika min alkawali wanda ya yi mini. Kuma ina roƙon mutane duniya gaba daya wanda suna addu'a domin Leah dare da rana.
As we count down to 3 years, we appeal to the federal government of Nigeria to find a solution for the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the Dapchi girl. We will continue to hold the government accountable until Leah, the Chibok girls, and other girls return home.
Concerning my daughter, I'm pleading to them that they should urgent it.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thanks. We're still on Signature Morning on Signature TV this morning. It is the Ash Wednesday, and most Christians world over begin their Lenten season. I'd need my resource person to clear us on that. The Lenten season from today. And so to have that conversation with me is a clergyman in the person of Reverend Father Ambrose Okuchukwu Ofodele. Now, I don't know if it's day verbum or verbum day. Okay, he is a priest and the director of Radio Maria Nigeria, ENUGU, amongst other things. Good morning, Padre.
Good morning.
Do we say happy Ash Wednesday?
Yes, of course.
We should be happy even when we are going to be
yes.
in abstinence and fasting all
in
the
our
way.
explanation, we shall explain why we should be happy, because it is not something bad. It is something that we are joining with Christ, and it's about having hope that after suffering with Him, we will also rise with Him.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's start with this Ash Wednesday.
Okay.
What's the significance of you're already wearing your ash on your forehead? Most of us who are Catholics, because of the classification we are in, may not attend very early in the morning, and
I have
probably
some
let
ashes, so I will also impose ashes.
Okay,
on
that's
after the
interesting. And if you're anywhere around our studios, you can come join us. We have a priest in the studio. So what's the significance of the Ash Wednesday, the observation of Ash Wednesday?
Okay, let's start with that Ash Wednesday is the beginning of the Lenten period. Apart from Christmas, the next celebration or the next period of the church's calendar becomes the Lenten period, where we journey with Christ in His passion and His Paschal mystery, because Ash Wednesday is about 40 days and a symbol of the 40 days and 40 nights. Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, and 40 has been symbolic in the Old Testament. You talk about the 40 years of trekking or traveling by the Jews to the Promised Land. You talk about 40 days and 40 nights of Moses, who fasted, and then you talk about Elijah, who traveled to the Mount of God, 40 days and 40 nights. You talk about the Ninevites, who fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. You talk about Noah, and so many other dimensions of 40 in the Old Testament. So we are talking about a participation in the Paschal mystery of Christ, that Jesus Himself for 40 days and 40 nights was actually He fasted. And as Christians, we are imitators of Christ. We are participating in this passion of Christ, in this journey of our Savior. We are journeying with Him. That's why we are observing it. So when we talk about Ash Wednesday, the beginning of the Lenten period, and then we talk about imposition of ash, ash has a lot of biblical references, especially in the Old Testament. You talk about Jonah chapter 42. Jonah had to say, it made mention of lying in sackcloth and ashes. You talk about of course Jonah was asked to go and preach to the Ninevites, and when he got there, especially in verse 6, the Bible recorded that the king himself removed his royal robe and sat in sackcloth and ashes. You also talk about Genesis chapter 3 verse 19, where God, after declaring the punishment for Adam and Eve, told them that they would return to dust, for unto dust they came from. And also you have Job chapter 42. Job also made mention of that. So ash is when you talk about ash, you're talking about fasting, you're talking about penitential rites. Of course, the early or history of Ash Wednesday has it that a period where penitents had to wear sackcloth and ashes, and of course, if you know sackcloth, it's always discomforting to be in a sackcloth. So in the description of Ash Wednesday, we talk about Christian participation in the Paschal mystery, in the sufferings of Christ. So as Christians, we are starting this period of joining with Christ imitating him in his suffering. And this ash reminds us, of course, when the ash is being imposed on you, the priest will tell you, you are ash, and unto ash you shall return. Also, he may also say, repent and believe in the gospel. These are reminders to the Christians that they are ashes. That as you are living your life, you should remember that you should understand that your life is very small here. This is not our resting place. We are only pilgrims in this world. So our actions, our attitudes should be geared towards doing the will of God and not to do our own will. So imposition of ash is a sign that we are suffering with Christ. We have repented of our sins and we have decided to follow Christ, and it's not a temporal following. You know, the problem, the mistake most people do is that during Lenten period they just do it because, okay, this is Lent, after 40 days we'll go back to our normal attitude. No. This morning I was talking to my students. I told them this is a period of picking a virtue and dropping a vice. You pick a virtue and you drop a vice, and it is not just temporal, because you have to actually take it up and it will be part of you. It's not a temporal time to do good and later you do evil. So this is what we teach to our people, and it is the significance of this ash imposition. And every Christian, apart from the physical imposition, you should understand its deeper meaning, that you are nothing in this world. So you should not hold this world so much, because very soon, as you are living your life, you should understand that very soon you have to give account of this life you are living.
Okay, there's something you said, and before we continue the conversation, I need to have our viewer get it clearer. You said something about 40 days of fast and abstinence and the whole expectations as regards Lenten season. And I was going to ask you if beyond the 40 days of Lenten period, if the church has something else, to do from time to time to ensure that people are still in line, okay, with the expectations as Christians, and not just be all good Christians during the Lenten period, like you mentioned.
To start with, the Lenten period is a period of course, you have the 3 pillars of Lent. We have almsgiving, we have fasting, and then we have almsgiving, fasting, and then prayer. These are the 3 pillars.
And these are the expectations.
Their expectations.
During the Lenten period.
Every Christian. Now, when we talk about fasting, of course, not to lay aside the fact that every Friday also we have Stations of the Cross in our various parishes. But when we talk about these 3 ideas, Jesus gave us a clear understanding of what should be done and how we should go about the 3 pillars of Lent. He talked about fasting, how we should fast. Almsgiving, how we should do the almsgiving. Then prayer, how we should do this prayer. Matthew chapter 6. So in fasting, we don't talk about fasting from food alone. We also talk about fasting from bad behaviors. This morning I was talking to my son. I told them that it is even better for you to fast from bad behaviors than to fast from food, because these days people don't eat 3 times in a day. Things are so hard. So it's better to even fast from bad behaviors, from negative things. If you have been, involving yourself in bad attitudes, bad behaviors, you fast from them. So fasting is very important, to abstain from food from time to time, in preparing yourself like Jesus Christ for the ministry. And then you prepare for yourself, for the Easter period. The whole essence of this Lenten period is to be in the mood of Jesus Christ. We are Christians and we are living the life of Christ. So it's an opportunity for us to actually draw near to him. So we talk about fasting, we talk about almsgiving. It's not about trumpeting it. I always tell people that there is a difference between being charitable and being philanthropic. Someone who is charitable does things for the sake of God. You give. You see someone who is begging, you see areas where you should help, you do that, not trumpeting it, you're doing it for the sake of God. But a philanthropist will want everybody to know, I am doing this for people. You see them, advertising themselves because they are helping poor people and all that. It's not, even though these are good acts, but they are not charitable. So we should differentiate from. So when we talk about almsgiving, we talk about giving what we have. And it's not just about material things. It's also about making yourself available for people who need your help. You are a doctor, you are a nurse, you are a broadcaster, you are a priest. Make yourself available for the good things, you know, to people. That's on almsgiving. Then you talk about prayer. Jesus will tell us that the Pharisees would show everybody that they are praying, you know, fasting. You show everybody, you shout, you howl, so that people will know you are praying. No, Jesus says, go to your room and pray. Shut the door so that your Father who sees in secret.
Now, is what you're talking about now different from the fact that I know about Catholic Church. I don't know if there's any denomination that also impose the ash on forehead on Ash Wednesdays. Is that not looking alike? You know, making everyone know that you are now in this mood?
Yeah, you know, we talk about public penitence, and we have seen instances in the Old Testament where people, like the people of Nineveh, they put on sackcloth and ashes to show that they are fasting. But this time around, on Ash Wednesday, it becomes liturgical. It becomes instituted. Okay. And the church is understanding that this is a day we are beginning Lent, and we are also using it for evangelization. It's to remind ourselves that we are dust. Of course, I've given instances in Genesis chapter 3. Talking, man, you shall return to dust. Man that was created immortal became subject to death and sin because he lost it with God. So it's an opportunity for us to remind ourselves that life is short and we must imitate Christ. In these three pillars, we see Christ. It's not a public show. It's not a public, you're trying to show everybody you are having ash. We look at the deeper meaning. Beyond the surface, what does it mean? What does the imposition of ash mean? Beyond the imposition of ash on the forehead of Christians, what does it mean? Because some of the Christian denominations are also, you know, taking part in it. You know, where I'm coming from, people from other Christian denominations, I cannot deny them that, because it's a reminder. As I do that, I say, man, remember that you are dust, and unto dust you shall return. Repent and believe in the gospel. These are areas. And after today, we will be in the mood of Lent. Like I said at the beginning, it's not just do it this period and then it's over. It becomes a lifestyle, part of us.
Okay, these expectations throughout this period will have to last the 40 days, and Christians are expected to be conscientious, you know, to actually be intentional about what they're doing the entire 40 days. Abstinence, fasting, prayer, almsgiving, and all. Now, I don't know.